All right, we are live. Welcome back to Reasoned Answers. Today I'm joined by David S. and Anam. We're going to be discussing the subject of divine beauty. Uh, there's an argument that I hear often from average people on the street, average Christians on the street, if you will, that they appeal to beauty. They appeal to the fact that this is a very beautiful world, that uh, there's something intuitive about that to them, that the fact that the world is very beautiful, very structured, very well put together, that makes them believe in a God. This is not an argument that I usually hear advanced in apologetic circles, however. This is an argument that is kind of like, oh yeah, that's nice for you, right? That's nice for you. But we have good intellectual answers over here on the apologetics side. So we're going to be fixing that. We're going to be having a discussion. David S. has been working on a intellectual proposal of how beauty does in fact provide a good argument for the divine. He got a chance to talk a little bit with Anam a couple weeks ago in an open call-in show um, about and Anam, who is a Muslim, was talking about the beauty of the Quran, talking about the beauty of Islam as one of his reasons to believe in it, and was saying that this is generally a reason that many Muslims believe. So we're going to be talking about the argument as a whole, and also as it relates to Islam and Christianity today. They've both been on the channel a few times, so we'll just be very brief in introductions. David, why don't you go first?
Yeah, sure thing. Wonderful to be back on. Last week was so fun talking about the nature of the Trinity and some of my philosophical pursuits of the Trinity through the nature of God, his attributes, the nature of love as an intrinsic and necessary fact of God's existence. And so I'm glad to be back on to now talk about something that I really, really, really love, which is this more recent project for the past 6-ish months now on beauty. And so I love teaching theology, apologetics, and I'm sure my students know all about that. And so for those who are watching, hello, nice to see you outside of class. That's cool. And I hope that everybody can enjoy this discussion on beauty because it's a very, very important topic. Just as Thaddeus was saying before, I'm not exactly sure why it's been pushed aside in most apologetic circles at the academic level. I think it's really valuable, and I think that if we can understand beauty not as an emotional response purely, but as an emotional and intellectual response to reality properly, then we'll see that beauty is far more powerful in its evidential effect and strength in showing the existence of God and the nature of God. So that's a passion project. I've been interviewing hundreds and hundreds of people for the past couple of months for it. And so this is a good chance for me to condense what I think is what is this now? 30-page essay into something significantly smaller, like 13 slides. And so I hope this will be a much easier way to get through this topic. And also, Anam had a great conversation with me a while back, so I'm really excited to be able to talk with him about this further.
Excellent. Anam, you want to introduce yourself?
Sure. So I thank Thaddeus for the invitation, and I thank David for continuing the discussion. I said in the discussion, it was only like maybe a 5-minute conversation last time, but I did warn, I told David that I'm not a professional philosopher. So I was worried I wouldn't be able to follow a philosophical argument, but I was really impressed with how intuitive his framing of the conversation was and the discussion of divine beauty. So I'm really happy to be here. And just as a response to that, I think David had a really powerful summary. I even wrote down when you said intellectual and emotional response. So, because I feel like it does merge the two, maybe we're probably jumping like an hour ahead into the conversation, but and in fact, I would even dare say, so another thing the audience should know, right? I'm a Trinitarian Muslim, so I do accept the Christian Trinity as the model for understanding God. So David and I won't be clashing on that subject. Actually, we're probably going to be talking about the same thing. So I think this is going to be a great conversation, and it's always a good time to talk about the Trinity and exposit on its infinite mystery.
Excellent. So I do have a number of Muslims as well as Christians in the chat today, but I wanted to highlight some of the Muslim comments here. Kadayani says that he's convinced his prophet, and so he's in a small sect of Islam that has continuing prophets, but he's convinced his prophet to come and talk to me. So look forward to that. I did say to him to have him email me so I can set up a time, because it's not like I'm streaming 24/7, right? So just sending him the link wouldn't do much good. But if we can set up a time, I would love to have that conversation. Adiz says, God, the one known as Allahu, is incomparable, alone, and eternal. He is without beginning or end, without form or subtle form, without shadow, or without any helpmate. Never forget who you are, says hi. I'm glad you're here. Maybe someday you'll actually respond to one of my many comments to you where you are invited on to discuss your theories about how I'm wrong and whatnot. And we have Master Roshi, who says, I believe because Islam is most logical. So hopefully you guys, the Muslims in the chat, are able to interact today, able to give their thoughts as we go along. I would definitely appreciate that, and I'm glad that you guys are here. Also had a super chat from Solitary Emmy.
O son of Adam, spend. I will spend on you. Give, then I will give you. It's difficult because you know what? These are my last few. As it is, the price is going up, the rand is going down, this is happening. Excuses. Those are excuses. You give and watch what Allah does.
So thank you very much for that donation. Super sticker says bravo. And you just got to give and watch what Allah will do. So Master Roshi says, Anam, Trinity is polytheistic belief according to Quran. How can you be a Muslim and call yourself a Trinitarian? Mushrik is the worse than a disbeliever. So you're being challenged right off the start here. Not from a Christian.
Didn't even give him a breather. Dear goodness.
Yeah. So, a debate, a debate is really not the way to convince someone of something. I feel this is something that I kind of realized later. So I'm really not looking to like debate that answer with someone. But what I would just say though is that I think something really that Muslims should meditate on, for example, that would hit home, because there's a lot of arguments that might not hit home for Muslims. Like, for example, that I now find convincing. So, for example, I saw a debate at Speaker's Corner in London, New Hyde Park, and so they had this really. I thought it was very good because, like, so for example, in Christianity, God created the world through the word, right, the logos, and in Islam, He also creates through the word, right, which is be and it was. But like, why the idea is like, why would God need the word to create something, right? So but see, unfortunately, that argument really wouldn't have hit home. Like, to me, like as a 14-year-old, I had polemically trained myself to debate Christianity and supposedly refute Christianity, and so there's I always imagine myself, okay, like 14-year-old me, right? So 14-year-old me would be disagreeing with now 36-year-old me, or certainly since I was 22. So the argument that I feel would work, right, is that the Quran calls Christ the face of God, Waji. So the idea that someone is being called the countenance of God is something that you should meditate on, because it's a very unique description, and there's other unique descriptions in there. So it speaks of him in a very unique way. And so I feel like we should yeah, actually, one interesting thing is like, so I became a Trinitarian around 2009. I had a spiritual revelation, I like to say, but it's a private revelation. So I'm not saying that I have my own book or something, right? So there's a big difference, right? So but I feel, one of the things that's been probably the greatest joy of my life is learning actually more about the history of Christianity and the different philosophical strains of Christianity, and how, even cities like Alexandria and Byzantium and Rome and Antioch, there's been very important thinkers. Also, the Eastern monastic tradition, like Saint Isaac of Nineveh, and then Saint Isaac of Saint Ephraim, and so there's a bunch of Saint Isaacs, but and Gregory Nazianzen also. So when you go into all this, it's like the main, I would feel my advice at the same time to Muslims, right? Because you posted 2 Muslim questioners. Before you dismiss their entire philosophical tradition, actually take the time to learn their history and their arguments instead of having a knee-jerk reaction. Because it's a very rich history and it's very beautiful. And actually, we're missing, even if you don't want to subscribe to it, or even if, let's say, you want to refute it, let's, go into those early centuries of, and I feel like the most productive thing out of that, because to those 2 Muslim questioners who had very aggressive, the second one wasn't Muslim, but who's trying to understand how I could reconcile these 2 beliefs, is that the more you understand the history of the first 5 centuries, 6 centuries of Christianity, the more you understand what early Islam was like. So you might even learn something about your own religion if you go into those 3rd, 4th, 5th century thinkers.
Excellent.
Yes.
And as Professor Yaffel pointed out here, I did have a previous interview with Anam where he explains his belief in some detail. I'll post a link to that in the chat now if you want to save that for later to check that out and learn more about him. With that, I think we're through the introductions. So it sounded like, David, maybe you wanted to bring up a presentation?
Yes, I have my
Okay.
little PowerPoint here.
Yeah, if I was a professional and organized, I would have asked you that before we started, but now I just have to ask you on air.
Yeah. Here, let me send that to you. At first, I was just going to share the screen. Let me send it to you right now.
Oh, I assumed you were going to share the screen. That's fine.
So I'll use the time to get something also on my chest about the Muslim, divine beauty in the Islamic tradition. There's an amazing book by William Chittick, who is a professor at SUNY, and he talks about how the 3 essentials of Islamic faith and practice, historically. So we're talking about the Middle Ages and how all those Islamic philosophers from Persia to Andalusia, they understood that divine beauty was a part of faith and practice. And the Quran actually goes into this as well, because it says that those who do good will be rewarded with beauty, or good, beautiful acts. So it's very important. Your criticism towards society in general, apologetics in general, the fact that beauty is not part of our discussion is a demerit to our own generation. Yeah. In fact, I guess I forgot to say this in my own preamble, but in fact, to complete David's introduction, of his argument, I would say beauty is the only reason to believe. But let me.
All right. Yeah. Some good preview there. So Adam 87 says 3.5 thousand years ago, or 2,000 years ago, or 1,600 years ago, not very smart folk. So I must assume that Adam 87 here is one of those rare, incredibly smart atheists who have somehow figured out that everyone in the past was dumb, even though, in fact, people in the past had the same intelligence as people today. amazing stuff here from Adam 87. He can't dispute anything actually being said, of course. So he just comes in here and says, I assume, 3,500 years ago is supposed to be the foundation of Judaism, 2,000 years ago, foundation of Christianity, and 1,600 years ago, foundation of Islam. He's a little bit off on his numbers, but I'm assuming that's what he's trying to say, that all of these religions were founded by stupid people who didn't know any better, basically.
Yeah.
Well, we can't recover from this one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Stream's over. I'm converting to atheism. I mean,
streams. I never thought about the fact that people were...
Sorry, you were saying, David?
Like, I never thought ever in my life about the fact that these things were written a long time ago. So now, there goes all my arguments. There goes all my belief. No.
Actually,
I guess that means...
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say, in the case that there were atheists 3.5 thousand years ago, I guess you'd have to say that those atheists also were not very smart folk, because apparently just the older a belief is, the less intelligent or good or true it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, go ahead, Thaddeus. It's your show.
I was going to say, yep, exactly. We all know that humanity has just gotten smarter and smarter as time has gone on. That the average human today is like the more intelligent than the greatest genius of ancient history, and so on and so forth. Except, of course, that's not remotely true. Yes, we have some advantages living in modern times. We stand on the shoulder of giants, as the expression goes, that some great genius of the past have discovered some things about the world that weren't necessarily widely known in ancient times. But ancient people were just as intelligent. They were just as capable of looking at the world and drawing conclusions about it. And I would suggest that in many ways, we are much less intelligent today. We act much dumber. We have much less connection to one another. And scientifically speaking, it's been proven that all of our modern electronic devices are destroying our ability to think deeply. The brain can work one of two ways. It can work rapidly, right? It can and give a rapid answer to something, or it can think deeply and give a philosophical, well thought out answer to something. And it's kind of an either or at any given time. And because of the way our societies are set up, we're very much trained for those quick answers. And thus the parts of our brain that think deeply are in poor shape today, on average. Not any individual. Can't draw any conclusions about any given individual from that. But on average, we have much more ability to think quickly and much less ability to think deeply than people of the past. And yet, this is supposed to be the time where the great intellectual revival has happened and atheism has suddenly become viable. Coincidence? I don't know.
You're right. You're so right.
And Perfect Dawa, who is also a Muslim, is in the chat. He says, can I join? Would you mind that, Anam?
I feel, with all due respect to Perfect Dawa, it might sideways our discussion. Like, for example, one of my goals for this stream is I was watching the stream last week, right? And then when you were trying to convince the guy, then you were having the discussion about the prophet's legacy versus Christ's legacy, and then what's into duo fallacy. Then we were talking about logical fallacies. Then it was a completely loggerheads conversation. So I feel like this is a harmony and consensus. If I could try to follow along with David as much here as I can, instead of it'll be a loggerhead conversation.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
Perfectly reasonable answer. This time was set aside for you, so it is your call as to what we do today.
Gracias.
All right, so I think David's got his presentation up. Right now you're sharing the PowerPoint, but I don't know if you've started the presentation.
Actually click the little present. Let's see if it actually works. Okay.
There you go.
Nice. Okay. That's great. Alrighty. And so, as I'm presenting this, I won't be able to see any of you or any of the screen, but it's all right. I'm sure y'all can let me know whenever we can take a breather or a pause. Usually I want to pause after each slide because each slide has some information, so I think it's good to make sure we understand what's going on each slide before we move on. But this is Beauty, an argument for Christianity and the Christian God from effects to cause. This is my philosophical argument, and again, Anam and I had a good discussion, even if it was only 5 minutes. It really was, I thought, very, very wonderful. We also talked about the Trinity and how that works really well, I think, in an understanding of beauty, the nature of beauty. I've been working on this general concept for about 6 months now. And so a lot of the stuff that you'll see here is, just small snippets of what my full research and argument is, but that's fine because by discussing it, we'll actually end up getting to the whole of the research. And so I'm really excited just to talk about the nature of beauty and some of the resources that I thought were quite useful. Number one, Hans Urs von Balthasar. Hans Urs von Balthasar, bit of a mouthful of a name, but he is considered to be the, I don't want to say the father of, but like the master of beatific and aesthetic study. And when I say aesthetic, I mean of or referring to the study of beauty. So he's considered to be the major master Christian scholar of aesthetics and beauty. He was, and that's throughout all church history, by the way. And he was in the last century, 20th century. So it's pretty amazing that we have a master or the master of a certain field of Christian study just last century. Usually people go all the way back to Thomas Aquinas. I say that because I'm a Thomist, and so I do as well. But it's amazing to find people more recent who had become, masters of very specific fields of Christian and philosophical thinking and theology. So I went with some of the work of Aidan Nichols and his analysis of Hans Urs von Balthasar. Also, I really loved what I saw with Dr. Gavin Ortland's work on why God makes sense in a world that doesn't. And he talks about the beauty of Christian theism in this book, which I got as a gift for free from Dr. Ortland when he came to he was in a debate around where I live. And so he gave me a free copy of his book. He was a really nice guy. And then thirdly, Dr. Norman Geisler's Systematic Theology, Volume 2. It talks about the attributes of God and the nature of creation. And so in this book, it has quite a bit to say about beauty. And so those are the general resources I used. There's also a lot of random articles I had to draw from and a lot of biological study I had to look at to figure out some questions about dolphins, but we'll get to that later. So with all that being said, how can we define beauty? So according to Norman Geisler, he says, and many church fathers agree with him, that the essence of beauty, and when we talk about essences, the best kind of definition is something that captures the essence of the object described or the essence described, is that which is being perceived pleases. So whatever thing you're seeing, it pleases the one who's experiencing it. Perceiving it, that's better, perceiving. Elsewhere, he explains the theological definition of beauty as being, existence. That's what we mean by being with a capital B, being insofar as it is pleasurable, right? And so being some state of existence as far as it's pleasurable is what we call beauty. And so I should really focus on the word perceived as well, being insofar as it is pleasurable with or without perception. But perception allows us to experience the pleasure and the quality of pleasure already in it. And perceived here does not refer to visual perception. None of these people actually. Norman Geisler is not saying that this is a visual experience. He's just saying perception. Perception just means that you are aware of something. The intellect is aware of something. So obviously, we can mention things that are visually beautiful. Anam, what do you think would be maybe one or two examples of things you think are visually beautiful?
The Grand Canyon.
Nice, right? Yeah, yes, perfect, exactly. This massive structure that's really nice, and you can see the stratification on the sides of the walls, and it's beautiful.
I'll give another one because it really means a lot more to me personally. I remember I immigrated from India to the USA in 1989. So I was about 3 years old, and we took an Amtrak around 92 to Niagara Falls. So I must have been like 5 years old, and we sat on a train. We went all the way to Niagara Falls, and we even went on a boat that took us, like, you had to wear raincoats. The ferry took us by the mist of Niagara Falls. And I remember, because there's 7 waterfalls there. And I just remember I was talking to my mom like 20 years later, 30 years later. And I was telling her, like, when you see something that young, that gorgeous and beautiful, you know that only God could have created such a place, right? And it's gonna, my atheist friends are gonna laugh at me a bit, but because they think, of course we know geological processes create waterfalls, like there's nothing divine there. But having said that, I'm talking about my emotional, intellectual response at 5, 6 years old, and it's like all around you, and they're each bigger, they're each larger than life, and like I remember just as a child, though, like yeah, let's go ahead.
No, I'm just saying you're exactly right. You're exactly right on it. This is really important, and yes, I'll have in a lot of my discussions with the people I interviewed, a vast majority of them were atheists, and yet when worded in a way that they can understand, and when using analogy, it actually becomes clear to them that whenever they try to use those reductive claims and reductive arguments, saying, oh, well, geological processes cause this, and I could say that doesn't explain why it's beautiful, right? The common reduction down to simple parts and processes isn't sufficient to explain the beauty of it. And I would, if somebody ever says that to you again, I would say that let's talk about a painting. You could break a painting down to say, oh, well, we know how the painting formed. So, we just know the processes of the paintbrush went against the canvas, and certain colors of the paint mixed together to form certain arrangements. And then the molecules, right, absorb certain wavelengths of light, and the one they reflect is the color that we see. And I would say you've done nothing except explain the components of the thing observed. I'm thinking about the beauty of it, number one, and also why it's beautiful, right? And so I'm right with you there. When people try to reduce something like beauty down to random material components without explaining why those are not related to beauty, or in our case, why they are, then they kind of miss the whole point. I think they missed the whole point. People taking the Maiden of the Mist over to to Niagara Falls, and being able to cover up and seeing those things that are, again, larger than life. That's really important language that I'll get into later. It points at something fundamental to the experience of beauty. And people who would try to scoff at that, number one, as you had mentioned earlier, I think that reveals something very profoundly upsetting about our current culture, in that people so quickly scoff at beauty as if it's sort of purely objective, it's with no grounding concretely in reality, and so they completely reject it, and that's dangerous as a postmodernist subjectivist notion. But number two, it also reflects poorly on their own life. What is the delight? What is the experience that one feels and knows and perceives and pursues, if not that which is the beautiful? And the beautiful itself has some other interesting companions that I'll talk about on the next slide, or 2 slides from here. So
Yeah,
I
so
think
real quick,
go ahead.
before you go on, a couple comments from the audience along the lines of what you're saying. So Mick said, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. And Una said, because beauty is subjective, it's not necessarily the best way to prove God's existence to the cynic. So a couple of comments along the lines of what you're saying. I just wanted to bring them up to illustrate the kind of, and both of these comments are from Christians, the kind of comments that are often used to dismiss this type of argument. I'm sure that you'll be addressing those, but I wanted to get them out there.
Yes. And I think this is important because that very phrase, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, that phrase that is used all the time without actually, people asking what that really means and if it's actually completely true. It's overused so much that it was the thing that drove my essay. It's one of the phrases that drove my entire essay. Number one, into starting it, and number two, into keeping the essay going into those later pages, 30 pages on. Because when people say beauty is in the eye of the beholder, I walk them through a little thought experiment to see if they really believe that. If people truly believe that beauty is purely subjective, then we should be able to say, well, since we know it's purely subjective, then that means that we know that any perception people have of beauty has no negative or positive reflection of their internal state of affairs, right? I mean, it's purely subjective. It's just opinion. So that means that you can't have a wrong opinion about it. And therefore, you can't have any negative assessments of people based off their perceptions of beauty, is what the case should be for people who claim that beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Let's walk through a little thought experiment, because I was expecting this pretty early on, so I'm glad the phrase came up without me having to say it. That's great. Let's walk through a thought experiment. The two of you, let's say Thaddeus and Anam, are watching the news. I actually use this in all of my interviews, by the way. I've said this now hundreds of times to people. Let's say you two are watching the news, and on the news, you're watching the live television, the news, and the news reporter, as you're watching it, enjoying a good time together, you see somebody go to the news reporter live on TV, and they start stabbing the person multiple times in the face. Let's say 10 times in the face with a knife. What would be your reactions or responses, the both of you, to seeing that?
Horror, recoil.
Yeah, disgust.
Yeah, horror, recoil, disgust, shock, negative shock, obviously. That's excellent. That's excellent. Now, and be as honest as you can with this one. Imagine I walk into the room as you're seeing this happening, and I look at the screen, and I see that it's the live feed of the news station, and I say, "Wow, that's beautiful. That's wonderful." What would your reaction? What would your reactions be to that?
I'd be pretty perplexed. I'd assume the worst about you.
Yeah, I'd say my first thought would be something's wrong with you, or maybe you didn't actually see what was going on or something like that. There might be denial, but if I was sure that you'd seen it, then I would definitely think there's something wrong with you.
Yes, exactly. Right. Both of you are spot on. And this is how people in a proper cognitive state think about this situation. I think there's only no, actually, I haven't heard an exception in all of my interviews yet. So never mind. There hasn't been an exception yet. But in all of my interviews with people on this exact situation, they all come down to the thought of this, right? There's something wrong with me. Or they would simply, for the really bold ones, they would say, okay, yeah. But yeah, you would probably say there's something wrong with me. And you would be correct, by the way. I'm actually saying that your responses are the proper response that people should have, and the proper response people do have. So the reason that this is a proper response is because if beauty was just in the eye of the beholder, then we would live in a world where people act and think as if any predication of beauty, attributing beauty to any instance, any event, any action, would be met with some sort of, perhaps mild disagreement, if that. But generally, you would just say, "Oh, well, that's how you feel," and your mind and your brain and your mind would both have as equal validity and ability to identify beauty as much as mine does. So if you consider that to be beautiful, your mind and your brain are both equally able and justified in giving that predication of beauty. And there's no way that I can say that you are more right or more wrong than myself in my description of beauty. And I shouldn't think there's anything wrong with you for any description you give. I would just say, yeah, that's your opinion, and then you'd all just be like, "Oh, your truth is your truth. You live it up, David. You live it up. You see that person getting stabbed in the face, and you are totally valid in thinking the way that you do." thankfully, neither of you said that, and I'm really happy that that's the case. Because if you didn't, or if either of you did say something like that, I'd be significantly more concerned about something, because then I'd say there's something wrong with you, right? And so the very fact that we all recognize, and all the people I've interviewed in different states that I've been to interview people, all of these people recognize either that you're wrong, or they'd say there's something wrong with you. Now, of course, if you say there's something wrong with you, then by definition, you're saying the person's wrong, right? You're saying that that's not how a proper functioning brain and mind works in ascertaining and understanding beauty. So for all the people who, and this isn't against the people who said this in the comments, I think our culture has messed up the way we think of beauty. So this isn't on them. But I would say that stating beauty is in the eye of the beholder is an empty phrase that doesn't actually truly reflect the world that we live in, right? Plus, it doesn't fully reflect the argument being made. Muslims.
So yeah, I wanted to bring this up real
okay.
quick. There was the humorous comment about Allahu Akbar, and then Professor Yalfa has provided the example above. Muslims, or at least some Muslims, considered the massacre of Jews to be beautiful. Well, I mean, one, we could say there's something wrong with someone who would say that, but two, perhaps think of it in a different light. Now, think about someone who has committed heinous crimes. They have, let's just say, raped and murdered multiple women, and they've been convicted. They've had their appeals, and then they're put to death by the state. Clearly, that's a different category, right? Whatever your opinion about the death penalty is, clearly it's a different category than just someone randomly killing someone else. So to at least
right, but you're still taking a life by the state, by the way.
Right, yeah. Right, yeah. So to the mindset of many Muslims who would consider this, they would be saying that this is carrying out justice. That's why it's beautiful. They're not saying that the killing itself is random. Plus, they probably wouldn't necessarily use the word beautiful. I mean, I don't generally hear people describe, even if they think a massacre or killing or death penalty is justified, they usually don't use the word beautiful. So I'm not really sure it is an exception to the example provided.
It's excellent, well said, Thaddeus. And I even say to Yafel that, again, this is a slight mistake in terms of thinking that this is truly a way to break this narrative, right, that I presented. Because, again, I'm not saying it's impossible for someone to say that, stabbing someone in the face is beautiful. I'm not saying it's impossible for somebody to say that. I'm saying, and the whole point of the little story I presented was to say, if somebody did, then our thoughts would be that there is something wrong with that person, right? And so any example that anybody provides of people thinking something awful is beautiful would either, number one, show that there's something wrong at the foundation with, that person or persons, or number two, that they're looking at some sort of quality that they think to be beautiful, even if they are still, there's something wrong with them because they're predicating it to something that ought not be supported as a general action, right? And so you could even say, yeah, there's a beatific or aesthetic quality, moral beatific and aesthetic quality to the murder of Jews at Khaybar or something, right? Because I know a lot of people, even where I am, I've heard some protests where people shout Khaybar next to some of the synagogues and stuff.
Right.
And so
it's a taunt. Mm-hmm.
Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. No, sorry, go ahead. I was just agreeing. Yeah, I've heard that too.
Yeah, and so, and I've been hearing that, and I recently learned exactly like why that is. And so, again, this only expresses that there's something foundationally and fundamentally wrong from which people develop that kind of thinking. But even then, you could say, okay, they're looking at one quality of the action, and I think that's called metonymy, where you take one small thing and make it the entirety. So they're looking at one small quality of the act, and they're saying the entire act is beautiful. I think that's also another error in the mental and even, I'd say, spiritual reasoning going on there. You could say, oh, well, I think justice is beautiful, but then that doesn't mean that this act is either just or, you might perceive justice in it, but that doesn't mean that it's truly just, as in it's within the right standing of the moral law that we know to be true through, a proper moral and meta-ethical study. So again, all of this is to say that anyone who disagrees about a thing that's beautiful, that something that should otherwise be horrendous, doesn't actually break my narrative or my story. It shows that there's something fundamentally wrong, which reaffirms what the whole point of the example was.
Yeah, if let me push back also against Professor Yaffle over here, and and also that, I mean, by the way, I want to say I did make a note. Thaddeus does select great comments, even though the one about the Allahu Akbar was up on the screen a little bit longer than I would have liked. But again, very insightful, poignant comments, and it goes right along with what we're talking about. And we're continuing it. So, for example, what that person described was basically political violence. Right. And then political violence. This is a way down a rabbit hole and things like that. But I remember Stephen Colbert, after the killing of Osama bin Laden, he said, "God, I hope I never feel this good about somebody dying again." So, it's a very funny thing, when that's, when somebody said it's in the eye of the beholder. So for example, let's say somebody living in Vietnam, for us, the American Revolution was great because it established a country that established religious freedom, established a country that established political liberties for its citizens. It's a great thing. But, for the Iroquois, George Washington took a break from the Revolutionary War attacking the British. He went to upstate New York to kill basically all the Iroquois. So to the Iroquois, it's a bad thing. Maybe somebody in Vietnam in the 1960s, it was a really bad thing, North Vietnam, let's say. So there's a lot of, if you're going to go down the path of political violence, good and bad is just, now we're debating politics. So we've kind of like gone away from philosophy and eternal truths to was the American Revolution a good thing? Was it a bad thing? It's best to keep the analogy simplified, but okay, I'll pause there.
Yeah, and I'd even add this, because I think perhaps Professor Yaffle, if I give a different example, Professor Yaffle is Christian, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So Professor Yaffle, you probably believe in the notion of objective moral truths, and so you could say, oh, there's objective morality, right? If you say that there's objective morality, and I say, well, some people disagree with those objective morals, would you say that therefore there are no objective morals? No, you would just say that some people disagree with the objective moral truths, right? That doesn't make the objective moral truths any less objectively true. And so your issue is that you're taking subjective experiences and saying, therefore, it nullifies objective existences, right? Because by your own logic, we have to say, well, because some people disagree about objective moral truths, therefore, there are no objective moral truths. They're all wrong and subjective, right? And so that's what I'm trying to get at. Using your own language, Professor Yaffle, you said, well, David said, if some people say it's awful, as an example, when it's beautiful, or the other way around, that shows that David is wrong and it's subjective. Again, I would say you'd have to apply that to morals as well, objective moral truths, because then you'd have to say, oh, well, some people disagree with what is objectively morally good, and therefore there are no objective moral truths, and we know that that is fallacious. And so, again, that applies to this exact same scenario with objective beauty. You cannot say objective beauty does not exist by accounting for people who disagree with objective beauty and those objective beatific values. Does that make sense? Have I made that clear by comparing it to objective morals?
Yeah, I think that your point is clear. Obviously, not everyone will accept something, but I think the point's clear, so we can move on.
All right. And so back to it here. So there are these things called the transcendentals. The transcendentals are these really well understood and very ancient concepts of these transcendental qualities that go beyond particular categories. In a certain sense, you could say they're the thing that permeate all categories which is why they're called transcendental or universals. So there are sometimes different listings, but the general transcendental qualities of existence are considered to be unity, beauty, goodness, and truth. Some people would actually have a fifth one and say love, but I would say that love and goodness are directly tied because love is desiring or willing the goodness for another and of another. So I'd say that you don't really need love because love is included in the goodness, if that makes sense. So the four transcendental qualities are unity, beauty, goodness, and truth. Or for unity, they say oneness. That's in Balthazar's book as well. Beauty is a transcendental quality, which is usually meant to indicate that it is universal, as in not being confined by, but goes beyond and transcends all particular categories. So the one I'm focusing on here is beauty, but I will say this. And we know that there's beauty from the sensuous experiences. They mean sensory when they say sensuous, which presents and withdraws it, right? So you can have some things that are presenting beauty and other things that actually are beautiful because they're trying to obscure something temporarily and then reveals it and again conceals it. It's this evanescent kind of bubbling experience. And so that's an important thing because then when people say, oh, well, from my perspective right now, that's not beautiful. And then when they learn more about the situation, when they better understand the situation in its wholeness, then they say, oh, I guess that is beautiful. The situation that's being observed never actually changed. It's the observer themselves who grew with the ability to see the beauty in it. And so even with it, going back to that example where they say, oh, well, some Muslims are shouting Khaybar and rejoicing at the murder of Jewish people in Israel. And therefore, since right now they think that that's beautiful, that means that it's not actually, that there's no such thing as objective beauty.
There's no such thing as beauty, right?
Exactly, right? And so the issue is that in the same way, imagine that there is a tree.
Go
ahead.
To add to that, because I'm even remarked, even forget the political violence ones. The one which the person who said that people weren't that smart 1.6 centuries ago and 2,000 years ago and 4,000 years ago. I was gonna offer, but I didn't want to just exposit on my own personal life and my own personal journey all the time. I was gonna say I have a bachelor's degree in political science and religion. So, but I don't floss my intelligence. I try not to show it off. My degree because it's just a bachelor's degree. And another thing is I also admit which classes I got a D in. So I got a D in. I'll just talk about one now. So I got a D in philosophy class. I didn't do the work, but more importantly, I was 18 years old. I was a freshman in college. I couldn't do the work. So we had to read Socrates and the one with Miletus. And so, I remember being so bored and I'm not even and I was very much into debating politics. So being in this knee jerk, left, right, everything's in a discourse of you're either pro-Israeli or pro-Palestinian, you're either pro this party or pro that party. I was like this long drawn out philosophical discussion between the interlocutor and Socrates himself is just not how I would approach it. So I would have different responses to Socrates. So I actually thought the whole thing was stupid. It's like I wouldn't, for me, the modern assumptions of, nation states and political liberties were just assumed. So why would Socrates be debating he asks, is everybody good at taming a horse, or is only one person among 100 or 200 300 gonna be able to tame a Mustang or a colt? And clearly only one person is. So I got a D in philosophy, but after I had my spiritual realization and I came to believe in the Holy Trinity, I was able to absorb basically all of Plato, all of that's about it, but Xenophon and Aristophanes, I tried to check out whatever I could on Socrates, and that stuff is just so interesting. But yeah, so I mean, the same way though, I after I graduated, I became very much an aficionado of Plato, but I wasn't capable of understanding the beauty in Greek philosophical thought, and it's the foundational work of Western Civ. So these things are eternal, true. It talks about a unity of coherent thought, Yeah.
No, honestly, that is such an excellent example. I thank you so much for that, because that's exactly what I was about to talk about. I think people, either in the comments or just in general, say that someone's current experience of not being able to see the beauty in something, or seeing beauty where there is none, either way that we go about that, that means therefore there's no objective beauty. But the real truth is that there are these eternal qualities of beauty, and we have to be the ones to grow into understanding them, even with objective moral truths. It's true that a child, very small, might not have the clearest understanding of the notion of fairness, which we more strongly develop into justice, but they might not fully understand or comprehend that. That doesn't mean that all of a sudden fairness, fully formed as justice, is now no longer an objective moral truth. It just means that they are in a state of being where they cannot see that reality for how it actually is and always has been. In the same way that if I am, on a hill, right? I'm here on a hill walking with maybe a niece or a nephew or something who's smaller than me. And so I see the tree up here, and at my height, I'm able to see the tree. And I say, oh, there's a tree up there. They're so small, they can't see beyond the hill. And so they would say, I don't see any tree. And I would say, oh, well, just keep on walking up. And imagine if they said, well, I can't see a tree, so it doesn't matter if I keep on walking up. There is no tree. And then they just turned around and walked away. I would say, no, just keep walking up where you are. And as you are, you cannot see the tree for where it is and what it is. Just walk up a little bit more. And so imagine that they walked up towards the top of the hill, and now they can finally, at their height, look beyond the top of the hill and see the tree. They would say, oh, look, the tree, it just appeared there. And I would say, no, you're the one who moved, not the tree. You're and kids, they struggle with object permanence sometimes. So they'd be like, well, where'd that come from? No, you're the one that moved. And the necessity of you to move to see the tree as it is and where it is in no way meant that you caused the tree to come into existence, or that it didn't exist when you didn't see it. And so back to the comments that people were making and probably still are making, again, just because some person or even groups of people in their current position in life see beauty where there is none, or don't see beauty where there is beauty, that doesn't actually negate the existence of objective beauty. That just means that they need to get some more work to understand and see the full picture. And so I love your example, Anam. I think you really like that. That's exactly what I'm thinking about. Even in my essay, I actually give an example of just like that, to show that the call for us to change to see the beauty in no way causes the beauty itself.
So another comment from Professor Yaffel here. So you're saying God decides what is beautiful?
That's an interesting question. God decides what is beautiful. I don't know if I'd say so simply that God decides what is beautiful, as God's creation per se, in its original state, is beautiful because it's made by a perfect creator. And that even because I do believe that God's intention remains despite human fault, even when humans fail and fault and cause sin to enter into the system, the quality of beauty still exists in those things created by God. And so in all of this, right, what I'm saying is that simply saying God decides what's beautiful and says what's not as a random arbitrary notion misses what it is. What it is beatific or beautiful quality is present in things because God made them, because he's beautiful and he's a perfect creator. Now you could say, oh, well, there's some things that are more beautiful and some things that are less beautiful. And I would say, sure, right? But that doesn't change the fact that there's some beatific quality in those things created by God. Not because just of what they are, but because of who God is. Since he is a wonderful, perfect creator, it is because of his very nature and essence that those things he makes are beautiful as well. So that's a great question from Professor Yaffel. I think, oddly enough, what that reminds me of? That reminds me of the Euthyphro dilemma, but where he's like, oh,
Is the good good because the
right,
gods make it so, or do the gods choose what is good and that's why?
exactly, right. And so Professor Yoffel kind of made like a beatific, like an aesthetic version of that. That's kind of funny. So I guess sometimes those things stay. Yeah, same here, KO. It shocked and surprised me to find out that so many Christians are offended and hostile to the idea of objective beauty. Very tragic. And it is surprising, but also do have some grace with people. When you're raised in the kind of cultures that we are, it becomes easy, if not feels like intuitive, to simply dismiss objective beauty, right? People are just very quick to say, whatever. Who cares about it? That's nonsense. Because I guess in a very deep theological way, you'd actually have to say, as a Christian, that you have to believe in objective beauty because God is objectively beautiful, right? So, in a very profound and simple way, as a Christian, if I believe that God is objectively beautiful because the Bible says that He is, because it says that holiness is beautiful and God is thrice holy, 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 then obviously that would have to mean that God is beautiful. True beauty would depend on whether God would think it's beautiful or not. Yes, in as much as it's made by Him, right? I don't know. Maybe Anam, you might want to add something to that. Maybe they're missing something.
I'm sure that's coming up in one of your slides. But I would just Thaddeus, you have such a demanding audience. They're just like they demand to be entertained. So but I would just say to throw a bone to your last two audience questions about the no Trinity. Shake my head. I would just let me throw a bone to that comment.
So before you answer that, just to be
Yes.
clear, Una was kind of scolding the people in the audience who have been obsessing with your statement that you're a Trinitarian Muslim. Okay. So she wasn't asking you to answer this, but other people have been.
Okay.
So just to be clear.
Well, I like I said, I always try to find an excuse to exposit on the Holy Trinity. So let me
go ahead, pop off. You got it.
So something useful for the audience too. Anyone who, because we have a lot of questions who are just struggling with what we're saying and what like I have 2 pages of notes on like David's slides. I think quoting Balthazar and quoting the Griesler guy, Geisler, is just very like even one sentence is so profound. We could spend like a couple of hours just talking about each of those slides. So and let me give it, and we also have atheists in the chat. So let me give a physical example, right? I've recently got into high-end speakers. Now those can go for thousands of dollars. So we're just talking about a couple $100 here. So a stereo image is formed by having 2 speakers at the exact same distance of your ears. So they should form an isosceles triangle with you in the center. So that when you form that image, we're talking about a movie or music or vinyl, especially because, I'm talking about real instruments and real singers, okay, not synthesized vocals over here. So, so if you put on some, some 1960s vinyl or something and put in some really good speakers and that image that's formed, you're almost like it's supposed to recreate how it feels to be in the studio when those tracks were performed, when the audience was because they all used to be in a single room at the time and stuff like that, so that's a recreation of the exact image. And people who are vinyl heads, they swear that like a CD is not going to do it, or like your Spotify is not going to do it, but you need to have the vinyl and the $5,000 speakers. But you will sound like the trumpets in the room and the singers in the room, and it recreates the exact experience. So you're not there, but you're there as close as possible. And this is why people spend like hundreds of thousands of dollars on studio imaging equipment. So you can form an image if you have, and we only have 2 ears. So with just 2 sources of information, left and right, you can form an image that is ethereal phenomenal, but I've only spent $220 on speakers and $120 on a subwoofer, and my idea of what sound is totally transformed. My favorite albums sound like they're totally new. My favorite artists are transcendental. So the Gospels, they form a stereoscopic image of Christ. When you read them and you go into especially the synoptics, so when Christians talk about having a relationship with Christ or knowing Christ, how do you know somebody that you've never met, right? Other than, private revelation, is that you have this image from devoting yourself to these works and immersing yourself in scripture. So, yes, that is how the Trinity relates to beauty, because the person of Christ, you can know God, you can know Christ through the Gospels, and you can know God through Christ. So something that's like very unknown, right, which is the Father, very ungraspable, which is the, something that existed before everything that ever was, right? How can a finite being understand infinity? Impossible. But if you can have a relationship with Christ and understand the person of Christ, and like I said, form that stereoscopic image, form that image through text, that's how beauty comes into this.
Amen. No, that's exactly right. I think that's so wonderfully said. Thinking about Colossians 1:15.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to clip that out and put that as a separate one. Muslim explains the beauty of the Bible or something like that.
I think so.
Right, but, I mean, all joking on the title aside, it was a wonderful description.
Yes, it's true, and I think that really calls to Colossians 1:15, right? Christ is the image of the invisible God, and that's really powerful, right? Because we are made in the image of God, which of course a lot of Babylonian targums from the Old Testament thought, well, that's strange, because how can we be made in the image of God unless there is an image of God? And then, of course, Colossians 1:15 says that Christ is the image of God, right? The uncreated, eternal image of God. And so that's very profound and powerful. That's something that has to be dealt with. And it's a very powerful reality to know that we can know beauty by knowing Christ. Because in knowing Christ, we know the one in whose image we were made and the one into whose image we're being conformed daily through proper relationship with him. And so I do hope there's this quality of beauty that's later in the PowerPoint that gets into the strangeness of beauty, and we'll get into that later. But all you can is
So yeah, I got this one. So Max, I don't know, ironic name, right? Max, I don't know, 2022 says, sorry, I pulled up the wrong one. He made two comments.
This one had me like, what?
Sorry, that was the continuation of this comment. I accidentally clicked on the wrong one. He said, "This is by far the worst channel ever made in this platform. The whole channel is basically just a bunch of people trying to be funny and aren't looking for a discussion in general." I have no idea why you would say that. I would be far more likely to get the opposite criticism. I'm guessing that you've probably never watched the channel and you just showed up and left a generic insult, because most people would be like, this whole channel is just very boring. It has long discussions and there's no entertainment at all. Now, that would also be an exaggeration, but it would be closer to the truth than this comment. So I have no idea what that's about. And then, yeah, he followed it up. And every time someone joins, all you can do is basically make fun of them in real life. And why do you guys believe in God in this decade? This is 2023. We are living in where we learn more about science. How amazing is this comment, actually, right? So he says every time someone joins, you make fun of them in real life, which I have never done, ever. And
we haven't
to
done
any
so
caller
far.
who called
Yeah.
in. But then he tries to make fun of us, right, for believing in God. So, hey, thank you for disproving yourself. I don't know, 2022.
Yeah, and some good books, because maybe the person just hasn't. Yeah, I mean, besides the fact that they're inconsistent, maybe they just need to see that science and faith in God are not incompatible. I recommend Dr. Michael Guillen. He's a quantum physicist from Harvard. I recommend his book, Believing is Seeing. It's a very powerful book about how his studies of quantum physics actually helped him in his journey towards Christ. And so Dr. Mikhail Guillen, yeah, I'm guessing that other person was projecting. So that's probably what happened. But I think that's a good book. And I hope that people can realize that there's a lot of evidence for God that we can come to know through logical argumentation, philosophy, and that science is in no way against the nature of the study of God. Also, good point, says the guy with the 2022 username.
Yeah, 2022 in his username, which you can change your username at any time. So he could update that username if he wanted to. A for the teacher says, is the crucified Jesus more beautiful? Or I'll take out the word more since I don't know its comparison to it. Just, is the crucified Jesus beautiful, period?
That's excellent. That is such a great one. I talked with a family member about this a couple months ago during a long car ride. And so, is the crucified Jesus more beautiful? What we can do, and I talked about this a bit before, is that you're able to look at aspects of an event or a circumstance and find beauty in certain aspects of it, right? For instance, I can look at myself getting a shot at the doctor, I get a little shot in my arm, and so I can say that the pain I experience is not beautiful, right? And that's just true. I don't like it. It's a big owie, and I don't like that on my arm. The medical term owie, ouch, But I will say that the desire for preservation and the maintenance of health, greater health, for a greater quality of life, is something that is a more beautiful desire, right? And that just simply is a beautiful desire and a beautiful pursuit, the preservation of life and life of a good quality. So that's wonderful. Bittersweet beauty. Yes, that's great. I think that's true because bittersweet accounts for the aspects that are bitter and horrifying and upsetting, right? The lashings of Christ that he calls us to be his own, and yet his skin hangs off of his body like ribbons. And we see the exposed flesh, his body being broken for us.
Lacerated.
Yeah, like there's horror in the affects to the body.
Like the flagella had like hooks on it. So like, anyway. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Those like flagella with a cat of nine tails and all those, like, it is disgusting horror to behold his body stricken, right? Even one lash on Christ or even one hit on Christ is a horror that's unimaginable. To think that the perfect Lamb of God, who did no wrong, takes even one hit, let alone the horrible beating that he did receive. And so we can properly call the acts done against Christ to be horrible. But we can look at the willingness of Christ to take this torture, this punishment, all of this wicked beating and abuse. We can see his willingness to do that for his people, for his bride, as a beautiful sacrifice, a beautiful and I'll even say heroic and majestic sacrifice, that any such will could be so strong as to do this for a broken people who often would reject or hate him until coming to know him. And so I think that's important to, in life, think of the aspects that are beautiful and the aspects that are not, because something doesn't have to be absolutely 100% beautiful in all of its aspects, but rather we can see distinctions in the parts of the action and in the events. I think that's a really good question.
Yeah, a couple comments from the audience as well. Houston says the beauty is in the resurrection, not in the death, but the death that was required in order for the beauty to happen afterwards. Nina, however, says, like usually justice and mercy may contradict, but on that cross, mercy and justice meets. That's beautiful.
Yes.
So
actually, yeah.
A couple good thoughts from
That's a really good
the
insight,
audience
actually,
there.
because beauty may be that contradiction being overcome, right? Like,
yeah, it's actually one of the reasons why I even, obviously you mentioned this before, and I agree, the power and place of beauty as the meeting grounds between the intellect and the emotive experience, right? You can have that emotional state and the intellectual state meet in beauty. And I think that in beauty, you also have justice and mercy finding its meeting place. One of my general arguments for beauty is that it is the meeting ground for a lot of different concepts. A lot of different concepts come to their climax, if you will, to their conclusion, to their fullness in beauty. Those things which otherwise would seem contradictory actually find their unity in beauty and their truth in beauty. And so I think it's far more powerful of a quality than we give it much thought or respect for.
So Max is still here apparently, and he says everything I said is logical. We need to find the truth that God is just an imagination, and we are taught by their parents. I think you mean our parents, but anyway, the only reason why we believe in God is because of politicals and communities.
Wait a second, let me add him.
If doesn't exist, the imagination of God wouldn't exist. So, so Max, I don't know. David will respond to you here in a second. But I will say, if you want to have an extended discussion with me, I'm open to that. We can hear about all of your logic and all of your what you're advocating for, that we all come to the truth of the fact that God is just imaginary. You can make your best arguments and we can discuss them. All you have to do is email me, thaddeus@reasonedanswers.com. I'll put that in the chat, also in the video description. Set up a time. We can have the discussion. Should be great. Non-entertainment with not making fun of anyone, since that was your first objection. Go ahead, David.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, they said that their comment was logical, but as they were saying that, they made it an illogical, or as we would say, a logical fallacy. They said the only reason why we believe in God is because of politicals and parents and being taught by parents. But then he's also stating that God is just imaginary. He's not real. So he's saying we know that God is not real because the only reason we believe in God is because of politicals, politics, communities, whatever that means, and parents. Here's the issue. That's a logical fallacy, known as the genetic fallacy. The genetic fallacy holds that just because you explain where someone gets a belief from doesn't discredit the belief, right? So let's consider this. Someone shows me that 2 + 2 = 4. And I say, how dare you? The only reason you believe that 2 + 2 = 4 is because your parents told you. Now you could understand that that doesn't actually answer the question, okay, but does 2 + 2 actually equal 4? They could say, well, it doesn't matter because your community taught you that. And I'm asking, again, it's not about where I got my information from or how I learned it. The question is it true? And so back to this person's point, you can't simply say, oh, well, you got it from your parents, therefore it's not true. It's just imaginary. That's not how that works. Even if, or, we could say, oh, well, my parents told me that God is not real. And I could say, oh, look, well, their parents said that God is not real, which means the only reason they believe in atheism is because of their parents and their politicals and their communities. So obviously that means that atheism must be false. No, that'd be an awful argument on my part. Are you kidding? I'd be a silly fool if I said something like that, And so now, of course, they think that's a good argument, but it's not. And so I would hope they don't think I just made a good argument. To be clear, I did not make a good argument. The argument I just gave about atheism was purposefully not a good argument. It's a genetic fallacy. So don't say, never mind, now I believe David because he showed me that some parents teach atheism. No. That's not how we study philosophies and worldviews.
Absolutely. One other comment from the audience I wanted to bring up here, or a question from A for the teacher. Do you need evidence to know? It says he, but I'm just going to say something is beautiful. Do you need evidence to know something is beautiful?
I'm going to talk about that in like a slide or two. So
excellent.
Yeah.
So hold that thought, and we'll get right to that.
Yeah. Perfect. All righty. So let me put your
slides back up then.
Yeah. And so this is where we had left ourselves last time, the transcendentals, of which beauty is one. And there's a really interesting article for anybody who wants this presentation that talks about why we love the transcendentals without even knowing it. Again, even when people cannot verbalize the things that they love in nature, they still love them, right? And not only do they love them, but they pursue them. The Northern Lights, the Grand Canyon, the wonders of the world, as we call them, for a lot of those wonderful things. And so we should wonder why humans have this desire within them for the pursuit, even to negative affect to themselves, negative consequence of certain beatific experiences, right? So, and we'll get to that. But and the strangest part at the bottom, and the strangest part is that these transcendentals are said to be all present within each other. So what is said to be truly true must also be truly good and also one. It must be unified. It must reflect something as a unified quality. And so same with beautiful, that which is truly beautiful in it, and perhaps I should say in its fullest sense, that which is most fully beautiful for whatever it is, must express some form of goodness and truth. It must correctly describe reality as it ought to be, and unity. There must be some sense of a unified statement of beauty in that predication, in that attribute of beauty. So this goes into what my specific philosophical findings and discussions have been. After a lot of research and a small set of a few hundred of interviews, it would seem at first that, and some would say that there are two separate entities of beauty and beatific experience. There's the beauty of artifacts, and artifact just means something made by a human, and then beauty of nature and natural things. Now, again, this is what people would try to wager and argue, that there's two separate magisterium, right? There's these two separate magisteria, one of the artifacts and one of nature. There's beauty in nature and beauty in artifacts. So I'll explain why I think this is, there's no good reason to necessarily have to separate these two. And I'll get into that once I get through this. But the qualities of the beauty of an artifact, something made like a painting or a sculpture or a movie or a book or something, would be that there is some sense of order. And by order, I mean, intelligible relationships between parts, which is a type of unity. And so you'll notice that a lot of those transcendentals are still part of this definition of beauty that I'm working on. But there's this intelligible, as in you could notice it and perceive it with your mind, intelligible relationships between parts. That's what we call order. And that there's unity of order with the intent and the SOR. So we're about to get into that, so don't worry. But this order is connected to something else. The second quality of beauty and artifacts and things that we've made is intent, intelligible intent or purpose. Because I think some people don't like the word intent. So I say purpose. There's some sort of purpose behind this book I'm reading, this chapter, this sentence. It's not just that the words are ordered, so that they have spaces and that all the letters look nice and wonderful, but also that there's a purpose for the sentence and for the ordering of those letters. And so now you can see how the order kind of flows into the intent in some way. So there's intelligible intent such that the order is recognized as being placed for a specific purpose. And I think a sentence is really good for that. So you have the order of the letters and the words and the spacing. That's nice. And then you have all of those words put in a certain order to get a certain purpose across. And so that's what the second quality would be, intent or purpose or reason behind doing something. You could see a painting that has clear order, but if you're too young to understand the intent behind it, right? Why is there these large blue splotches here, and then I see that there's this submarine over here next to this war-torn looking area over here with red and black symbols, and then also on the other side of the painting you have these green and nice light colors over here, and it looks like New York. You see these like skyscrapers, and you think, well, I see the order of it, and I guess in that sense there's something beautiful about it, but it's not that beautiful because I don't know what the painter's trying to get at. I don't know what the story is behind this, until you realize that it's a painter who was making a story, who was painting her escape from Nazi Germany and making it to America for safety and freedom. And then you realize, oh, the red and black was a swastika. Oh, And now in the submarine was, some of the U-boats, right? And so you start to realize, oh, I get the purpose of all these ordered parts now, and therefore I can see the beauty of it more clearly. The beauty of the image has not changed. I haven't erased any of the image. I haven't added color to the image. Mind you, the painting has literally not changed at all. But my understanding of it, and therefore my intelligibility of the beauty of it, has changed. So I can see it more clearly for what it actually is. And so the intent is very important behind the books that we read and all that. And so that's really important. But there also seems to be something very important, because you can have intent and order, but something can be horrendous. For instance, you can have something that's very orderly, and I'll just stick with order for now. Like Hitler was very orderly, very systematic and orderly in his extermination of Jewish people. And we'd all probably agree with that. He was very orderly, as in there was order to it. Does that mean that Hitler's actions were beautiful?
No.
No, horrendous. And we'll even go on to intent, purpose. We'll say, okay, well, Hitler was very clear about his intent, his intentions. But to simply have a purpose doesn't mean that something's beautiful. So we knew that Hitler was very orderly in what he did with extermination, and he was very clear in his intentions. Does that mean that Hitler's act and the things he did were actually beautiful? Not at all. It's horrible. In a certain sense, it's actually more horrifying that there was intent and order, but it was missing this third part, right? Whatever the intent and purpose or reason is, it has to be unified. Again, there goes unity again. Unified, the unity of intent with the final part, which is the most important, I would say, in terms of defining this. The SOR, this is the part that really makes beauty transcendental. The SOR, the shouldness of relation. I had to make this term up because in the literature, I couldn't find anything that I thought really reflected that. And so the shouldness of relation, because there was some things that there's the way things should be, and there's, goodness. I'm like, yes, but there's something else I'm trying to call to in beauty, and it's relational. There's this shouldness, the way things should be when you have two or more things that are relating together. And so this is where we really see the issue with the actions of Hitler, is that yes, he was orderly and intentional, but his order and his intent were against the way things, two humans should, that's why it's shouldness, the way two humans should relate together, the shouldness of relation. And so since the intent was against the proper way things ought to be in a relationship of two humans or two relata, two things relating together, therefore, we would not see the order and intent as beautiful per se, but instead as actually more horrifying, because they go against the shouldness of relation. And so there's a lot of ways to talk about it, but simply SOR, shouldness of relation, identified between the observer or the one who's perceiving it and the object, or you're perceiving a relationship within the object itself. All of which point to a more profound relationship that's beyond the art, beyond the thing being observed. There's something more profound that it's either going with or going against. And so SOR being presented as such is a big thing. You have to present the shouldness of relation as the way it is, right? If you say, oh, well, this is what was happening in Germany, and that's the way things should be, then we would say, no, you're going against the real shouldness of relation. Humans should relate to each other in love, right? That is the way humans should relate. So by definition, the thing you're describing goes against that profound relational reality that we should be appealing to. Therefore, we can't say, we ought not say, and we have good reason to know that this actually fails at passing the beatific test, because it fails at the most profound level, which is the SOR, the shouldness of relation. You can think of C.S. Lewis's Mere Christianity in terms of the law of human nature. But instead of that being for morals, although I think that actually is still part of this, you could say it's for beauty, right? Although beauty and morals, as my argument goes on, you'll see that they really start to fuse while staying distinct slightly. And so we'll get into that. But any questions about the beauty of artifacts, of human-made things, before we get to nature?
No, I will say my mind was on C.S. Lewis's Mere Christianity as well. And he starts the first page of Mere Christianity, aside from the introduction. He asks, why do we say thank you? And I think I don't even know if he finishes the thought but I could just write a book based on the first page of like what he does right there, because but I'm really impressed you started off with Balthazar too. So anyway, I just look forward to the rest of your thing.
Sure thing. And yeah, it's good that you also picked up on the Mere Christianity, C.S. Lewis, because there's definitely something there. I think C.S. Lewis is underrated in terms, well, in a lot of different ways, but also in his work on beauty, because he has a lot of wonderful stuff. But I think his work on beauty is really underplayed, and it was so foundational to the way he thought of Narnia.
Let me offer, because I haven't read Narnia, but he in the Screw Tape Letters, which is a comical work more than anything else, because he writes it in the first person form of a demon who's writing to his nephew, another demon, of how to corrupt a Christian believer. And I always like to, if I have to give one anecdote from that book, he tells his nephew, the demon. And but C.S. Lewis also, by the way, he writes in the preface or before page 1 of the book, he says, look, this work is about demons and from the demons. So don't like subscribe to everything in it. Just read it with a grain of salt, because I'm obviously talking about really occult stuff. So he said, but the number one advice I think he tells to his nephew is make sure, the believer you're trying to corrupt, make sure he never has time first, to get a Christian girlfriend, or like time for a walk in nature, or the worst thing of all is to like read a book underneath a tree. Because once he does that, you've lost everything, and if he gets any one of those 3 things, then everything we've been trying to do up to this point has been for naught. So great stuff.
Isn't it great? I love that part. I'll be going through that with my students in like a month or something, but I'm excited to go through Screw Tape Letters. It is wonderful, and also I've loved the comments I've seen so far, except for that one that you just pulled up. That one's
yeah. You say I've loved the comments right as I pulled this up. A for the teacher says, beauty is fallacy. The argument is flawed. I did ask for evidence for there being a logical fallacy or the argument being flawed, and I didn't get any, or at least not anything that I could interpret as an answer to that. The comment immediately after I asked was, the elephant man is beautiful.
Yeah, of course.
Which then I said, quoting her, beauty is not real. Elephant man is beautiful. She also said, I'm beautiful. Make up your mind. Is beauty real or not? And then she said,
you're cute.
I'm speaking the language of land.
Hey, come on now.
So I literally have no idea if this comment was serious or not about beauty being a fallacy. But if it's serious, please explain what you mean by that so we can engage with an argument.
Yeah, and maybe it's worth explaining to people what a fallacy is. A fallacy is that which is present in an argument such that the logic of the argument is rendered invalid, right? Again, I talked about this before, and so just as Max IDK says they're going to, right when I'm about to talk about logic, that's funny. But, I check out Peter Craif's Socratic Logic. Please check it out. People use terms like fallacy and illogical very loosely, and they apply it to things and matters about which there is no application proper. So I recommend just a good, simple review, which this book does a great job. It's also a workbook, by the way, so it gives you examples to walk through. It has a great deal of not just the fallacies that you'll run into, but also explanations of specifically why they are fallacious, right? So you're not just memorizing a bunch of fallacies, but you're coming to understand the nature of fallacious thinking, fallacious reasoning. And so simply saying beauty is fallacy, number one, doesn't mean anything, because you're saying that beauty, just the concept, is fallacy, but that's not. Anyways, besides the fact that that doesn't make any sense by definition, Then the next part says the elephant man is beautiful, and I think that's meant to be some sort of like argument saying, "Oh, the elephant man is beautiful, right? Of course, you know." And I'm like, "Yeah, yes." Like I don't understand. Like I think there's this weird thought. Again, this is why I spent so much time earlier in this discussion talking about how beauty is not just that which is visually perceived, but also that which is auditory. You can hear things that are beautiful. Also, there are things that are not even sensory that are beautiful. You can imagine a morally good act, and you could think of that as a beautiful moment, right? When I see a mother holding a child, and the child is happy in the mother's arms, and the mother is happy seeing her newborn child, I would say that that very notion of the love between a mother and their child, again, I can't see love, right? I literally cannot see it. But I can know that reality between the two. And so that reality of love, though it's not perceived visually or by some auditory means, I can know it to be beautiful. There are moral beauties as well. So someone's saying, "Oh, well, you're going to say the elephant man is beautiful." I'm like, yes, because I don't think beauty is purely visual. I think if you limit the beautiful to that which is visual, besides the fact that you haven't listened to any of the presentation so far, it also shows that you're missing out on life. Like, wake up. There's tons of beauty that's not purely visual. If I was horribly disfigured in an accident, I would still, because of the work of Christ in me to make my soul new, and because my God made me and he's a wonderful creator, I would still say that in the eyes of God, proper to him as my creator, I am beautiful, right? Not because of some visual quality or aspect, but because God made me. And therefore, because I exist and I am called to grow and be conformed to the image of Christ, I would say there is beauty in me insofar as I follow Christ. So yes, the elephant man is beautiful, and I don't think it's wrong to say that. And if they think it's wrong, then that's on them, because I think that's a hateful way to go about thinking about beauty and reality.
It is.
So I think Max, I don't know, might actually be an AI chatbot who is not very well programmed or something, because this is about the third or fourth time that he says that he's leaving the channel, and he's made comments after that as well. He hasn't, as near as I can tell, he hasn't engaged with a single comment anyone has made in reply to him. I'm coming to the conclusion that this is just a poorly programmed AI bot, which is why it keeps making comments like "believing in God is fallacy,"
What does
but
that mean?
has no idea what that phrase means, right? It's as incoherent as the "beauty is fallacy" comment, right? You can't just say something is a fallacy. Fallacies are specific errors in logical thinking. Belief in God is not a fallacy. It could be false, right? You could have a false belief, but that wouldn't make it a fallacy. Oh, and my friend is a liar. I'm not sure who my friend is, but your friend is a liar.
The cat. You can tell the cat is lying. Look, it's lying there. It's just lying. It really is a liar.
I mean, no one mentioned a friend, so I have no idea what this is in reference to. I'm just getting more and more evidence that this is not a human being. So I think they need to prove that they are a human being before we take any more of their comments seriously.
I wanted to piggyback on David's point, and it's really powerful. And I don't like attacking people or trying to make the whole decline of the West thing. I don't really like that narrative too much. But in Europe, especially Western Europe, there's a problem, big problem actually, where children with any kind of handicap are being, if you can find out neonatally, like in the womb, that the child has some kind of handicap, Down syndrome especially, you can abort the child. And so again, I'm not judging anyone. I don't have kids. I'm not saying it's easy to take care of a handicapped child. But I'm just saying, though, as a society, Western Europe has made a choice that it's not worth the trouble to have a Down syndrome baby or an autistic baby. And my mom in the 90s, she worked for mentally handicapped kids. And especially when I talk to religious people and their experience of the physically, and also like many Catholic monasteries were dedicated to teaching disabled people how to like have a vocation. Like let's say you only have one hand. Well, maybe we can help you make something with your feet or something like that. So the idea. But this idea, it's a very dangerous thing to be a materialist, because I don't even blame Western Europe, because if you think people are only useful based on how like beautiful they look or how intelligent they are or how good of a conversation you can have with them or how much philosophy you can do, or if they're a nuclear scientist or capable of being a nuclear scientist and a productive member of society, then I can understand why you would think that a person with Down syndrome is not as valuable, because we don't have souls and you're only a function of a society or an economy. And, not for nothing. I mean, again, I'm not judging people here, right? But the Nazis, their first act, but even before they got rid of the Jews, was to get, the handicapped people, they're in a hospital, they're in a ward, right? All you got to do is evacuate the disability ward or the infirm ward and the mentally crippled, the invalid was the term back then. All you have to do is round those people up and start the eugenics there, because, it's not like take them out of the gene pool. And no gene pool. And hey, by the way, science, this is about science, right? So we should have less. The Supreme Court even issued a decision, 3 generations of idiots is enough when it came to sterilizing somebody who was in a mental asylum, and because her mother was in a mental asylum and her mother was in a mental asylum. So this practice of locking up people and euthanizing them and sterilizing them because they're not productive, they're not desirable, their genes are inferior in some way that you've concluded. I'm not even mad at you, because that's where your philosophical worldview winds up. And this was U.S. policy too, by the way. So America is not exempt from this at all. Like I said, a Supreme Court decision had the phrase 3 generations of idiots is enough. So look, I'm not attacking anybody in particular. I'm not saying everybody in Western Europe is a bad person. But we should think about what makes a beautiful person and what makes a desirable person, because we are subtly, right, without telling anybody, already making those choices.
Amen. No, it's true. It's really sad, and I was just walking through that exact reality with my students this week, actually. The exact example of Down syndrome, by the way. So that's providential, because I just talked about that yesterday. And it's try not to get too emotional about it, but it's really upsetting to think that people just want to kill this massive population of people made in the image of God just because they don't think like you at the same type of thinking that you have, with the same utilitarian benefit that you think human beings ought to have. And I think that's truly that belief is monstrous. I am willing to say that belief, not the people who hold to it, but I think that belief is profoundly upsetting when the Nazis held to that about people who had different types of disabilities. And when America, and I remember studying that actually in class in college called Pathology to Power, where it talks about the nature of eugenics in America. It's a very profoundly gruesome reality to think that you can simply say that this person doesn't deserve to live because they'll have a certain condition or have a different type of thinking, right? Just think differently, or have different communicative ability, their ability to communicate.
Neurology, that's basically, right?
Yes, exactly. You could say, oh, they'll be different from us, so their life is worth less. And so, I mean, you're exactly correct, Anam, that under materialistic framework, which of course breaks down to utilitarianism and its ethic, it's all about the function a person has. And so it does make sense that those people would think like that. But it is a profoundly upsetting reality to say, oh, someone's going to have Down syndrome, or even something simple like autism, and they say, oh, well, because you have that, now you have to die. And that's very upsetting. And that is true. That is true that there's a lot of eugenics-based principles in Planned Parenthood that actually did early on call for eugenics-based principles for minorities and especially for disabled people. Because sadly, eugenics is a big part of American culture for some time now, for quite a long time. And so I agree. I think we have to work to show beauty in a way that's not purely utilitarian or bound to some sort of reproductive benefit, but that there's true beauty that goes beyond your genetics. And yeah, now that's good. Darren Hayter, I would agree. Things like eugenics and segregation are hateful, and that's not beautiful. I would say that eugenics, even though it's very orderly in its systematic elimination of people, and segregation is very orderly and very clear in its intention, these are not beautiful realities because they do not follow under unity with the shouldness of relation between two humans. I think that these are truly hateful principles, and since they go against the shouldness of love that humans should relate to each other with, they are thus not beautiful. So
well,
I would agree.
From a historical point of view, though, right? Imagine we were all measuring craniums still, right? So, the word eugenics, eu means good. Eugenics, by the way, Darren Harder, your spelling was off a bit. So eu means good in Greek, and genics means genes. So actually, they really believed that they were keeping good genes inside the human reproductive gene pool. So, I think I'm glad you think that you're a 21st century human being, but actually the people who were thinking of liquidating people, they didn't think of themselves as evil. Actually, they really thought, and I was even thinking, the funny thing is, right, you could even talk about eugenics in a good way, right? Like, can we make sure people with thalassemia don't marry people with the thalassemia gene, which requires a blood transfusion every day for a newborn baby? That's a good idea, or avoid childhood cancers or things like that. But unfortunately, once you start talking this way, you wind up saying that the state is going to decide who lives and who dies.
And that's true. That's a good point. That these people are not Saturday morning cartoon villains that are wringing their hands thinking, I know I am evil, and therefore I'm going to keep on doing what. Really, they do think, at least in the most basic sense, they think that they're aiding the human gene pool, evolutionary process of making a healthier general population of humanity. And so it stings because you take a good principle, which is the notion of life preserved and life maintained of great quality, and then you pervert it. So again, you could still have a beatific aspect. You can have there's this notion that the shouldness of relation between people is the desire for a life easier, that has less suffering, in theory.
Yeah. Actually,
right?
The Nazi philosophy was so insidious. Sorry to cut you off. It was that anybody who's disabled, they're inherently suffering. So if you put down a person in a wheelchair, you've stopped their suffering. So we think it's so horrendous, but they really they had a thinking about this, which is that we're cruel for allowing people to exist in wheelchairs and with the stroke and things like that.
Exactly. Yeah. And now, of course, the reality is that and this is a very Aquinas way of thinking, this is a misplacement of priority of morality and of beauty. And so what ends up happening is people say, oh, well, life is only worth living if you're in a state in which you have no disability, no difficulty whatsoever at any point. So which I would say, well, now we introduce impossibility. And then they also say, we should control if your life is worth living. And I'm like, oh, whoa. Okay, now we really got something messed up here. And so since eugenics really calls for state mandated or state controlled, controlling of all these other people and even elimination of life, and then it really is a messed up system. And so that's because they think that life, the very nature of life, is actually a lower quality, which of course this is logically very clear how silly this is, but they say life is less valuable than the quality of life. To which I would say, well, no, because you actually need life in order to have a statement about the quality of life, right? So life is actually a greater priority, and then the quality of life is something that's important, but it's an important secondary quality, right? Because then we can also say, well, I'm willing to have a less high quality life if that means that other people can have a higher quality life. And so a lot of times we're willing to deal sacrificially with each other, not with our lives, I'm saying, unless of course that's needed to protect people, but we're able to deal sacrificially in our actions for the good of other people, even financially and time-wise. And so the very grand issue with eugenics is that it illogically puts the quality of life perceived, by the way, I should emphasize, the perceived quality of life and even the expected perceived quality of life over, number one, life itself, and number two, over the actual quality of that life. The potentialities and the perspectives of what those might be are very different from the actualities of the quality of life that's experienced. And so it's a very sad misprioritization of what it means to live and why people live.
And if I could quickly piggyback off that, I remember like being surprised, because I remember like when you see somebody who is, not typical of our expectations of, how the body or the mind should be. The people who worked there and who with my mom, I remember them telling us like they're happy on the inside. But I also remember later I was at a mystical book reading, like a Sufi book club, and someone described to me how there is a religious retreat for the mentally handicapped in Pennsylvania, and they were out in the countryside, and they had this like knowledge and peace with God that most of us can never even approach. And so I think part of our theme, drawing back to the general discussion, is that like if we can grow, we could actually see people have a full, actually, and I mean, even if somebody's nonverbal, by the way, like it's a very messed up thing that we assume that somebody nonverbal can't have the same feelings and capacity for love or sexuality or intelligence that we do. So I'm actually constantly humbled by and actually also, so the last thing, I remember my best friend growing up was an Orthodox Jew, and he had just come out of religious school and gone into public school, and we met in high school. So he told me that King Solomon, who is famous for being most wise, like the prophet of wisdom, the king of wisdom, he used to stand up when there was anybody mentally handicapped or in the room or somewhat, because this is in Jewish legends, that because that God gave them such an incredible spiritual capacity that it basically cripples their body or mind, and therefore the king of wisdom would have to stand, because God has given such an amazing spiritual capacity to people we would consider mentally limited. And Judaism mentions this throughout its rabbinical literature, that the word fools is often translated, because these are old translations, but nevuah, prophecy, is in children and in fools. So we should actually really rethink our biases.
Wow, that's amazing.
Absolutely.
And that actually does, I'll have to look into that, but that does go into what we see Christ saying about children, right? When children come up to him and they're saying, "Oh, get back," and he says, "No, don't withhold them from me, for such as these is the kingdom of heaven," right? And their angels are in the presence of God. And so that actually does fit with the type of teaching Christ gives about children, that there is a profound spiritual reality to children and their understanding of God, and even those transcendental qualities of God, truth, goodness, and beauty, that admittedly, even for us as adults, we actually struggle, and we sometimes wish we can go back to that state where we better understood these things more simply and more fully. But I love that. That's actually really good to know. I like that quite a bit.
So I did have a couple comments or clarifying questions from the audience. I think what you're saying is more appreciation of life, viewed as more a visual experience. If I say the sky is beautiful, that's what I meant. It's aesthetics, not drama. So I think that perhaps you're confusing different usages of the term. Beauty is sometimes used for as a synonym for pretty or attractive or something along those lines, which would be primarily visual. But it's also used in a deeper sense, and that's usually the sense it's used in. It would be weird to say that, say, giving birth is pretty, but people would definitely say it's beautiful. So it is used in a different sense. I don't know anything about you, Anthony. I don't know if English is your second language or anything. But that's the sense it's being used here, is this deeper sense of there's something right
Profound.
and good about it. Yeah, profound. That's a good word.
Like, it's
Right,
funny when you said birth,
beautiful,
right?
profound. Yes.
I remember even talking to someone who's a father, and I guess he watched the birth or something, but he said that was the most powerful moment of my life. So it's not even the person who's giving birth. It's the person who is just watching it, and this is now I have something that I have to take care of or whatever that is. I have not had the pleasure, but you don't even have to experience it. Like you said, watching it, so, and normally, like, I remember seeing in like third grade or something in school, they showed us of how the vaginal canal opens, and it's like a monstrous thing, actually, like, especially to a 10-year-old, so it's actually not a beautiful thing at all. But on the other hand, the profundity and that it changed somebody's life to watch something that's, actually we're not used to looking at every day. That's why I called it monstrous. The dilating is like a little bit too much to look at if you're a 10-year-old who barely
It's
has
true.
sex.
Yeah, it's actually quite surprising, like what the human body can do. But yeah, this person, perhaps English, Anthony, is not first language, but it is true that when we say beautiful, and we'll actually get into why beauty has such a profound impact on us. I'll also explain why that's really important, really, really, really important. But often people will describe music as beautiful. Music isn't an auditory, or music isn't a visual experience. It's an auditory experience. There's moral beauty and these strange moments where sometimes you have the moral combining with the visual and the moral combining with the auditory. And so, but also there's times when they're separate. And so beauty is a more complex matter than simply seeing, but instead it's perceiving, which is why I really like to use that language there.
And then one other comment from Darren. Are we saying that, like, morality, beauty is subjective and somewhat dependent on our upbringing, education, and culture? Well, first of all, I wouldn't say that about morality, so you can't say like morality. But no, that's not what we're saying at all. At least not what I don't know who we is here. But if you mean like the panel,
We're all in
that's
agreement here.
definitely not what we're saying. Yeah,
Yeah,
we would say
all
that
of us up here.
there is an objective quality to beauty. Now, maybe different people have different ability to perceive that their upbringing, education, culture have an effect on their perception of beauty. But we're saying that beauty is something real and objective that goes beyond a subjective experience of that beauty.
Exactly right. Yeah.
All right.
We are saying literally the exact opposite of whatever they wrote down. And so to simplify it, whatever you wrote down, just write the opposite and we'd say yes.
Exactly. All right. So we can go back to your presentation and
Yes.
move along.
All right. And so now we can go on to those things which we consider to be those natural beauties. And so many times people would say, oh, well, the beauty of nature, because again, for the beauty of artifacts, things we've made, we'd say there's order, this sense of intent, and this sense of shoulddness of relation. But for beauty in nature, we would say that, there's order and there's shoulddness of relation. But what quality all of a sudden has been removed here? Which quality has been removed?
I think you're going to have to help us out on that one.
Oh, I got you. Now it's the intent. So the intent.
Yeah, I follow that. There's no purpose in a natural thing.
Exactly. Yeah, purpose, intent, reason, all that stuff. All of a sudden, there's this sudden missing quality, and intent has been removed. And so we'd say, well, there's order, and there's this shoulddness of relation potentially. We'd say, okay, and I mean to say like a mountain, right? So with the experience of a mountain or Grand Canyon, actually similar things, just inverted. So we have this experience of this humongous mountain, and it is such a wild experience that, against all atheistic claims that beauty is just a purely evolutionary experience, a purely atheistic evolutionary experience that does not have or need God to explain it whatsoever. We see mountains as beautiful purely for the fact that they are, as we understand them, right, these really important things for our survival, that mountains are safe and that they're good for our survival and that they always help us no matter what, and that they increase our likelihood of surviving in any given situation, physically or sexually. To which I would say no actual real biological study shows that to be the case. And especially if you think of the history of humanity, you'd understand that mountains are actually quite dangerous places, right? There can be many caves in a mountain that hide larger predators, and that's pretty dangerous and pretty scary. And so we should see the mountains, at least from an ethological kind of Tinbergen in his evolutionary ethology. We should see mountains in some sense, however that works, as dangerous. But we should also see them as dangerous because they're extremely high. So if you're climbing them and you fall off, you're done for. As the higher you go up, the less oxygen you have available to you. And also the animals you would hunt, they're not going to be up there because, again, it takes a lot of oxygen. And so you would see mountains as terrifying. It's like, whoa, not many prey that I would actually want are going to be up there, and I can't even survive very long up there. And then you'd probably say, oh, well, there's not as much animal to plant interaction, so you won't have the best vegetation up top for the kind of foods that I would eat on top of the mountain. So not even really good when it comes to vegetation, the kind that I would want. And of course, the temperature. Going high up the mountain, you'll have some pretty cold weather there. And if you go farther down, maybe it'll get way too warm. If you go down and there's like a valley right after. So everything about a mountain actually is evolutionarily horrific. It's awful. We should, from an evolutionary perspective, think mountains are horrendous, terrifying, awful things. And yet, for some reason, humans in all these different cultures throughout different eras, different times, different writings, and different languages will describe the beauty of mountains and describe the wonderful aesthetic experience of seeing and being around a mountain and even climbing a mountain, right? Despite all the dangers to one's own survival and how awful of a thing that could be for your survival. Instead, humans will waste time, they'll waste money to go see a mountain. And this is profound. This is very, very profound. Number one, because it cannot be simply or even sufficiently explained by atheistic evolution. If you want to talk about theistic evolution, you can make an argument there that I think I'd probably say, sure, why not? But for atheistic evolution, unguided completely, you can't really make a good logical case for why humans would consider mountains to be beautiful, given all of the dangers that they would entail within them and around them. So why on earth do humans see mountains as beautiful and waste tons of money to fly to different states in the US and other countries to see a mountain, just to see it? That's because this shouldness of relation within the mountain. There is a sense in which I, as a small, squishy, temporary little thing, little human, when I relate to something way more endurance and stable and steadfast and larger than myself, that's there before I was born and will be there when I die, when I see something that is so endurant and seemingly, from my perspective, eternal and massive, then something about that relationship just feels right. There's this sense in which this is how I should relate to something. But it's a mountain, it doesn't relate to me. So why is there this desire in my heart to relate to something way bigger and older and endurant and steadfast than myself? Why is this desire in the heart of humanity? Why has eternity in its most real sense been written on the hearts of humanity? And this experience of the massive transcendent and having a personal relationship with it, experiencing it and perceiving it in a personal way. Why do humans have that desire? That is because that relationship, that shouldness of relation, actually transcendentally reflects the way that we should relate to God. And that's the power of this argument for beauty. These experiences of beauty we have are analogies to the experiences and the desires we have for God. Be it the abundant omnipresence of God and the experience we have as being small and temporary, to the eternal omnipresent God. We have this really small analogy of it, but still a true analogy in humanity to these massive mountains, or humanity to these huge canyons. When we go to oceans, when we waste, I'm talking from like an evolutionary perspective, when we waste our money to go to a beach to see the ocean, that doesn't help our survival in the slightest. We're wasting money to go to a place where we could drown, right? And we're not even going there to fish. We're just going there to go in the water, right? And just to experience the nature of a beach and an ocean. And yet humans just do that. They just do that. Why? Because they perceive that and take pleasure in the act and in the sight of the beach and the ocean, because the ocean is this seemingly, from our perspective, seemingly infinite expanse. And that relationship of us being small compared to something infinite feels like it's the way things should be, right? Or that this relationship is the way things should be. And that's really profound, astonishingly profound, to the point where you kind of get broken a bit at the thought of it, because in a good way, you're broken and undone by the majesty of it and then remade in the mercy of God. So in those moments, you're thankful that you have this desire. And even for the atheist, and I've spoken with, again, hundreds for my interviews here, they themselves, after I talked to them about this, they said, I never really thought about why humans desire beauty so much. And they really do. They it's not just like a survival thing. Humans will pay tons of money and put tons of time into writing a book. They'll also put tons of time into writing books and reading books that don't help their survival whatsoever. Why? We have to ask, what is it about us wanting to see a complete narrative, a beginning and an ending, and things being made right in relation with this eternal good that we desire to see overcoming evil in the end? Why is there this desire to know goodness as it truly is, and we see it as beautiful when we get to experience it in a narrative, when we experience that in nature? Why is it that in both cases this shouldness of relation exists? It's because God exists, and these are analogies, analogical experiences to the nature of God. And so, I just wanted to give that general overview. Does that make sense? This general experience we have of the beautiful?
Yeah, I think it does. Anam may be away from his computer here for a second, but I think that definitely makes good sense. I think the mountains is a great analogy, or a great example, because it's counterintuitive from an evolutionary standpoint. This is a dangerous place. It's a place with minimal benefits to human beings compared to other elevations, other places. And yet it's kind of been a universal human attraction to mountains, that we are strangely attracted to something that is dangerous to us and not beneficial to us, which makes no sense from a purely naturalistic perspective.
Also, I love that comment from John A. Edmund Hillary. Why did you climb Mount Everest? Because it was there. I'll get into that very unique quality of beauty, the fact that beauty in some way compels us to do certain things. So I'll get into that, but that is very true. Beauty is a strange quality in that, just like the intuition of morality, there's this very powerful sense that it appeals to us and causes some change in us. That being said, my entire argument is stamped out by what Jameson Wagner just.
Yeah, Jameson says, feelings aren't evidence, bro.
Wow, I never considered that possibility. That's wild. I feel like 2 + 2 = 4, but now my feelings about that, my intuitions about that reality, are not substantive, so I guess I can't do anything about it. There's still
2,000 years, still zero evidence. Doesn't that concern anyone?
This is a bot. There's no way anyone would actually. This is a bot. I don't think this is a real person.
So he did actually. So the other guy, the guy earlier, I don't know. I'm pretty sure actually was a bot. Like, not even as a joke. I think it was a bot because I said multiple times, say in your next comment, I'm human or you'll be blocked. And then it would just repeat one of its previous comments. I put it in timeout. As soon as it came out in timeout, did the same thing. So I have permanently blocked it. But Jameson did confirm that they are a human being. And how do you know matter came from nothing? Well, first of all, that's not remotely something we've discussed. And second of all, that'd be a question for you. That's a question for you, Mr. Atheist. You tell us how matter came from nothing. Jeffrey Hatt said, though, mountains themselves are physical temporal representation of the holiness and separateness of God. In other words, an explanation from a theistic standpoint on how mountains could be beautiful.
Yeah, David, I thought the comment was the best because, we have to keep different audiences in mind, right? So I thought, the point about the Edmund Hillary one, right? Because you said evolutionary mountains have no advantage because I was listening, by the way, the whole time I was just stepping away.
Nice.
And so you said the evolutionary advantage, was that they had bears and caves and they're like dangerous things because, like you fall, you die, like they're really hard to climb on, they're like, and also the wildlife is like ridiculous too. So, and plus you're stranded up there, people die on Everest like every single year. The Sherpas die. So, I thought that was a good atheist reply though, because like actually it's our impulse to conquer, like we want to be supreme, right? So once you climb my best friend, he went up Kilimanjaro, he ran out of oxygen, like it's called hypoxia when your blood cells don't have oxygen in them. So he doesn't remember coming down, but actually he managed to walk down. He wasn't on a stretcher, but basically there's so little oxygen. And then his plan was to climb like the Everest of the Alps or something. So the thing is that what would you say to that though? Just to give you an atheist pushback, because I'm very friendly to everything you've said. I love everything you said, and I do love this comment too. I'll just offer the funny because I'm not a mountain person. I don't know if you are, but I've met people who are such mountain people. They just like the awe and the beauty and the transcendental. Something I think might help. Actually, I was having this discussion. So we use words in a funny way, and we cheapen the experience of awe and majesty. So, for example, awful should mean good, but it means bad, right? And then awesome should mean a little good, but it means great. But then, like, me getting an extra $5 in my paycheck, I'll say awesome to that. Or me getting off work 5 minutes early, I'll say awesome to that. So like awesome should be like God, or the Niagara Falls or the Grand Canyon or something. We should say awesome to something that's truly marvelous and not cheapen words. So we do happen to cheapen words. So my friend who's a rock person, I met this one guy. He was just... it was really like he had a spiritual relationship to mountains, and there's no other way to put it. But to me, it goes back to the beginning, one of the first 2 slides you had. Great stuff. Great first quotes, all of them. It says that it's not necessarily, it's perceived, but it's not necessarily visual. And then it also says this beauty is that what remains even after you stop like physically perceiving in it. But I also want to suggest though, there's something, we're taught the 5 senses. And that's really narrowing our experience, and it's very material, but there's even, okay, so I don't want to go too much, down a Deepak Chopra, kind of lane and stuff, right? But like I have felt energy from small stones. So a mountain is just a giant stone. So I can imagine some kind of aura coming off a mountain, because I can feel it from small stones. I don't know. I mean, we'd have to scientifically test that. But and I'm not selling crystals or anything, okay? So I'm not you can't
Good clarification.
But the thing is though, I can imagine like rocks give off something that's so awesome and powerful, and a giant mountain or the feeling of climbing it, there's a moment of, and then we'd have to tie it back with what I really love what David said also, is that all these beauties, minor beauties that we experience on Earth, it's really just a cheap imitation of what the relationship we have with God. So we're experiencing. I mean, the comment says that too.
No, that's wonderful, and I think first for the potential or hypothetical atheist pushback, because I think that's a great point. So let's say that there is this, and I think this is in a certain sense true, this general disposition of humanity towards conquering. That is, I think, a fair description of the general behavioral disposition of humanity towards conquering land. However, that general disposition is when there is a logically valid chance at success, right? Now, of course, humans aren't actually doing probabilistically. Oh man, I have 2.58% chance to conquer this giraffe in a battle or something. If we go back to humans a long time ago, they weren't actually thinking like, oh man, I only have a 6% chance to beat this bear. This is going to be tough. But instead, what humans did according to Hamilton's rule, right? And this just goes for all species. Hamilton's rule in Tinbergen's analysis of behavior is that the types of behaviors we have developing are going to be dependent on some sort of relatedness of ourselves to another thing, and then the benefit that we can get out of whatever action we're going for, and it has to be greater than the cost to us. So that's R times B is greater than C. The R is relatedness to maybe it's not just me, but my whole family unit with me, and we're going to go up this mountain. The B has to be the benefit. It has to be great enough to, motivate us and push us towards the end of going up the mountain. And it has to be greater than the cost to us, which of course could just be death, which is a maximal cost. That would be 1 on the little scale they have. So when it comes to this general disposition of conquest, the human inclination towards conquest and conquering is something that they have in reason, in evolutionary reason, right? So things which seem possible with very high benefit value. Now, a mountain, in all that it is, given the lack of oxygen and all the different stuff I mentioned before, lack of good game to hunt, too many predators that are scary and probably hiding in caves, and very cold temperature, just difficult stuff all around, difficult stuff. The cost is so high, and it really is. The cost physically is so high, and the dangers are so real, and the benefits are so small. I mean, you're not even going to get good vegetation up top, right? Because then you don't have the animals producing CO2, so you don't have the same normal relationship between animals and plants. And so just the cost is so high and the benefits are so low, and the expense you put on people is so huge that in any good ethology, in any good understanding of evolution and behavior for the hypothetical atheist, there's just no reason. I mean, there's just no good reason for the inclination of conquest to ever be presented and directed towards mountains. And then for the hypothetical atheist, I'd probably also add, just for their sake, if we did have this human disposition towards conquering that was applied towards mountains, then you would see a far higher number of people trying to actually climb mountains. But in the experience of the mountain's beauty, mind you, I love mountains to bits, and I think they are majestic and wonderful. I really don't care about climbing them at all. I keep my distance. I think that its majesty and awe is greater when I am more zoomed out, so I can see the fullness of it. I appreciate those who pursue the intimate process of climbing and scaling the mountains so they could know its grandeur by personal experience, but I also kind of enjoy the just being far enough.
It's like the people who watch the space shuttle lift off and the people who actually want to go in the space shuttle and lift off, right? It's going to be a different crowd.
Yeah. Exactly right. Yeah, you'll never see me going inside of one of those spaceships, by the way. You'll never see that, but you'll definitely see me watching the beauty of all the parts working together. I get to see the ignition, and I can see the countdown and the station, just everything. I like seeing things work together in their fullness, right? The proper ordering of things together, so beautiful. And so that's what I would say that whole thing for the hypothetical atheist, and I think that's a healthy potential pushback just to think about.
And I was also thinking, you're literally transcending when you go up a mountain. So like conquering is one thing, but also like we want to be above. Like we almost want to be, I don't want to say with God in that sense, but like how does it feel to transcend everything down here and forget about everything down here? The people, the drama, the politics, the social inventions, and just maybe even commune with God, but it's just there's a desire to leave everything behind, to honestly, and also solitary and contemplation, so like and usually do it solo, so I mean you could do it with a person, there's hiking and stuff, but I think it really, I mean, when you're going to the top of Kilimanjaro, or and what's amazing also, we the names of the tallest mountains, like we all know them, Fiji and McKinley and the Alps, and even so like Pakistan had a cigarette brand named K2, but like these are symbols, because, and by the K2 kills more people than Everest because it's a steeper climb. Like it's not just about how tall a mountain is. So we do I think your first slide, beauty that after you climb the mountain, you have that with you always, so it's beauty that remains within with you. So I really love your presentation so far, by the way.
Yeah, thank you. And I think this is a good way to really help even the most staunch atheist, and I know the average atheist hasn't like studied evolution, but for the atheists who have, I think this can be helpful to help them see that there are aspects of the human experience and just experience throughout life that cannot be easily explained by atheistic evolution, where it's just kind of this meaningless scramble. And I think beauty really pushes that on multiple fronts. Mountains, for one, canyons, especially canyons, because it's super hot usually. And then also, if you fall over, you're done for. You fell in. And so there's just a lot of dangers there too. Oddly enough, the infinite expanse of an ocean, it's just super dangerous because you go in there and there's tons of fish that could eat you, and it gets deep and you'll have to swim and you'll get exhausted and tired, and you could start drowning. Like oddly enough, these very dangerous things that in every sense evolutionarily we should consider to be horrible and horrifying and appalled by are the very things that we're actually drawn to, which I find to be, even for, I'm sure even for
you're right, sailing's pretty dangerous when you think about it. You're on this, like, you survive by your own knots, just like the mountain climbing, right? Like you also have to drill the spikes into the ground, into the rock, so, and then you have to trust your knots and trust your intuition. I mean, that was a really apt comment, Thaddeus, about the forcing you to be in the present. It is a ridiculously present sport for sure.
Yeah, and I would also add, contrast this to things that are obviously very beneficial to us. Say, a field of corn or something. Yeah, people might say there's some beauty in it, but certainly I think it would be near 100% universal that people would agree a beach is more beautiful than a field of corn. And yet, one of those is clearly beneficial to us, and the other is at best neutral and possibly dangerous to us.
Yeah, exactly, right? That's true. That's
true.
really funny.
True. Yeah.
I didn't even.
So even a jellyfish could kill you on the beach, right? So.
Yes. Yeah, those things could sting you and paralyze you. Yeah, that's scary.
Or even just the stinger, like it'll hurt you, right? Yeah. So.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah, those little nematocysts, when they hook on, man, that stuff hurts.
So you're right. Some people love living by the sea, though. I recently, I just picked up a TV from someone from Craigslist, and there's more land than water. He's at the edge of the Atlantic Ocean, basically, and he's like, that's how I like it. And it's like the sea really has this mystical, like, who's it, Emerson, who has a poem also about it's but you're right, the danger, the crazy thing about the sea, right, just even in terms of like our evolutionary, how we look at it, right, it's like it's the chaos and the destruction. Like you can't build a city in the sea. You can't even have like a kid in the sea, because it's like it's gonna wash away. There's gonna be a barracuda, whatever. So like you can't have institutions or any kind of transmission of culture or even relationships in the sea, right? It's nothing but the tides, even like the amount of the water that forces. So you're right. This level of intelligent life could only have evolved on land, because there's nothing permanent in the sea. It's a miracle we have underwater cables for internet.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's true. I think it is very fun to think about all the ways that the things that really should, because by all cases and accounts, those things which are most beneficial to us should be those things which we consider to be most beautiful. Uh, and so we should consider those things most beautiful to be things like corn fields and farms, barns, where animals are that we use for farming. No.
C, not P.
Although technically from an evolutionary perspective,
There's an
the,
although
the
there.
yeah, like the chemical and
You're right.
the possible little opium, what do you call it? The dopamine hit. The dopamine hit that you get from it.
It's a perversion of beauty and the dopamine hit too. But yeah.
Yeah. Isn't that wild?
It's like an abuse of the dopamine hit, right? Because you're structuring an artificial image of the real thing, and then you replace the real thing with the facsimile. So the thing is that it's a facsimile of beauty, and that's why it's not good. It's not beauty.
Yeah, it lacks that shouldness of relation because you are literally separated from it. The relation is not there, and so oddly enough, in an evolutionary sense, the pleasure we get if we go with the types of atheistic evolution that holds that we're just pleasure-seeking machines, and therefore we should consider all forms of pleasure to be good, kind of like Paul Draper in his essays on the hypothesis of indifference, the HI. So, pleasure just equals good. That's what he says. Paul Draper says pleasure equals good in his essay on the hypothesis of indifference. And obviously, we have a lot of issues with that because he also says pain equals evil, right? Like he says that's how morality works. Pain equals evil and pleasure equals good. I'm like, well, no, because there are things that are surely pleasurable that we can understand and believe to be quite awful and horrendous. And so,
yeah, like a ballerina at age 4, like being contorted in her body,
Yeah, which also is very scary and wild to see people.
I mean, we applaud that. There's that's culture.
Yeah. Why on earth? Because their body is bending in ways that shouldn't happen. It's like, no, you should be out in the field with a spear hunting, I don't know, an elephant or something, or a giraffe or whatever humans would have hunted whenever they were hungry for stuff. I guess a mammoth, probably a mammoth. That's probably what they go for.
It's the height of beauty, though. Ballet, right? Like it's the height of culture.
Exactly.
It doesn't get better than that.
Yeah, and also just dance in general. Dance in
Right.
general as a thing that's made and instituted and supported financially and even with our time and with practice. Again, I'm really trying. There's this general framework I do with apologetics that I call and it's just a personal framework I've made up, but it's called the framework from idiosyncrasy. So just from weirdness, right? Most of my approaches are arguments that desire to see weirdness and try to answer it. And I think humans are really weird. I mean, I'm talking strange. Like humans are weird little creatures, and so it's important to try to figure out what's going on there. And yeah. Oh gosh, we would never get anything done if pleasure equals good, pain equals bad. Exactly. Yeah. Which again, I know Paul Draper's an intelligent guy and all, but I think that's one of his worst takes ever.
But I remember reading about Charlie Rose, and he had an interview with someone who was talking about philosophy. The philosophers could kind of define pleasure as virtue, so I don't know if the person you're talking about is necessarily talking about physical or carnal pleasure, or even the experience of eating too much fudge ice cream, but there's a pleasure that comes when you were talking. I remember when you were talking about why people write a book, right? But academics who lock themselves in a university library just to come out with their one book on whatever obscure topic it is, but they really love their work and their monograph or their PhD thesis or whatever's coming out, and they dedicate themselves to that ideal. So the thing is that the whole act of civilization is recognizing that, look, me, let's say stealing and raping, right? One could be infinitely pleasured if you could just steal a fancy car and steal a fancy house, and then you could just like a king of the old days, right? He could, in the story of Abraham and his wife Sarah, the king could marry any woman that he wanted to. That was his prerogative. So, that's why he's going to take Sarah when they're in Egypt, because, he thinks that he has the right to. So, like basically having any woman that you want or is kind of a prerogative for powerful people. So, having, being a billionaire and having all that, wouldn't fall under, the definition of pleasure, or because what we have to do is, you can only grow something when you move beyond that, right? Because that's actually a drain on, like, so you can have a perpetuating, just from an evolutionary point of view, right? Like you're actually wasting your life away, right? I'm from India, right? So we know the Mughal princes, like the empire suffered a steady decline, and we say it's because the princes liked their harems of women and they liked being comfortable in their palaces, so they became notoriously decadent and corrupt. So that's what happens, when you don't. So civilization is actually founded upon you not putting pleasure first, or your immediate pleasures first.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's 100% correct. And philosophers can say whatever they want from the armchair, but the issue is that there has to be a point where we leave the armchair, right? And we get back into reality. And in reality, we know that there are some cases where pain might happen, but that we know that there's a greater good in and even through the pain, and that pleasure can happen, and there could be a wild evil in that, in the fact of us taking pleasure in something. And so I think that's a very important thing to consider. I wasn't sure if there was any other questions from the audience on what we've covered so far.
We're good to continue on.
Nice. All right. So something I wanted to talk about real quick is, again, this notion that for some reason intent is removed from our description of the beauty of nature's or of natural thing, the beauty of nature. And I don't know if it really should be missing. To be completely honest, I don't know if it should be. I think there's a sense in which we, because of how we think of beauty in artifacts, that we should maintain that there is intent and purpose also in the natural things. And I'll go into that in a little example that I think I have. Where's my little image? I think I have it. Oh, no, I'm going to have to zoom out. So I can
that is an atheist world point to not have the intent there.
Yeah, right. And I think that's pretty important to see.
Or modern, right? Like we grew up with this naturally. Like not even atheist, because like that would be putting too much of a label on it. But like we kind of view, like, I think you hinted at it, right? Because remember I was talking about the Grand Canyon, and then you said, why do you find a painting beautiful? So there's the artifact, and then there's the natural.
Exactly. And I think, and you're exactly right, I think the way we've grown up in the world, now people think there's a distinction between the beauty of artifacts and the beauty of the natural. But I think the very fact that we find beauty in the artifacts is a sign that we should find beauty in the natural. And I did see where my slides were that relate to this. So we'll get back to this point in a bit. But here's just a helpful slide for people who want to have the slide for themselves at a different point, where we can see the nature of order, intelligible intent, and shouldness of relation, which really all of it is just based off my first version of shouldness. Because in theory, you could have a painting that shows something awful. But if the painting is calling that awful thing awful, then you could say, all right, well, it's depicting something that's not the way things should be.
Right.
But it's doing that for the sake of showing you that it's not the way things should be. Which means that in reality, it's actually, we could say that there is something truly beautiful about the painting in that it's calling evil out for being evil, right? This would be the shouldness of relation version 3, where it depicts and exemplifies reality as they ought not be in relationship to each other within the art or within reality, so as to exalt the opposite side. Or you can reflect or exemplify reality as it ought to be to exalt how things ought to be, right? So you could either paint a wonderful thing and a truly beautiful moment and paint it because you believe that it's a beautiful moment and that reality should be like this. and that would be a shouldice of relation. Or you could depict something horrendous and awful with the sake of drawing people to the knowledge of how things should be, which is the opposite of what you're showing. So if you have this beautiful, this like correctly structured black and white image of,
Picasso's Guernica comes to mind.
Exactly, right? You can have truly...
it's really a horrific image. Sorry.
That's the
horse is dead, the woman's crying, the Nazi warplanes are going, the building's burning. It's
exactly.
and it's all distorted. So like you see the disturbingness of the scene.
Exactly. And that's on purpose for a good reason, right? Because if people were, in some of their more horrendous painting and in some of like the brutal, some of the more like brutal type painting and art that we see in some generations of artwork, we saw them, we're like, oh, there's no beauty to that. And there's no true artistic beauty there because it's showing something horrific. I would say, well, no. It's what it's saying about that horror, what it's saying about that horrible instance. If it's saying that horrible instance is horrible, then it's doing the right work, which means it's properly unified. Its intent is properly unified with the shouldice of relation, which is appealing to transcendent law. And so it is actually, we could say that there's beauty in this. Now, of course, we could have a far more perverted and more upsetting case, right? We could say, oh, well, what if someone has something that is...
Sorry. I didn't mean to laugh. It had nothing to do with what you were saying. It was this comment here from Jameson. You can't speak on atheism. You aren't one. So he can't speak on Christianity. He's not one. He can't speak on theism. He's not a theist. He can't speak on murder. He's not a murderer, I'm hoping. He can't speak on anything that he isn't. So, Jameson, I hope that you're logically consistent from this point forward and tell us absolutely nothing about theism.
Yep. Exactly right. Can't speak about philosophy because you're not a philosopher. That doesn't make any sense. Anybody can talk about philosophy. Anyone can. Anyone can talk about Christianity. You don't have to be a Christian to talk about Christianity. Oh, these people.
I learned Caravaggio has two paintings on the beheading of John the Baptist. One is like just with his head on a plate, and the other one with like Salome, like holding it. But it's pretty horrific.
Yeah, and really that, like, those more brutal and grotesque images, a lot of grotesque art is meant to call out some profound reality that we ought to be, questioning or concerned about. Now, if you have something that's grotesque and you're saying that's a good thing, then we could say, oh, well, then that's horrendous. That's awful. And I think I actually have, well, we could talk about the Quran after. I actually wanted to show these examples first. These examples could kind of get to what I'm saying when it comes to like intent and shouldice of relation, because this poem right here, is this poem beautiful? Why or why not? And I purposefully cut out the explanation in the history of this poem from the bottom of it. So I'll read it, and I'd like to see what y'all and what the audience would say about this poem. Oh, Anna, why didn't you appear? 'Twas perfect plan of deviant pleasure so bold on that spring night. My inner feeling hot with propension of the new awakening season, worn with inner fear and rapture, my pleasure of entanglement like new vines at night. Oh, Anna, why didn't you appear? Drop of fear, fresh spring rain would roll down from your nakedness to scent to lofty fever that burns within. In that small world of longing, fear, rapture, and desperation, the game we play fall on devil ears. Fantasy spring forth mountains to storm fury, though in winter, clam at the end. Oh, Anna, why didn't you appear? Alone now in another time span I lay with sweet enraptured garments across most private thought, bed of spring moist grass, clean before the sun, enslaved with control, warm wind sensing the air, sunlight, sparkle, tears in eyes so deep and clear. Alone again I trod in past memory of mirrors and ponder why for number 8 was not, oh, Anna, why didn't you appear? And so this is a really, really important example that I think we should consider talking about. In the audience, do people think that this is a beautiful poem, just from the order and the intent of describing this wonderful character, Anna. What do people think about this poem in the audience?
Yeah, so I'll create a poll for that. It should be interesting, right? Before you talk too much about it, let's see what the audience has to say.
Who's it by?
I will explain that
That
right
might be
after people.
No worries.
Yeah. Because I don't want to accidentally bias people in favor or against it if I end up giving a famous name or something.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I was.
By way of waiting a minute for people to have a chance to answer that, I'll take this comment from Jameson Wagner. If you are scared to hear the other views, you might be indoctrinated, which is quite an interesting comment, since I don't know the exact number of times, but 3-4 times in the chat told Jameson to email me to set up a time to discuss his views. Apparently that means that I'm scared of hearing his views, because I told him that the topic today isn't does God exist, so he should stop spamming the chat saying that God doesn't exist and have a discussion about that. Apparently that means I'm scared and I'm indoctrinated, because I told him I want to have a conversation when that's actually the subject of the video, instead of just changing the subject of this video to whatever he wants to talk about at this exact minute. Solitary Emmy said, sounds like a sad poem.
Yeah.
I agree, Jameson. You should argue both sides and then decide for yourself, which is exactly what we do on this channel. Meanwhile, all you want to do is spam over and over again and not have a discussion on either side of the topic. Interesting. Houston says, I have trouble listening to poetry without reading it too. And it says, I'm not into poetry, never liked it.
Yeah, I'm not much of a poetry person myself, but I think there's obviously there's some historical psalms obviously, but I've been it's never something I followed up, but I think the Song of Hiawatha is something that I kind of picked up, but it's so amazing because it kind of uses a lot of English vocabulary and obviously Shakespeare too, but the vocabulary of an epic poem is basically enough to define the language of the era, because it's just so it's one of the things actually. This is my own thesis, right? Because we're just waiting for the audience poll, I guess. But something about great art is that it encapsulates the time that they're in. I remember in English class, they make us read The Grapes of Wrath. So if you want to understand the Great Depression, the Dust Bowl, you got to read The Grapes of Wrath, because basically, how does it feel to move across the dry Dust Bowl in the 1930s? It feels pretty bad to have 5 people stacked up in a car and all your belongings, and there's no jobs. So it sucks. So you have to understand all that. So great art is just so encapsulating in that sense. Obviously when you think about the movies and stuff like that, they just show that era.
Yeah.
So last comment here from Jameson, and then I'll give the results of the poll. My points are spam. I guess you want an echo chamber. Well, one, you haven't made any points. These are the kinds of things they write. I was a Christian for 40 years. How long were you an atheist? You're just indoctrinated. That's why you're still a Christian. Or electromagnetics, energy and matter flow back and forth. What is that? What does that mean? How is that a point? I wish God existed. I just don't believe it anymore. Can you provide any evidence that God exists? I would love to hear it. Look, I have heard it all, bro. I was raised Christian. Doomsday Cloud. Which of these are points exactly?
Yeah, these are just statements.
Of these are points? Which of these are the points that I'm supposedly not wanting to discuss? Which of these are the on-topic comments? I've seen both sides of it. Great. All you're appealing to is your personal experience. The entirety of your statements here have been, I used to believe Christianity was true. Now I don't. Therefore, you are all indoctrinated followers of a cult. That has been the entirety of your argument the entire time. I have asked you multiple times to schedule a time to discuss that with us. The closest thing you made to a point the whole time was this, which I had saved to bring up at some point. What if this is the only life we get? Shouldn't we enjoy it? Yeah, as an atheist, if atheism is true, you should seek for your own pleasure, not worry about if that hurts someone else or anything else. I agree. That would be logically consistent with being an atheist. That's the closest you've been to being on topic the whole time. All right, so let's see what the poll says. It looks like it's exactly 50-50. 50% yes, 50% no.
Wow, amazing. Well, that is really interesting. So, what
I'm sorry. A vote came in right as I was closing it, so it ended up 52% no, 47% yes.
Okay, all right, nice. Now, I wonder why, maybe people can put in the comments why they voted the way they did. If they thought that it was or wasn't beautiful, whatever their reasons for it would be. And if their reasons perhaps will change when they hear what I'm about to say, which is interesting. Here, I'm going to explain that this letter.
Jamison says, prove I'm wrong. Prove I'm wrong. About what? You didn't make any point. Prove that you're wrong about being a Christian for 40 years and now being an atheist? I mean, I don't need to disprove that. I don't give a crap whether you used to be a Christian or not. That is totally irrelevant to absolutely everything. So what exactly am I supposed to prove you wrong about? Oh, I guess Christianity being a cult. I mean, you can go to the dictionary and look up the definition of a cult, and you're going to find that Christianity doesn't follow it. But you'll say, oh, that's just a Christian dictionary. That's not my definition of cult. Some people.
That's silly. I don't know what Jameson's on about, but clearly hasn't been listening to any of the presentation and hasn't actually engaged with any of the statements that we've said, which shows that he still hasn't actually proven anything. Silly subject or silly. Okay, that's a good explanation. All right. So this person's saying they didn't really care much about the poem, because they thought the subject was silly. Like just a girl. I chose not to vote because I was undecided about what I thought about it. All right, that's something. Nice.
God is Santa Claus for adults. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong, bro.
Easy. I got this. I don't think God is Santa Claus for adults. Easy. Look, I can make claims too. I just did it. I win. Easy.
Una said, I don't like poetry, so I don't find it beautiful. The only poems that move me are Psalms.
Nice. All right. You like
and then, yes, Houston defined what cult means to Jameson. Cult is that other guy's religion. So, yep, absolutely.
Good definition.
Could be an atheist pretending to say they used to be a Christian. I mean, I don't know if he was probably at least culturally a Christian. I mean, I doubt he actually understands Christian doctrine. I doubt that he has had a relationship with Jesus Christ. Was he raised in a church? Maybe. I mean, or maybe he's just making it up. I mean, who knows, right? But he is acting completely inconsistent with his own belief, the one that I pulled up earlier, that if this is the only life we have, shouldn't we act for our own self-pleasure all the time? Yeah. So why are you here spamming the chat, trying to convince us all that you're correct and we're wrong? Is it because you hate us and thus it brings you pleasure spamming the chat? Or are you thinking you're acting altruistically, where you're just telling us for our own benefit and thus acting in contradiction to your own stated belief? When you grow up, you will get a kid. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. When you grow up, you will get it. Prove me wrong. Well, I'm pretty sure I am growing up.
They believe in prophecy. Look at that, which means they can't be an atheist. Because look, they're trying to prophesy. Look at that. Crazy.
Yeah. So Jameson, seriously, if you have an actual point If you have an actual reason why you think Christianity is wrong, put it in the chat now. I will engage with your one point. Then if you have other points, I will engage with them on another day. I'm being extremely generous, right? This show isn't about atheism is false. It's not about Christianity is true. We're discussing the subject of beauty and what that means. But because I'm so generous, if you have an actual point, put it in the chat. I will address one point that is off topic. Then, if you continue to be off topic, we will say goodbye. Una summed it up well here. I made a claim I know you'll disagree with. That'll prove my intellectual superiority.
You see, look how smart I am. I told you something that you don't believe, which means I'm right. This is great. This is high quality stuff right there, from the Jameson person.
John Wilson says it doesn't make me wonder what Jameson is on about. It makes me wonder what Jameson is on.
Good point.
Well, he said that we should seek our own immediate self-gratification. So that means that he is probably on mind-altering drugs. And that's why this is what he gave in response to me saying, give your best argument. Although maybe he typed this simultaneously. So I'll give him one more chance, since I don't know how much of the delay is compared to when I said it and when he heard it. But he said, know the truth and it will set you free. Indeed, the truth will set you free.
That's right. That's from Jesus. So I'm glad they still know the Bible well enough to quote it. That's good.
I sure hope that wasn't his evidence that atheism is true.
Yeah,
because that's not, or that Christianity is false, right? Actually, I asked him to give evidence that Christianity is false, not that atheism is true. And his evidence was he quotes Jesus. Unless this wasn't, right? Unless it wasn't a response to that. Give him an opportunity. Jameson thinks they're quoting the CIA motto.
Yeah, they don't know any better. While we wait for that good response, I wanted to speak on the results of that poll because I wanted to explain who the author is. So the author of this wonderful little poem that, again, has, I think, really good rhythm, and it's got a very wonderful set of parallelism, descriptions, a good imagery, very powerful moments in which, like in that small world of longing, fear, rapture, and desperation, the game we play, fallen devil years. So I think the language is really advanced and the imagery is really powerful. And this letter was written in 1979 by the BTK, which is Bind, Torture, and Killer, Dennis Rader, to Anna Williams. Anna, that's the name, Anna Williams, after he broke into her house when she wasn't at home. After waiting impatiently for her to return, he got bored and left. A few months later, he wrote her this letter. Rader is still alive to this day and is incarcerated after being convicted of killing 10 victims. His nickname, BTK, stands for Bind, Torture, Kill. So this poem, which admittedly by all standards of poetry and poetic development is orderly, well constructed, has parallelism, imagery, metaphor, powerful, types of personification in a sense, but there's really powerful and emotional descriptions that we would say are proper to what's usually considered beautiful poetry. But here's the issue. His intent in writing this poem was that he was going to describe how much he would have enjoyed killing Anna. And so the title is, Oh, Anna, Why Didn't You Appear? Well, that one repeated line that keeps happening. So, but it's the title. It is, Oh, Anna, Why Didn't You Appear? Again, that's by the BTK Killer from the 70s. That was 1979, I believe. Yeah, 1979. And so he is the one who wrote this poem. Now, here's the issue. If we went just by the poetic standards and the poetic rules and regulations for the rhythm of it and the power of the descriptions, the imagery, the emotion, the structure of it, the repetitive structure, the fact that it even has something like a chiasm where it has 4 different repetitions of the, Oh, Anna, why didn't you appear? We would say that poetically, this is actually like beautifully constructed, except that this was written by a serial killer who was trying to kill one of his victims And he's actually writing about how much he would have enjoyed killing her and how upset he is, how sad he is that she wasn't home. And so we would say, well, this isn't beautiful. This isn't beautiful. This is awful. Why would this guy write about how much he would have enjoyed killing her and how upset he is that he didn't get a chance to kill her, right? So this is important because a lot of times when people, even like different religious traditions, argue for their system through beauty of their book, right? Like if I, as a Christian, argue that Christianity is true because the Bible is true, or I'm sorry, that Christianity is true because the Bible is beautiful. That's what I meant to say. If I argue that Christianity is true because the Bible is beautiful, the most beautiful book in the world, then that just saying that doesn't really mean too much, right? Because I have to account for the fullness of beauty, right? So maybe I say, oh well, all the poetic literature inside the Bible is the most beautiful and most orderly. The rhythm of it is incredible and all of it, but that doesn't actually mean that it's necessarily truly beautiful, right? Just because you have poetry that's advanced with good imagery, good order, and even good repetition and rhythm, like this poem you're looking at on the screen, doesn't mean that it's actually truly beautiful. Because you could just have a case where you have a poem that's beautiful and very orderly, and then the meaning is about killing people, obliterating them. And so we never really want to, use this. And then even in atheism, you see this. Oh, there we go. Anam got the image fixed. Nice. And so you never want to see, a claim being made that the order and like the order of something, the rhythm of it by itself is how you know it's the most beautiful. You want to look at the content of it, right? You want to look beyond the superficiality of that external rhythm and order, even the rhyme scheme, to see even past some poetic devices like repetition and alliteration. You want to look past that to see what is the content of this. What is the content, right? And so we can even go on to another example that's very, very interesting, very similar. I'll read this for poetic effect. She watches some life
So
training.
real quickly before you read the second poem, A for the teacher wanted to know the title of the first poem.
Yeah. I think I read that one correctly. It is, Oh, Anna, why didn't you appear? That's the title of it. So the title is, Oh, Anna, why didn't you appear?
Thank you for that. There. Go ahead and read the second poem, and then we're going to get a last word from Jameson and continue on with the actual subject. So go ahead and read the poem first.
Alrighty. She watches some life drain from the notch in his neck vein as it soothingly pulls, it smothers her pain. Sweet stiletto so sharp craves another cut. Obeying a call, she moves to his gut. So this is a poem written by a nurse in Canada. A wonderful, well-educated nurse in Canada. And wonderful, of course, being ironic when I say that, because this was a nurse who killed multiple patients of hers that were under her care at a hospital over the course of multiple years. And she wrote this poem as she tries to mentally dissociate. She says she watches some life drain, and she's talking about herself, from the notch in his neck vein as it soothingly pulls its smothers her pain. So the sight of someone's blood leaving their neck vein causes her to feel peace, right? She feels peace when she sees this. And then she says, it makes it sound like she used a stiletto to do this, actually. And then after she saw that, she's like, oh, well, I got to start cutting him in his gut instead. And so she starts to cut open his gut after that. So you could say that there's good rhyme in this, good rhythm, and it's really powerful because what's happening here is that she's enjoying the beauty, according to her, she's enjoying the beauty of this murder, one of her many murders, and she had a lot. I mean, a lot. So, you could say, oh, well, the poetic styling, the rhythm and the rhyme scheme and the alliteration with all the S's and stuff, that's beautiful, right? And I would say, well, no, because it's not just about the rhythm and the rhyme scheme and the sounds of the words coming out, but it's really about the content. Okay, that's a great comment. So what you were saying is only demented people write poetry now. That's really funny.
Yeah, not quite the point, but
I think
definitely
but I appreciate
humorous.
I
So to
appreciate
finish up with Jameson. So remember, I asked him to provide some evidence or reason why Christianity is false. He says, truth has evidence to support it. I agree with your point.
yeah.
Truth does
But
have
he-
evidence to support it.
But he
You have
doesn't
not
have
provided any to support your position. Therefore, we can conclude that it is not a true position. I told him that his next point better be a specific piece of evidence, something we can analyze about Christianity. He says there is no evidence that God and or afterlife actually exists, which is simply false. There is plenty of evidence. You simply reject that evidence and define it out of existence, which is why I asked you to give a specific, something that can be engaged with. You refused to do that, so I had to put you in timeout. As Nicodemus says, James Wagner, you are both the proof and the control group, the absence thereof. How's that working out for you? He defines his own terms, then declares that himself to be intellectually superior, and then spends, I think he's been here at least an hour of his time spamming the chat over and over again with the same kind of comments about your God is the same as Santa Claus. Once you grow up, you will realize this. Do you have any evidence that it's the same thing? Evidence is how you know what is true. Okay, what is that evidence? The truth will set you free.
What's the truth?
Not one piece, right? Not one thing to actually engage with. Just a bunch of statements. I can sit here and make statements all day. I can say there is no proof that James Wagner exists or Jameson Wagner exists. There is no proof that Jameson Wagner is not an ape. There is no proof that Jameson Wagner doesn't murder babies in his sleep. I mean, I can make statements. That isn't the way to have a discussion. That isn't the way to come to the actual truth of the matter. For 40 years, I believed that Jameson Wagner was a reasonable individual. Then I concluded he wasn't. This is the proof that Jameson Wagner is not a reasonable individual.
Perfect. You can't beat that because you said so. And so that's it. What is this stuff, man? That's wild.
Indeed. And I said it at least 5 times to him. If he actually wants to have a conversation, if he wasn't just lying about wanting to know the truth, then that invitation is open. But I'm pretty sure that he is not remotely interested in a discussion. All he is interested in is spamming.
True.
Una says, joke's on him. You cannot philosophically prove the non-existence of something. He has the larger burden of proof in this debate. I mean, I don't think he has a larger burden of proof. I just object to atheists trying to shift the scales such that they sit as sole judge of the validity of an argument. Anytime you bring anything, they define it as not being evidence. There's abundant evidence. Anyone who says there's no evidence is just joking. It's just kidding themselves. Let's not even make this about God, right? Let's make this about, say, Bigfoot. Do I think Bigfoot is real? Do I think he exists? No, I don't. I would not say there is no evidence. There is, for example, eyewitness testimony. People who think that they saw Bigfoot. That is evidence. It might not be sufficient evidence. It might not be good evidence. But to say that it is no evidence is utterly ridiculous. So when someone comes in and says, there's no evidence whatsoever, well, I would agree. If there was zero evidence for the existence of God, then you shouldn't believe in it, right? Atheists often make this claim like, well, you wouldn't believe in a teacup that is circulating around Jupiter, I think it was, or Saturn, whatever. Bertrand Russell's famous claim.
An invisible teapot that circles the earth.
Right. And it's like, well, yeah, but there's no evidence for that. And there's no reason to, and there's good counter evidence, right? Because we know that a teapot is a creation of a human being. We don't believe any human being would have spent the time and effort to put it into orbit. So we would not expect that to be there. So we do have reason to believe against it. It's not just, well, there's no evidence, therefore we shouldn't believe it. We have good reason not to believe it. It's not a remotely analogous situation. We do have solid reason to believe in the truth of the Bible. Yeah.
Okay. You know what? Maybe
We've been saying the opposite thing the whole time. I mean,
yeah, they're
just said precisely the opposite thing.
That's the contrarian. I don't think they actually.
Or I mean, his ability to follow the argument is like very limited. Unfortunately, it's not a defect. It's just maybe it's like willfully ignorant.
Yeah,
so I'm going to repeat this for the benefit of others. I'm sure Jameson won't get it. I obviously wasn't suggesting Bigfoot exists. I wasn't suggesting that the mere existence of evidence was sufficient reason to believe that God exists. I was suggesting that you need to actually discuss the evidence. You need to actually weigh the evidence, not just declare de facto, that doesn't count as evidence, therefore there is no evidence, which is what you've done the whole time. It's what atheists always do. This is not my first time having one of these stupid conversations. I usually don't engage to this great a degree, but I do have these things all the time. This is what every internet atheist does. Jameson, you're not special. This is exactly the same game that everyone plays. They come in, they declare there's no evidence. If someone is stupid enough to take the bait, or inexperienced, I shouldn't say stupid, inexperienced enough to take the bait and try to have a discussion, then whatever they say, it doesn't matter. You say that's not evidence. You haven't provided any evidence. You just believe in the Tooth Fairy. You just believe in Santa Claus. You believe in Sky Daddy. Whatever the specific phrase you want to use, it's the same game all the time. An actual discussion would not be the atheist sitting there and saying anything you bring doesn't count as evidence to me. It would be both parties weighing the evidence, going over the evidence. That's why I asked you to bring something specific that you think is bad. And that is not good evidence for the truth of Christianity, because I know how this freaking game plays. You sit out there with an undefined standard so that you can just go back and say whatever is said doesn't count. So you need to explain. Yeah. So Bigfoot must exist by your logic. Yeah, that's exactly what I said to someone who has the IQ of a newborn baby, which, as we all know, are all atheists.
So,
everyone is born an atheist. And then some people
more precisely
develop and have intellectual thoughts, and other people don't.
Thaddeus was challenging your assertion, Jamie Wagner, that there's no evidence. And he was saying, though, you can't say there's no evidence. It's just you have to have a discussion about the evidence. That was his point. You totally missed his thesis.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Sadly, that happens quite often with a lot of atheists online and even in person. So, God willing, Jameson will come to think about what's being said and think hard about it before responding, because that's a great sign of intelligence and willful participation, is actually being willing to think about what's being said before blindly responding to it. So, by the way, that woman, I wanted to say her name so people knew. That is Elizabeth Wettlaufer. Elizabeth Wettlaufer, who was a Canadian serial killer, and I think as of now in their history, the most notorious Canadian serial killer they've ever had, with a total of 14 people that she murdered. And so just wanted to let people know that you can make wonderful poetry. And okay, Jameson.
So I wanted to say I voted in the poll. So maybe, if we had a rule, like because it's less than 100 people, the poll would have actually gone the other way. I voted no. So the poll would have actually gone the other way, where a slight thin sliver of people thought that it was actually a good poem. Because you're right, it has all the functions of alliteration. I said no because I thought it was stalkerish. Because, okay, like I understand one time the girl didn't show up. Okay, it's a little bit romantic. But like you said, you put it very well. There were some very intense moments of like experience, and it was just so intense to the point that like, okay, this is like the level. And also it's over a girl, right? So usually like sexual harassment is done by some creepy guy, against a girl who doesn't even know that he exists. So but and you said it turned out to be the BTK killer. But yeah, it was very obsessive. But so regardless of the alliteration and the functional uses of poetry, it just gave me that stalker vibe, which it turned out to be. But not everybody has the intuition. Like, okay, I mean, everyone who voted yes thought it was okay to be romantic about a girl like that. But honestly, you need a little bit of help if you think that her not showing up to a date merits like a very hot and heavy poem like that.
Yeah, yeah. And of course, the whole point of showing that poem is that no matter what people ended up voting, yes or no, the truth is that when you understand the true nature of the intent and the shoulddness of relation, right? That people ought to be in a relationship of goodness and peace and not kill each other because they didn't show up, or just you shouldn't kill each other in any way you can avoid through
Or
murder.
obsess over someone sexually also, right? Like,
Yes,
yeah.
or to obsess strangely and terrifyingly over somebody also sexually in a form of lust that's terrifying. And also just you shouldn't be a serial killer. It's a big old no-no, and so it's something to be avoided. Then when you see that that's the purpose and the intent behind this, the mind that's making this, then even
But,
if this is
sorry, just I love the shoulddness of relation because that's the core here, right? So in other words, also you have low self-esteem if you think a girl or a guy rejecting you is making you somehow less, or somehow like that should be a priority in your life. And also it sounds like she was a stranger basically, right? So it's not even like like, okay, if you love somebody for a year, you in a relationship, you're happily go ahead, Dad.
yeah.
Yeah. Well, I was going to wait. It didn't need to be addressed right away. So this is going to be my last comment to Jameson, because he said that he heard just fine. And he did hear, right? Because he did say something related to what was said, but he didn't understand the point. The point wasn't that the kind of evidence for Christianity is akin to the evidence for Bigfoot. The point was that it's intellectually dishonest and pointless to say that there is no evidence whatsoever. That was my actual point, which is why I wanted you to engage on a
And then he
specific
reasserts the
piece
same point.
of evidence. Right. And then you assert the same thing, that the only evidence is akin to the evidence for Bigfoot, which was not remotely what I was saying. So Jameson, last time, if you want to have a discussion, set it up. If you just want to spam, there is no evidence, or that you are delusional, or whatever else you want to spam, then I will say goodbye to you.
Yeah, this is sad because you even have like atheist philosophers and scholars like Graham Oppy who says anyone who says that there's no evidence for Christianity is foolish, right? So, and many atheist philosophers, even what is his name, Blake Green? I'm trying to remember who he is on Twitter, but who explains that it's foolish for an atheist to say that there's no evidence for God. And these are scholars who actually understand that logically you can't to say that there's no evidence is foolishness. So hopefully, Jameson will recognize that many of the scholars in the field who have actually had more experience with debate with Christians know that you can't just say some blanket, empty, void, meaningless statement like, "Oh, there's no evidence whatsoever." No. They say, "Oh, you could argue that there is evidence. It's just from our perspective," the atheists would say, "from our perspective, it's insufficient." And so, very big difference there. And hopefully they can learn from better atheist scholars and philosophers if they actually want to be a good atheist, at least be the kind that's well educated on your own philosophical approach to the meaninglessness of existence.
Yeah, and to be clear, right?
Yeah.
I would normally argue for the truth of Christianity, which is a implicit criticism of atheism. But if I was trying to argue against atheism, I would argue against the claims of atheism directly, heads on. So yes, you can argue against a position. It is irresponsible to just sit there and say my position's correct unless you prove me wrong. And I get it, right? I get it. You want to play a game. You want to have some fun. You want to make yourself feel better by laughing at Christians, laughing at theists. I get it, but this is not the place for it. I will not tolerate it. I know how your game is played. I've had plenty of experience playing this game. It is not going to work here. It may work against some Christian who's never thought deeply about their beliefs. They might say, oh, wait, I really don't have any good reason to believe Christianity is the truth, but I have abundant reasons to believe that Christianity is the truth. And I would be happy to discuss those with any atheist who wants to have a real conversation at any time. All right. I am done with Jameson. You will not see any other comments by him.
All right, all right. And I just want to go back to what we were talking about before real quick. With these various poems that I've got one more that I'd like to read. It's important to really think on the shouldness of relation, right? The way that things should be, the way people should relate together.
Actually, before you read the last poem,
go ahead.
I did actually want to comment on this one real quick.
Yes.
That if you're thinking about it, right, and you're not like you're thinking about what the author is trying to say, right? They're trying to say that what I'm doing is good, right?
Yeah.
Well, that I'm helping these people out. I'm ending their suffering. Therefore, you could argue from a really distorted perspective that it's beautiful in the author's mind, which is to your point, right? That but we all look at it and say that that's not beautiful at all. So it's more than just that the function, right? That the function or the rhythm and technical aspects are good. Even the author's internal intent is good in their mind to a degree.
Yeah, totally. I agree. It's kind of like it does corroborate with what you're saying, piggybacking off that. What it does is first it externalizes her from that because it's in the third person, right? And then even she says obeying a call. So it's like very like I didn't kill a person. I'm a good nurse, but there's all this. But also what it does is there's a confession, and like because you can't tell anybody, right? Imagine living with this deep dark secret that you murdered, like you're a serial killer in the guise of a healer, and you're being paid to do this, and everybody thinks you're a great nurse, but like every chance you get, patients are just dying of this and that. So you have to live with this guilt. Not even the guilt, but the secret, right? Forget about, obviously she had no moral compunction, so I don't think there was too much guilt there. But you have to live with the fact, right? So you have to write it down. And so it's cathartic and therapeutic, and that's actually what poetry is too. Like to a poet or an artist, it's a form of expression. It's therapeutic. Even I find, whatever drawings I try to do to be therapeutic. So the thing is that it is good poetry, in the sense that it gave the therapeutic, cathartic feeling to somebody who, was a serial killer. But I mean, in the sense that that's the function of poetry. So it fulfilled its function to give emotional and poetry encapsulates feelings. So, like for intellectual, emotional, and even like gut, like for example, my gut is sick reading this, but like, I kind of feel like she feels out of disembodied, out of bodied when she's doing all this and writing all this. So it expresses like the thing in her. Like obviously she still thinks of herself as a good person and a good nurse, right? So there's somebody else that's doing this or something else that's doing this. So it captures the mind frame of a serial killer also. Good. I mean, and like I said, I was saying before, good art tells us the era of that time. Like Moby Dick talks about the ocean, how much he loves the ocean. So yeah, if this expresses the inner life of a serial killer nurse, perfect. If the poetry is supposed to do that. More importantly, for a prosecutor, it's perfect for convicting her in a court of law, right? Because that's
Yes.
the intent in frame of mind.
Exactly. Like this is perfect, and it actually was used as one part of the evidence against her to get her into prison. But Elizabeth, when she wrote this, right, she used all the technical qualities that are proper to poetry, and so and she has good sonnets and even has such a wonderful case of alliteration, right? Sweet stiletto, so sharp, craves another cut, right? So with the S and the C's, she really gets the alliteration down, and that's impressive technically. And so, and also just a lot of S's. She's getting a lot of S's because she's trying to get the sound of the sputtering of the blood, right? She says it's to her, it's like a hiss as the oxygen leaves with the blood. So she's trying to get a lot of the S's to kind of get across. So that's what she says. As it soothingly pulls, it smothers her pain. Sweet stiletto, so sharp, craves another cut. Obeying a call, she moves to his gut. And so she's really trying to get the curt nature of the instruments of cutting and bludgeoning, and also the death of the patient. And so obviously,
And
we know that it's not
with cut and gut, right?
exactly, yeah, cut and gut, pain and vein. She's got this,
I would
good
not have
rhyme
come up with that one.
and even more impressive, she actually had like a multi-level rhyme scheme, because she has in the first line, she watches some life drain from the notch in his neck vein. As it soothingly pulls, it smothers her pain. And so she even has like a multi-level
3 rhymes. Wow.
rhyme in her first 2 stanzas. And so again, if we just said, oh, well, by technicality of order, I can say this is the most, wonderful poem. It's a great poem. I love this poem. This poem's so cool. We'd have to say, well, no, because the content is horrendous. The intent is awful. And the unity of the intent, that which unifies her intent with the shouldness of relation, she tries to uphold something which should not be, as if it is something that should be. That's a good point. Put it to a heavy metal accompaniment, it would be a hit. Yeah, no, I'm sure this would be a breakthrough song with some grunge singers and some heavy metal for sure. The next one too. The next one gets into some wacky stuff here as well. This one actually does sound like a dark heavy metal one right here.
Okay.
I was born with the devil in me. I could not help the fact that I was a murderer, no more than the poet can help the inspiration to sing. I was born with the evil one standing as my sponsor beside the bed where I was ushered into the world, and he has been with me since. Right? This one is obviously, as the idea comes across here, these are all serial killers. And serial killers do have all of them, including, there were a lot of poems from like the Zodiac Killer that I chose just not to include, but serial killers do have a habit of desiring to communicate their actions to others, to be seen. And that's like a very, common thing. That's just how it is. But the whole point is this, and this is from, this one's actually super messed up. I think I still have the tab here. Yeah, okay. And the writer was Dr. H.H. Holmes in 1896. The poem is The Evil One. That's the title. In 1896, Dr. H.H. Holmes wrote this letter to a newspaper, and as a result was hanged 1 month later. Holmes built, and I kid you not, this is real life, Holmes built a murder hotel consisting of over 100 rooms that had long winding corridors, staircases leading to nowhere, trap doors, dead ends, false walls, and gas chambers, and numerous other deadly traps. So people would check into this hotel and literally would not check out, right? Holmes then said, and they wouldn't even know that each of these rooms were like trapped, and that, you would walk into a room and you might lean on a wall only to find that the wall was a fake wall that leads into a huge pit or a ditch.
Stairwell where you can't leave, and there's someone with a knife behind you.
Exactly. Like, and it's wild because this sounds like something you would see in maybe like a horror video game or something, right? A murder hotel. But this is just real. Multiple people, I think. And the worst part is, this is even more horrendous. Holmes then sold bodies of his victims to medical research institutions who asked no questions. Holmes was hanged in 1896, right? So this guy, Dr. H.H. Holmes, was able to, have and build, he had enough money to build a murder hotel with over 100 rooms, with all of these different traps, and he would just take the dead bodies and sell them to victims at medical research institutions. People wouldn't ask questions. And he says in his writing that he sends to a newspaper that he thinks is beautiful prose. He thinks it's beautiful prose narrative. He calls himself, or he says, I was born with the devil in me. I could not help the fact that I was a murderer. I have no choice. No more than a poet can help the inspiration to sing, which poets don't sing. by definition. So this is already incorrect. But I was born with the evil one standing as my sponsor beside the bed where I was ushered into the world, and he has been with me since. This is very powerful language, and we could, of course, say, oh, well, that's very artistic language. It's powerful, and the imagery is clear that the one sponsoring him, the one at his bedside, the one with him since the beginning, is Satan. And so he says, well, he was with me at the beginning, he'll be with me in my ending. And so you could say that this is, like, by the matter of prose narrative, poetically beautiful. If you actually thought that all that mattered was rhythm and order. But of course, beauty is not just rhythm, right? It's also rhythm and order in alignment and unity with intent. The intent here is clear, though. He says, I'm not going to apologize because this is just who I am. I'm just living my best life, and they're dying their worst deaths, right? And so I'm going to keep on living my best life until I die because it's not my fault. Not my fault. So
yeah, exactly. And the atheists who have been in the stream throughout today, they can't really say anything's wrong with this, right? Well, I mean, they might say that he wasn't actually in cohorts with the devil, since the devil doesn't exist, but they'd say that he had a mental illness or something that made him think that way, or maybe he just wasn't very intelligent, like those theists, and got wind of the wrong religion or something. But it wasn't really his fault. I mean, it was just the result of his circumstances, the way he was brought up, or the genetic deficiency in his mind, or something along those lines. Therefore, it's not really evil. I mean, that's the only thing you can actually say from a naturalistic standpoint. It's just something that other people don't like very much.
Exactly. And so, that's really important. And I think these all really emphasize that simple poetic evaluations and order, just like my examples with Hitler, order and even the clarity of intent is insufficient to express beatific quality. What we need is order properly united with intent, and intent properly united with the way things should be, the shouldness of relation. Why do atheists use exponents with it? That's really smart. Whoever thought of that, that's clever. That's cute. I like that. Una, yeah, that's good. Why do atheists use exponents when they don't believe in a higher power?
Yep, no x squared or x to the third power here.
Hey, come on now. That's great. And so all of this, I would say, all of this is actually something that fits into a general chart that I used for my essay and for my philosophy of beauty that I present here, which is just a way that you can see the three qualities of beauty, or the three qualities that you see along with beauty, or contemporaneous with beauty, and how they lead to different results if one of them is absent or is less than it ought to be, or is incorrectly unified. And so, there's each of these, you could have cases of them being present or absent, or at least less than, so not present in their fullest sense. So you can have order and intent and the shouldness of relation all united together, and that would be something that would be like maximally beautiful for whatever the nature of that thing is. Or you could have the order and intent being clear, but they go against the shouldness of relation, which oddly enough, that one change, the SOR, is really where you get that key. Now you would call that horrific or disgusting. Or you could have something that actually depicts something awful. You could have something that depicts something that is not the SOR, the shouldness of relation, to motivate people into understanding what should be. And so it could be horrifically disgusting if the intent is, actually saying, oh, this is actually a good thing. And you're like, well, there's no SOR there. But if the intent is saying that this is awful, then you're like, oh, then that's good. They're actually showing something that's beautiful in what it promotes rather than what it depicts. And so, there's a lot of ways that we can go through that. There's also the one that I think is very fun for people, the ITTTC, which is a fancy way of saying it's the thought that counts. That is when you have the absence of clear, order in something, but you do have the intent made known to you, and you also have the shouldness of relation clearly present in it. And so I think a good way to talk about this would be to simply say, a family member of mine once made a drawing for me, and in this drawing that they made, this very young family member, they scribbled a little couple, like 3 brown circles or something, and then some green something. And she's like, "Oh, look at what I made for you. I love you. I made this for you." And it's so precious and cute. And I'm like, "Wow, what is it?" And she's like, "It's you. I made it for you." And of course, it's 3 brown circles or 3 brown swirls, right? So I'm thinking in my head, "Well, that looks nothing like me, but I think this is beautiful." Uh, and that's because you don't necessarily need order in the object being perceived if you know the mind behind it. So this is a really important thing that actually will end up being, I know it's just a kid that gave me a picture, but follow with me because this kid might just be one of the biggest keys to this whole thing. Um, Even though the image itself was disorderly to me, because it was just 3 brown swirls, how is that supposed to be me? Even though that was disorderly to me, her words, her intent was clear, which is that she wanted to bless me with an image, with a drawing, so that I would be able to enjoy her effort, her gift. And she also presented, her intent was unified with the shrewdness of relation, which is that human beings ought to love each other enough to desire to bless each other with gifts and with art and with whatever else we might have. And so her intent and her shrewdness of relation were unified in a good way. And though the order was lacking in the object, from my perspective, the order was lacking. Maybe from her perspective, she actually thought that was very orderly. She's like, "Oh, he's brown, so I'll just put 3 brown swirls." Her mind was still ordered. Her mind was ordered enough that I knew what her intent was, because she told me, "I love you, and I wanted to make this for you." And so, in a weird way, even when the object is lacking order present to my mind, her mind was so orderly that it still maintained its beatific quality. And I think in a different way, we can actually think of this when it comes to divine revelation, right? The natural world is beautiful and wonderful, but often it can be difficult when things are tough. It can be difficult to see the beauty in some cases, or in confusing circumstances, or confusing new findings about reality and existence. We can say that the things around us are seemingly disorderly at some points. But the mind of God, which is made known to us through the scripture, he has made himself, his desires, the kind of being he is, how he cares and loves us. His mind is so orderly that he makes his intentions known to us, even if the things created are not so clear in their order and their purpose yet. And so I think that you can lack order in a natural circumstance, or at least it appears like there's less order, while you can know that it's still beautiful because of the order of the mind who made it, right? And God's mind being perfectly orderly. So that's why I would say, for humans, I would say it's the thought that counts. For God, I would say it's his thought that counts, right? Because it's his thought that literally makes all things count together in perfect harmony. And so you can go through each of those there. And I think there's one slide I wanted to go through.
So one comment on that. I think you raised, so I heard you make this argument before, but I think this time you raised a good point that I don't think you did the first time, which doesn't mean anything to the audience, but that was just my way of saying that this was a really good modification of what you said before, where you said that there's order in her mind. Whereas before you just kind of said that it was unordered and it was still beautiful. But now I think you're accurately reflecting that the order is still important. It just doesn't have to be expressed in the way that the person receiving it understands. So the fact that your niece or whatever intended something and had a structured idea of what they were trying to do is actually still important to it being beautiful. So it's not just intent.
I thought it was a very important addition. I realized afterwards, I was like, well, wait a second. her words were orderly because she told them to me and I understood them. And words are by nature of how we use language orderly. So, let's read this person's got.
So yeah, so obviously they just came. We did talk about this at the beginning, but they might be beneficial to talk about it here again towards the end. This idea that beauty is just subjective. Here it's put: isn't beauty a matter of subjective opinion between one person's perception versus another person's perception? This can never be absolute beauty without using fallacies of circular logic. I believe that this person is definitely a Christian who's commented on the channel before. I'm curious, would you say the same thing about morality? Because people do have different perceptions about reality, certainly. But I'm thinking you're not going to say that that morality is only subjective. So again, we covered this earlier. You can see earlier for more depth. But the idea here is that everyone has a conception of morality. Everyone has a conception of beauty. Yes, they're not identical, but that's because there is a standard. There is an objective standard that different people have different levels of perception towards, different understanding towards the objective standard. So we disagree on some details, but we have the same general perception, the same general idea, because there is a standard. It's not that one person says that killing is good and another person says killing is bad, just as the same as it's not the same that one person says, this pile of dog poop is beautiful, and another says that it's ugly, right? Everyone agrees that it lacks beauty, or that, say, a 40-year-old man marrying a 6-year-old child, everyone would generally, sorry, I accidentally made that allusion to Muhammad, but that was not actually my intention. I'm just saying that normally people would not say that that is a beautiful act, that a adult taking advantage of a child is something that is inappropriate and disgusting. That the child molester is not a beautiful person. It's not that some people say, oh, he's beautiful, and other people say he's not. Everyone agrees that he is not beautiful. So there are differences in perception and details, but this ironically shows that there is an absolute standard.
Yeah, which I find quite interesting, right? And I think people just get a little confused because, when you're so used to understanding it in terms of moral truths, the moment you change the language a little bit and just substitute it with beauty, then people get quite confused. They're like, "Oh, now wait a second." I'm like, "No, no, no. The argument and its logical structure maintains its validity, even if you change like one of the propositions or the terms. So now instead of saying goodness, objective goodness, or objective morality, I changed to objective beauty. So it's still logically valid because I replaced wherever objective morality was, I just replaced it with objective beauty, and yet it works. You cannot disprove the existence of an objective system by proving the existence of differences in opinion about it. Right? That'd be like if I had some students who were in a math class and 10 of my 20 students got the math problem wrong, right? It was 5 plus 5, and 50% of the students said 11, and then 50% of the students said 10. And I'm like, well, since many of you disagree about this, obviously there's no one objective true answer to this question. So we'll just give up on it and move on. Well, no, we wouldn't do that. We'd say, let's figure out what is lacking or what is misunderstood in those 50% who see it as 11 that causes them to come to that conclusion, so we can correct them towards a better understanding of that reality, which is objectively true, which is correct. And so I wish to be quite clear in that. And yeah, that cat does look wonderfully comfortable. I mean, look at that. That's amazing.
You could even say that it's beautiful.
Beautiful. You sly dog. That was good.
Yeah, Artemis. This is Artemis on the screen. She left for a while, and now she's come back. She just jumped. She was in my lap for a little while. And now she jumped up to my desk, which is where she usually lays. So the cat cam is back on. You only missed maybe a second or two of her being up there. like literally, as soon as she jumped up there, she laid down to sleep. So
Nice. Perfect. Any questions?
Interesting.
Right.
Yeah, interesting comment here from Solitary Emmy. This is a great analogy for religions. Just because many religions doesn't mean there isn't one true one. And that's actually a great point. That's even better than me saying morality or appealing to morality. Certainly, I forgot who asked that question exactly. Melendrochromis. I don't know. Sorry. Obviously, my pronunciation is terrible. I have difficulty with that, but I'm sure they wouldn't say that because people have different opinions about what religion is true. That means there is no objective truth. Now, there would be people that say that. There would be maybe not atheists per se, but these kind of, can we all just get along? Everything's equally true. You have your truth, I have my truth type secular views would certainly say something like that. Or like, everyone has different religions. They're all kind of the same, kind of different. This shows that there aren't any true religions. There's just personal truth. Maybe truth itself doesn't exist, right? Because your example, some of the kids thought that the answer to the math problem was 11 and I thought it was 10. Therefore, there really isn't any truth of the matter. There's just people who have different ideas about it. Therefore, we can see, logically speaking, that we can't draw that conclusion about beauty just because people have different understandings of what is beautiful. They disagree on some of the details. Doesn't mean there is not an objective difference between what is beautiful and what is not.
Exactly right. And, in all of these cases, we can really just see that sometimes the reason people disagree is because they start from incorrect presuppositions, early assumptions. So for those 50% of the students who got the answer to be 11, we could find after talking to them that they were very young and they thought, oh, I thought we started counting, on the number we're already at. So when we start at number 5, then we say 5 again, and that counts as 1 because we added 5 to it. And then, 6, so that'd be 2, and then 7, and 3, and then 8 is 4, and then 9 is 5. And actually, in that case, they would be ending up with 9 for their answer because they started on 5 as 1. And so sometimes wherever you start and your assumptions about how you're starting could just lead you to have an incorrect answer about something. So even with beauty, religions, objective truth, these are the examples I use with some of my older students as well, because I think the math example really gets the whole subjective differences in understanding doesn't change objective existence of truth thing, right? So,
if I could, the analogy you gave with your student giving you the drawing with the 3 brown swirls, I think it's very poignant, and I drew a lot out of that too. But because in our first conversation, the one that was only like 5 or 10 minutes long, we had agreed that beauty is something that's communicated. And then if God is beautiful, then you communicate, like he would be communicating that beauty to himself, right? And then it was going down, like I could see where it's going. So it was very useful to me and very enjoyable for me too. But here, when you give this analogy of a young student, so now obviously the drawing itself is not up to par, right? There's no objective standard of art that says that 3 brown swirls is a good portrait of David. It's actually a very poorly constructed painting, I hate to say. I hope the kid isn't watching this at any point in the future, right? But that was a pretty crappy painting that you did. Maybe you should find another hobby, but obviously this is not for you. I would just buy like a violin from that kid or something, if that was my child. But no, but the thing is though, is that once you saw the order in her mind, right, and then that order was transmitted to your mind, and you both actually arrived at the objective truth, which was, I love you. So, actually the beauty was communicated and the order was achieved. And so interestingly, right, so the intent of order supersedes the quality of the craft of the perceived external beauty.
Exactly. And that's really important. As a matter of fact, that's the reason that's important, so important, both in our experiences and then, from effect to cause, thinking back to God, is when people say, well, what about when disorderly things happen in the universe or when bad things happen in the universe? I could say, well, just because there's something that I see that is wrong with a painting, or something seems like it's been lost, right? Perhaps a drawing was once a masterpiece, and then over time the Crayola deteriorated off, or the paint weared away because people kept on breaking the rules at the museum. They kept on taking a photo with the flash on,
or smoke from
they tell
smoking
you
indoors.
exactly right, and they tell you every single time, don't have the flash on because the flash will slowly. It's old paint, right? So it's going to disintegrate it. If people would just follow the one rule they have at a museum, then we'd actually have these paintings preserved for much longer.
It's got to
They
be
have one
temperature
rule.
controlled. You're totally right about sunlight.
Exactly. Yeah. Right. And so then what happens is we can say, if Adam and Eve just followed the one rule they had in the garden, then we wouldn't have to worry about the deterioration of all things. Except that's exactly what happened. Right. And so we have the deterioration of all things because they refused to follow the one rule. Instead of just enjoying things as they were, they wanted to take it into their own hands, just like these people going to the museum. Instead of just enjoying the art as it is, they wanted to have it in their own control, taking a photo of the painting. And so as a result of desiring to take something for themselves, which was not theirs to control and manipulate, things deteriorate and they fall apart. And so in the same with the museum as it is with humanity in the garden, we can see the understanding that despite the way that a painting could deteriorate because of the actions of other people outside of it, or the understanding of other people outside of it, that doesn't actually mean that the painter behind it made a mistake, or that there was ever any error in the painter, in the case of the museum example. Or for an extremely complex, I like to take the example with a youngin drawing these 3 brown swirls and flip it and say, well, what if there's an extremely advanced artist who has such like a beautiful complex design that I can't understand it, right? So instead of there being a lack of skill, there's a lack of ability on my end to understand the complexity or to see the beauty in the complexity of it and in the extremely advanced techniques being used, even be it poetry or painting. So now I have to recognize that I just am not able to recognize the fullness of the beauty therein. But if the artist, if the painter communicates in a more simple way to me, the intent and the meaning of the order as it relates to the intent in the painting, then I can look beyond the extreme complexity of the painting. I can look beyond the extreme complexity that is so complex, I might not even be able to say it's very orderly because I'm like, I don't know how these all relate together. How do all these different things relate together? I don't know. And I could see the order of the painter's mind and their communicability, their ability to communicate in a way that makes sense to me, the meaning and intent and purpose of their painting. And now I can see the beauty in it still. So you can go from extreme simplicity or extreme complexity, and as long as the mind of the artist behind it is ordered sufficiently such that they can communicate the meaning, then beauty is the knowledge of beauty is still the outcome, which is wild.
Right.
What was that?
Transmitted.
Exactly. It's transmitted correctly into the observer, the one perceiving, I guess, the one perceiver. And I think, canyon to mountain, like flip from the little kid showing me a drawing to me trying to see an extremely complex one. That's that analogy of me being simple and the drawing being complex is a closer analogy of what we have as an experience with God, right? God has this universe with all these different forces and physical constants that are working in ways I could not possibly understand. And why did God choose to have all of these numerical constants govern the universe in this exact numerical, perfect, wonderful way where they all work together? I don't know. But I know through the way that he has communicated himself to me through the natural world as I understand it, and more specifically through divine revelation, and more fully and most fully through Christ, I can know the mind of the author. I can know the mind of the painter, the divine architect. And in so knowing who he is, I can understand the the intent of the order, right? Such that life can develop and flourish and continue to exist. And so now the complexities of all those physical constants washes away as I see the mind of the divine architect speaking to me to say, this is my purpose and my intent. And now you can, again, take pleasure and delight in that which is perceived, that being all of creation. And so I think, as strange as it is, a random interaction with a kid showing me 3 brown swirls is really what I needed to better understand how beauty works.
Excellent.
Weird.
Excellent.
It's weird.
Let me take a quick super chat while we have Law in the conversation from John Wilson.
If you want your wealth to increase in this dunya, then give sadaqah more and more every single day. 2 angels come down, one of them is making dua for those who give. He says, Ya Allah, give those who give.
So John says, just because I'm joining the stream, thank you for that donation. And now you're going to enjoy it even more because those 2 angels are going to come down and observe your salika. And a question for you, David. Are you on TikTok? There are plenty of people on there who can benefit from these types of arguments.
Oh man, that's the 10th person this week. Dear goodness. I appreciate it. I'm not on TikTok. I appreciate that comment, and my family says the same thing. And obviously a lot of the apologist fellas have also mentioned doing more with a YouTube channel with TikTok. If I can get through, my plan is this: if I can just get through my grad school, because while I have my job, I also have grad school, right? My seminary. So if I can just, God willing, get through that, then I'll have a lot more time in my hands. Fewer than 12 books to read through right now for my 3 classes. I'll have more time in my hands. And so then I could actually dedicate a lot more time just to, going on TikTok and dealing with these really weird arguments that I like to develop and seeing if it can help people wake up to the beauty of life again, which is something I historically for most of my life I know myself well enough to know that normally I never would have dealt with an argument for beauty, to be completely honest. Not me as a person. I'm usually just not that kind of person. But I don't know. I was just praying one day and God made it very apparent to me that beauty is something to be pondered on. And so I thought, all right, I'll ask random people at coffee shops questions. And then, I started to realize, wait a second, this is far more powerful conversationally for evangelism purposes, but just in general, this is far more powerful than I ever thought possible. The amount of people who have actually had their eyes quite opened and amazed in a good way in conversation, right? Usually evangelistic opportunities can come and be quite aggressive, but I think this is a way to just soften people's hearts a bit, right? To help them see the beauty in Christ through beauty, right? Instead of trying to approach different ways, maybe it's best to help them understand the nature of beauty and how that's really, truly, fully, completely rooted in Christ, in his fullness and in his goodness.
So I did have a comment here from Houston. I've never found Picasso to be art or to be beautiful, put it differently. And I wanted to I brought this up because I wanted to comment that actually, even when you're talking about abstract art, when you're talking about something that doesn't represent, or at least doesn't obviously represent something in reality, you can do tests on random members of the public, not like people who've been trained in how to recognize good art or something, and show them, 5 abstract art, and there'll be a very strong consensus as to which one is the best. So regardless of, what you personally think that, art, philosophically, you think art should represent something, right? Or be a picture of reality. People say that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But
it should be as realistically
people who are really into art would also say that, yeah, that art doesn't necessarily have to be beautiful, that there are other purposes of art besides being beautiful. People would say that as well.
Mhm.
But regardless, the point here is that even when it's abstract, and thus you can't say that it's like driven by some sort of evolutionary, oh yes, that picture of an apple is good because I want to eat an apple type thing. Even without that in mind, people do seem to have a strong consensus as to what the best among examples of art are.
You know, I'm so glad they brought up Picasso because I'm trying not to, like, I mean, I really love the slides and I want to keep up the slides, but Picasso has this amazing thing of I think it's his Cubist movement and stuff. But basically, the idea of making an abstract art is like he has this one experiment: how few strokes do I need to make a horse? Or I may be misremembering that, but the thing is that basically the idea is that essentially, once you get to the slashes, of like, and the funny thing about your young student example, David, is that like everybody expects a kid to make a self-portrait, like, okay, there's a stick figure or a round head or two arms or two legs. That's we you can essentialize a person without being good at drawing noses and drawing hands, which is like the hardest part. And so the thing is that this level of abstraction is kind of the point, because like how many strokes do I need to show David or show a horse? And your young students show that it takes only 3 brown swirls to draw a picture of David. So and that's like the essentialism. I mean, anyway, I mean, basically I'm saying this girl is like a profound 20th century artist over here. But she's no less, is what I'm saying.
That's true. That's true. As a matter of fact, if you could just like share my screen real quick so people can see that one
Oh,
chart
yeah,
I made,
yeah.
because this actually relates to one of those little depictions I have. If you can see this one that says divine intention or beauty by projection. So where you have the order that's absent and the intention, because of how disorderly it is, even the intent of the author is absent, right? If it's like truly abstract art, you're like, it's like a couple squares, I guess, and like some lines. I don't know. But there's some sense of a shouldness of relation. Like there's just something that feels right. Then in theory, what this ends up doing, and admittedly in my essay form of this, actually I go into way more detail about how instead, again, it's not the art that's actually holding within it the beauty, but people are appealing to objective beauty and applying those objective beauty principles to the art itself. It's almost like a blank check. It's like a beatific blank check. You know these objective beatific oh, maybe that's a good chapter title. Oh,
Yeah, that's a great. You should try to trademark that. But
actually make
go
a
ahead.
little note.
Yeah, I mean, I remember like someone described to me opera as like German screeching, But the thing is that like the funny thing is though that like the amount of skill it takes to like project with your lungs across a giant opera hall and then like keep that up for like hours and hours and hours and express all the emotion in that voice too. So the thing is that there's a unity of being in that this artist had to work their whole life to be the best at their career in their industry. People like cry when they sing, and we admire that. So the main things we look for art, for example, would be this unity of being, right? Like a person who spent all this skill, a lifetime honing a skill that like a normal, but then there's also the intent, and then and then there's the shouldness of relation, right? So the thing is that the way that the small child's painting not changed but confirmed or realized the feelings that she had for you and you had for her. That's how the intent and the shouldness even overtake the unity of the skillfulness of the art. This person had like 3 years to work on their artistic ability, so that overtakes any unity or skill that goes on.
Yes, and I think that's really profound, right? Because really what's happening, and that's so great that you said that, because in a sense, this fuses the ITTTC, right? The it's the thought that counts, with the beauty by projection. Because now we have something where, let's say the abstract artist does not make their intent known, right? They just make this abstract art, and yet you still find yourself seeing beauty in it. And this could be a sign that similar to the child, projecting the reason behind they made the art. They're mentally projecting, oh, well, if you respect or care about somebody, and you want to show your appreciation, you ought to show them a generous gift and show that you care in that sense. And so, it makes sense to.
You even call it a blessing, which is very
exactly, and it really is a blessing. It's a gift. It's a blessing, and so this feels like it's a shouldness, and so that projection is actually what is brought into the creation of the art. So what's funny is now, especially the way that you just said it on them with, this transmission. What's funny is instead from it's thought that counts where the mind draws them to apply this one objective fact of beauty into the art. Now with abstract art, we're taking these objective facts of beauty and trying to draw them out of the art, right? So instead of trying to put it in as the child did, instead now we're trying to draw those objective truths of beauty we already know. We're trying to draw it out of the art. So it's almost like two sides of the same coin, which is so interesting. And so I actually really like that. That's really interesting. Because then, yes, in a certain sense, somebody could say, oh, well, in these abstract paintings, there's not this fullness of beauty because there's nothing in reality. There's no concrete referent in reality, right? So how could this possibly relate back to God? Our relationship to God? Well, I would say the very nature of it as being abstract and how it calls us to see those objective truths of beauty and apply it to the image means it actually calls us to recognize what's already true of beauty. And what's already true of beauty then again calls us back to God and to God over and over and over. So even in the abstract cases, we actually still have, again, this beatific blank check. We have something that is presented to us and we can fill it in with the knowledge that's already known from other concrete examples. So admittedly, abstract art by itself is insufficient, but abstract art after a period of concrete art that reflects reality per se as it is actually a very good boon. It's a good uplifting to the artistic world and to the artistic experience. As long as the painting itself and the notion of abstract art doesn't become like the primary thought of what art is, of what beauty is. Because then if it's just pure abstraction, then now you have no reason to see any reality as meaningful and beautiful. But if you see it as an instrumental means, as a tool to help people see those objective truths of beauty, then abstract art is actually very profound in its instrumental use. And that's really interesting. That's actually
Yeah, that's true. That's true, because it's just not pictorially there, right? You don't need it to evoke beauty. You can just evoke beauty with the essence, right? So
exactly. Yeah, that's
like,
really
what is the essence, right? The essence is something you perceive, but you don't perceive it with your eyes, right? You perceive it with your mind. So this is like yeah.
Yeah, this is interesting. I'm going to actually end up adding quite a bit. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's going to be quite a bit of work to add all that stuff in, but I'm glad I get to because this is actually really intriguing. Yeah. As a matter of fact,
I was just about to say, I think you said that you had one slide that you haven't shown yet.
Yeah, there's one.
Now we're just moving the conversation along.
Right.
Not like bringing anything.
History 101.
Yeah, that's right. So it was just one little set of slides I wanted to go through here that, again, and we already talked about all these poems and letters written by serial killers, but I just wanted to talk a bit more about this difference in beauty of the natural versus artifactual or artificial. Well, artifactual. Artifactual here meaning made by a human being, that which is an artifact. I'm not truly convinced that this distinction is necessary. I think the same experience of beauty in both the artifact and the natural indicates that the same qualities ought to be maintained and considered, including intent. And so I crudely made these out of some, Microsoft tools available to me, because I, again, am not an artist, and that is okay. I can accept that. But what I'm arguing for here is this. The actual mountain is beautiful. That's shouldsness of relation number one, which means the relation analogically reflects our relationship to God. That's SOR1, in a way similar to the painting photo of that very same mountain, right? And so what's happening here is when you have an artist who takes a photo or a painting or makes a poem or a song about a mountain, the artist truly intends for this photo or painting to be perceived of as beautiful, right? Or they intend to depict some beatific reality or to exalt some beatific reality. They wish to communicate the beauty that's already in the mountain, right? So some people might say, wow, that photo of the mountain is beautiful, to which I would say, sure, yeah, the photo is beautiful, but rarely do people actually say that. They say, wow, that's a beautiful mountain. As a matter of fact, the photo kind of just ends up being like a window, right? It's more like a window. The painting is more like a window than anything else. We can still say that that's a beautiful photo and a beautiful painting, obviously, but the artist says, oh, that beauty is a true quality of that thing I'm looking at, and I want to express that to other people, right? And so even if people say that painting of that mountain is beautiful, we should ask, well, why is it beautiful? And they say, well, because it captures the beauty of the mountain. So then follow with me as we go through this. If the presence of such art is for the sake of expressing or communicating the beauty of the mountain to others, and we assume that SOR1, right, like beauty is an actual quality. It's an actual quality, just like color, just like size, right? It's an actual quality of reality, just like truth and goodness. And so if we assume that beauty is an actual quality, then it really is the case that, that they are really showing beauty that's in the mountain, because beauty is an actual quality. So you're able to show it. And so that means that for some reason, and humans know this very well, whenever you experience something beautiful, you're naturally compelled in a sense or drawn to replicate it, to communicate its beauty. Beauty, as
you definitely say, "Oh my God!" At least, or like, "That's stunning." You express your opinion at the very least.
At the very least, you desire to have. It's like
and like nobody has to ask you; like you just give it.
Exactly. Yeah. It's almost as if you intrinsically, in the most deep part of you, know that beauty ought to be conversational, which is quite interesting. Even if nobody's around, you still think that it's very strange. And so, this is because, and my argument is that beauty is intrinsically communicable. It is a true quality of beauty to be communicable. And if beauty is intrinsically, by nature, beauty is intrinsically communicable, then we should not consider the human artist to be the only one communicating beauty, right? Because if the purpose of the human artist making the photograph or the painting of the mountain was to communicate the beauty of some concrete referent, that's the mountain, and beauty is intrinsically communicable, then that means that the mountain itself is a work of art, not just the painting or the photo. The mountain itself, because it has beauty, that beauty is being communicated to you by somebody. So the mountain itself is a work of art that is being used to communicate the beauty of some greater concrete reality to observers, right? And so to simplify this, imagine that this artist makes a painting of a mountain, and they say, I call this painting More Than Stone, right? It's made up a title for the artist. And I'm like, more than stone, because that's what a mountain is. It's not just stone. There's something else to it, more than stone. And now people say, wow, so beautiful, so amazing, how wonderful. That's because they've correctly captured the beauty of the original object. But again, we said beauty is intrinsically communicable. If beauty is there, it's being communicated. It's just matter of fact. If beauty is there, it's being communicated to you. So if we can say that about a painting of a mountain or a photo of a mountain, we can say that about the mountain itself. The mountain itself is an artwork. It is a product of an intelligent mind. As we've already established, the communicability of beauty is an aspect intrinsic to beauty. Therefore, we can and should expect an artist beyond the mountain through whom the beauty of some truly beautiful object or reality above it is being communicated, right? And so just as the painting communicates the beauty of the mountain itself, our relationship to it, is communicating the beauty of something greater. And of course, we talked about this before. I'm small, temporary, transient, right? Squishy. And my relationship to the mountain it feels transcendent because it is pointing to a relationship that I have with an even greater reality. So we already, intuitively sensed this before, but now we can really get down to it. Again, we should expect there to be an artist behind the mountain itself, through whom the beauty of some truly beautiful concept or reality is being communicated. In this case, the reality being communicated is the relation of some being or man to God. So the artist here is reasonably assumed to be God himself, and one could consider him to be both the communicator and the true object communicated, right? God is beautiful because holiness is beauty according to the Bible. God is holy, therefore God is beautiful. So he is communicating his own goodness, his own beauty through the objects created. I referred to Romans chapter 1, I think verse 20 and 21, where it says, "For since the beginning, the invisible attributes of God have been communicated through creation," right? His divine power, his power and his divine Godhead have been communicated through all creation, all created things. And so if it's true in Romans chapter 1 that all things creation have communicated some aspects of God, his power, right, his power to create, and his divine Godhead, I would agree. And I would say, yes, these created things are communicating these invisible qualities of God in a visible way. And of course, most fully and most completely and most infinitely in Christ. So since God would be the foundational reality and source of objective standards of beauty, the chain of beauty ends with him. He is the beginning, right? He is the beginning. He is the one in whom all goodness, truth, and beauty stays and has its origin. And so this fact, however, is only a fact which can best be explained by the Christian conception of God. And when I say Christian conception, of course, I'm talking about the Trinitarian nature of God, right? That God, because the Bible says he is holy, so he is beautiful. Therefore, how can God eternally be beautiful? Well, in order to experience beauty, one must delight in that which they perceive, right? God eternally is delighting in that which he perceives because he's always delighting in his own image, right? The eternal image, which is the Father sees the Son as, Colossians 1:15. He is the eternal image. Uncreated, he's the eternal image of God, right? So the Father is always perceiving and delighting in the Son. The Son is always perceiving and delighting in the Father. The Holy Spirit is, of course, always bearing witness to the beauty of the Father and the Son and the relationship together, and them, of course, to him as well as he proceeds forth from them. And so in this, simply put, I argue that there is a divine architect, a divine painter behind all things that we see. The mountains and the trees and all those things that we understand, because beauty by its nature is communicative, which means it must be communicated by someone, and that would be God. And so that really is, I think, the part that I find to be so powerful and important here, along with these three very strange effects of beauty. So again, the fact that it's communicative, and not just that, but that when we see something beautiful, a natural desire is to tell others about it, right? It's communicative in the fact that it's being communicated to us, but that we also want to communicate it to others. Number one. Number two, the unitive effects of beauty. Simply put, in my essay, I explain that which you call beautiful, into that image you will be conformed, right? So all the way back, since this is basically the end of the presentation, all the way back at the beginning of our discussion, all the way back, we did that example where you two watched the news live and you saw that horrible event happen. And then I walked in the room and I said, "Oh, that's beautiful." And you both thought that, what were the words you said at the time? What would you think of me for the awful things I said?
There's something wrong with you.
I think.
Yeah, exactly.
Disgusting.
Yeah, disgusting, horrific. There's something wrong. And that's actually really important. That all ties back to the ending here. There's this weird unifying effect of beauty. Whatever you call beautiful, it in a very powerful way reflects back on you. In a very powerful way. So much so that the moment that hypothetical me called that thing beautiful, you thought, what's wrong with you? Not just because you're giving an emotional reaction, but you're probably thinking, oh, this person would like to do that to other people, right? Because it seems like whatever we call beautiful, in a sense, we are attracted to those things. And if it's an action, we would actually like to do it someday if it's possible for us. And so, or at the very least, we would support those who do it. So there's this unitive quality of beauty. When you call something beautiful, and people have to be careful about this. I'm starting to think it's more metaphysically powerful than I thought before. But when you call something beautiful, you really do, in some sense, you start to grow into that image of the thing you call beautiful, right? So if you call goodness and truth, the transcendentals, if you see these as beautiful things, which you ought to, then you begin to be conformed into the person who loves goodness, truth, and beauty and unity. Or more completely than any of that, if you see Christ and his beautiful, exclusive, him dying for his people and for his church, and you see this claim of what Christ is saying, that he is the Christ and that he is the one in whom we find our peace and rest and salvation, and you desire to worship Christ with all your heart, soul, mind, and strength, that's powerful. Because if you worship Christ and see the beauty in Christ, then into his image you will be conformed. And that's what the New Testament says. It says that we, Christians, are being conformed into the image of Christ in a full and complete sense each and every day. Our submission to him, to his words, and our love for who he is, our experience of his beauty, we are being conformed into his image. And this goes for any religion, though. If you've ever noticed, right, if someone were to say Kaibar, Kaibar, and that's because they're interpreting some sort of attack by Muhammad's people. Well, Muhammad was with them at the time, because that's when they met the Jewess who poisoned the lamb, but they interpret that as something that's desirable. And so we might think them violent, and I would say yes, to chant such a horrific thing, but that's because they're being conformed into the image of that thing which they think is beautiful, right? In a very real sense. If you think that deception is a beautiful thing, you will be conformed into the image of a deceiver, sadly. And if you think the only thing that matters is appearances, and if people think you're a boisterous and confident speaker, then you don't care about the truth of the words you're saying. This person begins to be conformed into the image of a deceptive manipulator, as you might see with like Muhammad Hijab and other people who use the boasting as a means to the ends of popularity and whatever else they might want. And so there's this unitive effect of beauty. What you consider beautiful, it changes you. It reflects back on you. And it exposes.
I start taking my shirt off and showing off my biceps.
Exactly. Did somebody actually put that in the chat? That'd be perfect timing if that's the case. Because it's true. Yeah, you find him he's exposing himself, and he thinks he's the best. And so, of course, one of the greatest dangers is when someone considers themselves to be the greatest beauty, because then there's no growth, because humans just decay and deteriorate. So it's awful, but this weird unitive effect. And then the strangest one, potentially, I don't know, perhaps the strangest one is the third one, the replicative or generative effect of beauty. When you consider something beautiful, it's not just that you're growing into its image, but you want to recreate something in its image. When you see a mountain, right? Even us modern people, back then, people would make a lot of paintings of things or make a lot of poems. Modern day, we have social media and we have cameras on our phones. When we see a mountain or a canyon, what's one thing we might want to do while we're there, potentially with our phones?
Take a photo. Absolutely.
Yeah, exactly, right. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think people are too quick to say, "Oh, we're not living in the moment." I'm like, well, no. You should be there wherever you are. Be there. That's true. But it's also good to feel free to take a photo. So when you leave, you can think back on those moments, right? And if you want to show the world the beauty, if you want to communicate, remember point number one, if you want to communicate the beauty that you experienced, go ahead. Beauty naturally calls you to communicate itself to others. So go ahead. It's a natural call. But there's also this sense in which you want to take a photo. You want to make or take something in its image. And that's powerful, because if beauty is intrinsically generative, right, it makes something in its image, then that means that the divine architect, the divine painter, the divine poet, the one who is beauty himself, God, in him is this sense of this, this understanding that whatever is beautiful, I should make something in its image. So we, as a Christian, I can say, yes, the Father sees the goodness and beauty of the Son, who is the exact direct image and exact likeness and glory of of God, right? So the Father sees the beauty and the perfection of the Son, and so the Father, in response to seeing the beauty and perfection of his Son, decides to make a universe in which he makes beings in his own image, right? Humans. And that makes sense because God, in response to seeing beauty, in response to seeing himself, he chose to make things in his image, in the image of a beautiful thing he saw, which was himself. And since humans are made in the image of God, one aspect of us that we have from God is that when we see beautiful things, we also make things in its image, paintings and poems and songs and books and whatever that might be, plays. So being made in the image of God, right, which of course is a strong Judeo-Christian concept, the Imago Dei. When you see the power of that biblical concept and that narrative, you start to realize, oh, just as God saw beauty himself and made things in the image of that beauty, of that truth and that goodness present in Christ, so too do humans as a result of being made in his image and his likeness. We also, when we see something beautiful, make something in its image. And that's why humans have this weird relationship with beauty. Why we want to take photos at the beach and make paintings and make long text messages about how cool our vacation was, and how beautiful the sights were. And we want to make these songs and books and watch films and then try to explain the film to other people and say, man, I'd love to make a film someday, and I'd love to talk about this and that. Humans are so used to the effects of beauty, they never take a moment to think about how strange they are. Whether it be the communicative, the unitive, or the generative. Beauty has these strange intrinsic effects, not just the qualities we talked about before, intent, order, intent, and shoulddness of relation, but also, these being the parts going in, but the parts coming out, the three parts coming out, communicative, unitive, and generative. These necessarily flow from the Trinitarian concept of God. And these make more sense when we see the one who is perfectly united, obviously. That makes sense why we have the unitive effect of beauty, because God is three persons, but one being, because each person is fully united. They are constantly communicating, their goodness and love to each other eternally. That's why there is no lack in God, because there is no lack of communication. God has always communicated. The Father has always communicated his love to the Son, and the Son likewise to the Father, the Holy Spirit bearing witness and communicating the love of both to each other, and of course them back to him. And then the generative principle within God himself is this decision to make things in the image of that which is beautiful, which of course is himself. So in this, we see the fullness of Trinitarian theology rooted in the very nature of how beauty is. And it's amazing. I think it's truly remarkable and well, I guess I should say beautiful, is so wonderful. And so that's really, I think, what I would like to end off on, so we can have some discussion on this, because the rest would really just be asking, what truly and specifically is beautiful of the Quran. But I think that might detract actually from the conversation we've had so far.
Yeah, I think we'll refrain from bringing Islam in a polemical way into this today. I think that, that,
yeah.
Well,
it would detract from
it's not just my opinion here, right? Like, there was a number of comments from people about how they were really enjoying that last section there. We will discuss it, and I have some comments from the audience, so we're not going to end in the next 2 minutes. But I think that this will be the last topic for today. But before that, we do have a very important question from Darren here. How can David S. talk so long without having to take a drink of water? Very impressive.
I just try not to think about it too much. But now that you've said it, I'm thinking about it, and now I'm thinking, wow, I'm thirsty. because they said so.
It's-
I don't know why they say
You should
that.
Here's
go
a
grab
good-
a glass.
Yeah, here's a good example. Solitary Emmy says, it's one of my favorite parts of your presentation. And they also left a super chat.
Brothers and sisters, why to lose?
That's okay. You don't need the animation. Someone triggered the slave master animation, which then overwrote the animation of the super chat. But thank you very much for that donation. And I want to bring up this comment from him as well. Wow. So if we say Jesus is beautiful, we seek the beauty of Jesus to be like that. And
Yes,
the main
exactly.
reason that I highlighted this is because I want to get this comment up there.
That's exactly right. Yes, they got it exactly right. That's what I'm saying. Which of course is why we also have to be careful about the things we say that are beautiful. But in the case of Christ, we can take total comfort in calling him beautiful, because as we pursue and understand the beauty of Christ, we are conformed into his image, as the New Testament says. That you got it exactly right. That's great. Look at that. Wow.
It parallels really nicely, though, the end of your presentation with the three at the beginning, the three things that make it beautiful at the beginning, and then the things that structure it at the end.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Why two? It's funny.
Why
Oh, hey, what's up, Philip?
So yeah, I do have a number of comments from the audience from throughout that last section there, where had a bit of a monologue, but not a criticism, right? It was a very, very good, and
Utterly fascinating.
and I'm glad we did it that way.
Thank you.
But before I take any of the comments from the audience, I do want to give Anam the first option of any comments that he wants to bring up.
I loved it. Great presentation. Organic thesis. Everything flows, and very beautiful. Certainly to a modern person, it's a very original way of thinking about God.
Thank you. And it is sad that in a modern context, it feels original, because I think if we went back a couple hundred years, this would be, like people might like it or something, but it wouldn't feel as original, perhaps. And so that's kind of why I felt the need to make this, because in a modern context, people are thoroughly shocked by this. And I'm like, well, that is a little, like, I'm glad that people are shocked. I'm not saying that I'm sad people are amazed or happy or intrigued by it. I'm just saying it's sad that the world as a whole, not even just the West, I think just the world as a whole, has kind of moved to this place where the thinking on beauty and thinking on those things that are good and true and pure and right and just and beautiful has become an old tradition, something that those people back then who were less intelligent, that's what they talked about. But we talk about important things today. We always talk about important things, like random things on TikTok.
Yeah, like that atheist guy earlier who was like, people in the past were stupid, now we're smart. But in fact, we have definitely lost something from the past. Not Interested said, you are clearly happy from discussing such topics, perhaps implying that the discussion itself is bringing out beauty today, which I think it fits right in with your last point there, that there's something replicative about this, that when you see beauty, you want to share it, you want to spread it. And likewise, when you see evil, when you see ugliness, the opposite of beauty, you want to stop it. You want to prevent it from being spread.
Yes.
And apparently that thought hadn't occurred to David based on the look on his face.
Yeah, I'm just going to make a little note on my thing real quick. Okay. Yeah.
All right. So let me. Yeah. So I'm surprised that hadn't occurred to you, but yeah, you should definitely include that, since you're saying that there's something about beauty that makes it want to spread, something about the opposite that makes you want to stop it or get rid of it.
I think he was focusing on like honing the thesis and expressing it like the most effective or simplest kind of way. And then there's plenty of ways you can kind of like expand. I mean, like the small child's drawing wasn't there at the beginning, right? So obviously this all is
Yeah.
it
That's
kind of
why part of the reason he's
matured
doing
quite
this
a
is
bit.
to refine it, right?
Yeah,
Good
it's developing, and it's going to continue to develop for sure.
It's a really
This is
good
so
job. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you definitely have something very valuable to bring to the table that we're not hearing a lot today. Solitary Emmy said something along those lines. People really missed out on this. I hope they watch. This topic is huge and very enlightening. Beauty. Everybody seeks it in various things, right? The most beautiful is God, and then they ran out of character. So I'm not quite sure what their last thought would be there. But this was in response to someone saying that they're disappointed that so relatively few people are watching. The audience is a bit smaller than normal. I wouldn't say it's like super small for relative to my channel, right? It's a bit
Well,
smaller
I mean,
than usual, and
we've
I'm
been
not
going 4
surprised about
hours. It
that.
was like 96 closer to the beginning, and then obviously, right? I mean, this is why like David can't do TikTok, right? Because it takes 4 hours to get through 10 slides.
exactly.
Right.
So it's really not
So
conducive to expressing any
accurate.
kind of philosophical truth.
I'd have to like
Yeah, no,
I'd have to do this 10 times to figure out how to like condense it each time, because my original paper, mind you, was even more than this. And so it's cool that, like, thank God through our conversation here, I have to do a TikTok dance.
So you got a 30-second, you got 120 seconds with the dance. Yeah.
That's amazing. Yeah, I'll just do a dance, and then all the text will just flow on the screen really fast. That's actually not a bad idea. Yeah,
yeah.
that could be funny.
Oh, ironically, this fits into the point I made earlier, right? Where in response to the guy saying that people are stupid now, but actually we've lost some of our ability to think deeply. Long presentations like this bore people to death, and like
Maybe we're
I
dumber
need
than
some
ever.
I need some more dopium hits, right?
Yeah.
I need the right
Dopamine.
now. So
Yeah.
that would be a de-evolution of modern society, I would suggest.
Mm.
But in any case, to this point here, it was in response to someone else saying that the views were low, and why they are somewhat lower than average. I'm not surprised, and that's because people don't realize that this topic is important, right? They have a perception that beauty is not important, that it's yeah, that's a nice squishy feeling, but we want real arguments. So I do hope that over time people will discover this. Since you gave a donation, I'll say that your donation will help go to pay for editing out segments of this, releasing them as short format comment. I say short format, but I don't mean shorts, 60 seconds. But there'll be 10-minute
10
videos
minute,
or 15-minute videos.
Yeah.
We're going to start
The algorithm
experimenting
promotes
with
those
that.
too. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Right.
Now, I would agree that you could also have a short. I just don't know how you get a short out of a 4-hour presentation. But we'll pull out some of the more notable moments and try to get this to a broader audience. And here's the rest of the comment. Sorry, what were the last words of the
How do
first
God
part? And how God do what God does. So by seeing the most beautiful person, Jesus, we can tell that Jesus is really God. God died for even his enemies to reconcile us. Also, the works of God. So yeah, we can see beauty in this, right? And I do have another comment along those lines, which I'll bring up in a minute. But I think this does tie in specifically with the Christian story.
Mm-hmm.
Amen. I think it's really profound, and in keeping truths about history, right? The crucifixion of Christ for those who hated him and for people who sinned against him. I think being raised up in church, as a Christian, I've known all of these truths about Christ and his crucifixion, his sacrifice. But I think in thinking on beauty, it reawakens a lot of these truths that were already known, right? Because now I am able to see them in a new lens. So there is an apologetic effect for this argument, but I also do have, and I'll make a separate, it's part of my essay as to the exact reasons why I'm doing this argument. It's not just for apologetic purposes. I deeply believe with my very being that a stronger understanding of beauty will help even, the most exhausted Christian, I guess I could say. Someone who's heard it all and seen it all, and they believe it, but they're just tired of it in a certain sense, perhaps, or they're not impressed by it anymore, right? They're like, oh man, yeah, that's right. He died for our sins. Yeah. And I think no. This is a powerful and beautiful reality. Rest on it. Meditate on this. Think on this. And so I'm really excited to have people think on God's beauty, to remember God's goodness.
So Layer Faint, and some of these comments were while you were talking, others are just throughout. It says, we can't see a beautiful soul, but we can feel his beauty in many ways. And I think that's an excellent comment there. Mark Fish just said, now by seeing the beauty that is Jesus, we become more like him. Again, to that last slide, that we want to replicate that beauty. We want to perpetuate it. Let's see. Super chat from Leah here.
Who ate the apple? You ate the apple. The whole apple. Yes, the whole apple. You ate it. But a small seed, you left it. You put it back into the earth. What happened? Allah, through his power, caused that to grow and to give you how many apples? Thousands.
Perhaps the most beloved of the super chat little talks there. You get thousands of apples for your seed donation to Gufti Manx Ministry. Thank you very much, Leah, for your support. I don't know if you'll be getting thousands of apple trees or thousands of apples, but hey, I appreciate it nonetheless. Clyde said, if you get enough super chats, you'll have to start calling them supper chats, or you get enough that you can call them supper chats. Generally, the money I get goes back into paying for ministry related things, doesn't generally end up in my pockets. But it is almost supper time, so maybe I should call them supper chats. This comment here from Jack Ray is very interesting. Color blindness has helped me understand that there are things I literally cannot see, but are beautiful. They have used in chroma glasses to get a tiny glimpse of what I am missing, and it is a lot.
Wow, that's an
Very
excellent
true.
example. I like that.
By the way,
So there
bees
was some
can see flowers in the ultraviolet range. So it's not just colorblind people that are missing sensory information. All people here. We know none of us can see ultraviolet or hear supersonic.
True.
Absolutely.
Man, I bet in heaven I will be able to. That's going to be wild. Come on now. That's going to be great.
Yeah, there's a particular type of shrimp, I think it is. I'm sorry, the name's, I'm drawing a blank on the name. But if you see a picture of it, it's like a rainbow, like from our perspective, super exotic looking, crazy thing. And it's because they have like 6 different cones. So they can see all kinds of weird, freaky colors that human beings can't see, which is why they look so crazy to us.
Wow, they're even more beautiful to each other. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, look at that. Man, that's so cool.
So Houston says beauty depends on what. So there's some talk about are sports beautiful, right? And he says beauty depends on whether your team is losing or winning. But actually, I brought this up because I wanted to say, actually, that's not the case, right? You can say, I'm glad my team won, but it was a really ugly game, right? It was really poorly played, but they won. I'm glad about it. So you can be glad about it even when it's not beautiful. And likewise, you could say that was a really amazing game from a neutral standpoint. I'm sad that my team lost, but it was a really great game, really a competitive, well-played game. So I think that there is an aspect of actual beauty involved here.
Yeah, that last play at the bottom of the ninth.
Yep, it was tough stuff. It was worth it. Or if your team wins by cheating, and you know that they were cheating, then you're like, now they won, but I don't feel good about it. I can't call that beautiful. They cheated. It's just it leaves a bad taste in your mouth.
Sam and Pat said 1 painter, 2 billion views of that painting. I assume they probably did 2 billion because roughly 2 billion Christians. I would say 8 billion observers of the one painting from God. There's a really interesting comment here from Love Is My Religion. God is as such is abstract. His beauty is in the perfect human. Who would you say reflects God's beauty the best? And to me, the answer here is pretty obvious, but I said it's a very interesting comment because I've talked to Love Is My Religion a couple times. He's one of those type of people who says that there's truth in all religions, and you just want to do what is loving and what is right, and can we all get along type thing. And yet he just made a statement that has the blatantly obvious answer that the perfect human is Jesus Christ, and that he does completely reflect God's beauty because he's God incarnate. Anything you want to add, David?
That's perfect. Again, I turn them to Colossians 1:15, right? Or I guess also Hebrews chapter 1. Hebrews chapter 1 and also Colossians 1 verse 15, where it's very clear that he is the exact imprint of the glory of God, and Colossians 1:15 where it says he is the image, not he's made in the image of God like we are. He is the image of the invisible God, right? And so, yeah, I'd say his beauty is seen in the perfect human. And so who would you say reflects God's beauty the best? Christ. I could not say anybody else. Definitely not me. Dear goodness, not me. Not a chance. All other humans make mistakes, It can't be anyone else, but it's Christ.
Yeah, is that a trick question? Yeah, I don't know what he was getting at. I mean, he wouldn't say that Christianity is false, but he wouldn't say that it's the only true religion either. So I find that question very interesting. If a Christian had asked it, I'd say, yep, of course, right? I knew exactly why they asked it, but I'm not quite sure why Love Is My Religion asked that question. Thank you, Philip. The mantis shrimp. That's what I was referring to earlier. So yeah, go ahead and Google a picture of the mantis shrimp and you'll see what I'm talking about. So wild and crazy little guy. Another interesting comment here from, he told me how to pronounce it. Yes, Milando Chomis, which is a type of fish apparently. So thank you for clarifying how to pronounce the name. When I was in art class in the 70s, we were taught that there are various forms of painting, art forms, each with standards set by the art societies. Thus, this permits standardizing beauty in each class. And the reason I brought this up is because of what you were saying about the abstract art, right? That there's a standard established. This is the correct way to do paintings, right? And then it's broken by someone. All of the famous painters, for the most part, are people who broke the standards of their time. Even people who are drawing relatively realistically, they're breaking the standards that came before them, and there's beauty in that. And you made that point, but I wanted to bring up this comment because it illustrates why that's possible, right? It becomes conformed and stale. Everyone's doing the same thing. And then there is beauty just in doing something different.
That's exactly right. And it's interesting just because breaking those molds, because there's also tons and tons of cases we never hear about of people who tried to break the molds of art and were left in the dust of history, right? Because they broke them in the wrong way. So it turns out, oddly enough, there is a right way to break these standards and methods in art. And so even then, we have to figure out, well, what's that right way? What is it? And it seems as though, even in the case of abstract art, it calls for some means of transmission from the mind of the perceiver to that object being perceived, which of course is the abstract art. And so, yeah, that's quite intriguing.
Yeah. So this comment actually here from Simon Pat will help me draw out the point here. He says, art have definitions. Well, I don't think there's ever been a time where there was like a book, right? This is the current standard of how to do art. You read the book and you figure it out. Rather, there's a certain sense of order and normalcy that is absorbed by people doing it. And they conform to that over time. And let me just highlight Anam here because he has the shrimp up on his screen. Yeah, quite an interesting little creature there.
Freaky looking thing, ain't it? Wow.
It should be the mascot of Reasoned Answers.
Let's make it happen. Let's make it happen. We got to get some mantis shrimp. That's great. That's awesome.
But back to the point.
Oh, sorry,
here,
the art thing.
Yeah, that there's a sense of order, right? There's a sense of normalcy that is absorbed by people over time, and they don't even realize they're doing it. And then someone else steps in and they shake things up. They say, we've always done it this way, but let's do something different. In other words, there's a creative act. There is that special expression of humanity, which reflects our image of God, where we create something new that hasn't been done before. And suddenly, doesn't exactly matter how it changed. Suddenly that is now more beautiful than what had been long defined as the most beautiful thing that society could produce.
Very true. Very true. I thought, since beauty is communicable, it exists in this context of like the people that you're communicating it to. And that even then when abstract art comes along, you're still communicating beauty, but you're communicating it to the same audience that didn't perceive it this way before. So, I liked your thing, Thaddeus.
No, that's excellent. And I also think the matter of novelty is actually very important. I think us being made in the image of God, we also, again, pointing back to Ecclesiastes, a man has eternity written in their hearts, right? There's this desire for eternity and the things of God. And I think when people call for novelty, because again, people say, oh, humans just go from one new item to the next. And I'm like, well, it's not that this desire for novelty is bad. It's that humans have perverted that desire, right? Because I think the desire for novelty is actually placed in our hearts because the whole truth in our, especially in like a Christian eschatology, is that God is coming to make all things new. We know that. We know that the Lamb who sits on the throne has come to make all things new, according to Revelation. And so there is this, teleological, like purpose-driven, and even eschatological ending. This knowledge that there's this desire where we all desire to see all things made new. Even atheists, I'm saying that even atheists, that there's this deep sense in which we desire to see all things made new, which is why we love films where they show all these new and different worlds and all that, and why we love novelty. Even for the atheist who holds to evolution, by the way, there are Christians and just theists in general who hold to evolution. So you could even say, oh, well, sure, there's an evolutionary benefit to novelty, to desiring new things. But that still doesn't answer necessarily, like, if God would have put that desire in our hearts. Because if there's an evolutionary benefit, then of course God would have put that desire in our hearts. So for our own survival, which is a good thing. But then, as an addition to that, there's also a spiritual value to it besides just a survival value. And that spiritual value is that it points us to God, who is the one who can make all things new, which is a separate argument in which I have to formulate how I can explain to people. Just because something has an evolutionary function doesn't mean that it's, it has no spiritual function as well. So that's a separate argument for a different day.
If I could, I know it's supper time, Thaddeus, so I'm not trying to draw you out too much.
No, you're fine.
And David has not had a glass of water, though, so which is also not good. Because dehydration can cause headaches, and it's not a good thing. So I really like, Christ says that like I'm the living water, right? And so therefore he who drinks from me doesn't have to think about the words that, he or she will say. So, there's novelty, to take a spin on how David did it, but I would do it this way. One of like the Trinity, for example, or any divine truth is an infinite mystery. So if somebody, even like say myself, were to write a 500-page book saying like, well, this is the Trinity, that book is still inadequate because, you can still say more about it. So that's why I think novelty, evolutionarily, but also spiritually is very attractive because, Christ was doing the same thing, right? Like the Pharisees had calcified the law, to the point where like you couldn't, break the Sabbath to like, if you were hungry. So, he was shaking that up because you had the truth and then they had kind of turned it into like a frozen thing. And then he says like, well, I'm here to unfreeze your, like you projected your human limitations. Like, I think one of the things that like the Pharisees would say is like, if you ate while you were unclean, then the food would become unclean. But that's kind of backwards, right? Like you're putting the it's not the person that makes the food unclean, so the thing is that he was trying to break up there. So novelty and the infinite mysteries and expounding onto the truth, it really is. That's why beauty is always in constant communication, because the thing is that there's no way to, it's God, right? So there's no way to contain it.
Amen. That's exactly right. That's so true. I like
Absolutely.
that.
So just a few more comments from the audience here. Some discussion back and forth about whether the shrimp or the cat is the channel mascot. I wanted to tell a very brief, funny story with that. When Crystal and I were first married, we went to the pet store, and we were trying to, well, we were we just went to hang out and look at the animals, but we saw that a crawfish had accidentally been captured along with the goldfish, and so they were selling it as a goldfish, and they're feeder goldfish, so it was like 20 cents or something, right? So we brought home the crawfish, put it in a bowl, put it on top of the refrigerator, covered it with a plate, and the cat still found it and ate it. So so maybe that would be the outcome there.
Yeah, who wins the mascot wars?
Yes. And Darian says, Mommy Shrimp, hey Thaddeus, break out some of that supper chat money, bro. So he's suggesting that I have shrimp for dinner. All right, a couple more serious comments. This was the last one directly related to the last section here from Leah Nicole. I wish my camera could capture the essence of the experience, though. It never does it justice.
That's a big part of my essay that I couldn't include here. It's a big proposition in my essay. It's not a big part of it. I propose the idea that when you make something in the image of another thing, it always loses some dimensionality of itself, right? So, I see a mountain, I take a photo of it, and it loses something. Even if I made a paper mache replica of the mountain by covering the whole mountain with paper mache, which is an example I give in the essay, because I was thinking about this too. When I take the paper mache off and now I have a perfect mold of the mountain, yes, I have the physicality of the mountain, but I don't have its form. I don't have its essence, right? I just have this copy of it, and a hollow one, by the way, because it's just a paper mache covering, so it's actually literally hollow, not even just metaphorically or something. So I'm working on that, trying to figure out how to best explain what's happening there. But I have a feeling, I guess just an intuition, that whenever you make something in the image of another thing, it loses some sense of dimensionality whenever it's like an artifact. There is some sense in which those natural things and even the natural processes we can do, like having children, it seems like those natural things and the natural processes are one of the only ways to keep the dimensionality, right? So it's like, oh, parent, they come together and they produce a child. So now it's not like the child is a lesser dimensional thing. It's still 3D, right? Still someone with their own form and essence. And so it seems like those natural processes that God instituted are one of the few ways you can actually maintain an essence. But also life seems to be the only way to do that, through producing children. So I don't know. It's interesting, but I got to work on that one a bit more.
Yeah, and I'll add that in photography, there's often a debate like how much can you modify a photo in post-production, after you've captured it. And the debate kind of boils down to, well, this is what it looked like, versus to I'm capturing the feel of what was going on, enhancing the photo to capture the feel of what was actually going on. And that's a regular debate within photography circles, but both sides kind of acknowledging that, yes, the photo doesn't completely capture what was happening there. And it's just a question whether you making edits to bring out that essence, it enhances it or not. All right, so just a couple more comments that are not were just made at various times that I wanted to address. Never forget who you are, 78. By the way, will you make a video on why Christianity is the true religion? Because in one of your videos you said you have abundant evidence. So, well, I did that in many videos, not just this one, not just other ones, but including this one as well. I've said that. And I am certainly very interested in doing that kind of thing, but I wanted to explain the difference. So when I make a video, because the context of this has been, he's been responding to my video, 100 Reasons Why Islam is False. And each of those, on average, maybe 20, 30 seconds, not a lot of explanation. The difference is you can establish something is false, at least in principle, very quickly. A single counterexample to a mathematical hypothesis is sufficient to disprove it. Proving something normally involves more effort than disprove. So my case for Christianity isn't, here is this one fact that definitively proves the truth of the religion. Rather, it's a cumulative case looking at all the evidence. And when the atheist says there's no evidence, what they really mean is there's no fact you can point to that is absolute proof. And I would agree with that. But I would also say that the rational thing to do is to go where the majority of evidence points you, especially if it's an overwhelming majority of evidence. So the case is built up one piece at a time. As such, it takes time to explain my case for Christianity, to build that out. And I would be very happy to do that in a discussion with someone. I have done it as a presentation in the past. In fact, I did it as a presentation at the Seek and Share Truth conference, and I haven't gotten so there was some problems with the recording of that. That happened to be the very first talk, and there's some problems with the recording. So I haven't gotten a viable recording, but I hear that it exists. And when I get that, I'll probably post it on my channel. But even that, which is an hour long, even that only just barely scratches the surface of the evidence. It's more like, here are the categories of evidence and one example thereof. So when I say I have abundant evidence, I actually mean that, which means it takes a long time to go through evidence. So there's your answer. I didn't mean to call this up, but since I did, Sunni Islam is basically a British-made cult. Very interesting. So this comes from Qadiani, Azhar, whatever, who is a Qadiani Muslim, and is saying all other forms of Islam are utterly false. Only his 0.1001 probably percent of Islam is true. I think that's very interesting that he thinks Sunni Islam is a British-made cult. I had saved it because I wanted to bring it up while I was here, but then I accidentally clicked it, so I explained it. From John Wilson, talking about pictures, etc. Why do you have pictures on your wall? Anam, isn't that haram in your religion? So I'll let him answer in a second. But first of all, I want to clarify that music isn't haram. Images aren't haram. Even in the strictest observance of Islam, it would be images of a living creature, but usually in practice, it's only images of Muhammad or other prophets that are considered haram. So just the existence of an image isn't haram, and just the existence of music isn't haram. In that case, it would be musical instruments. But again, that's only in the strictest observance. Most people don't follow that as well. So anything you want to add to that, Anam?
Yeah, mostly it's pictures of Central Park. But the thing is, yeah, I would piggyback off what Thaddeus said. But you know what? I will say that I hinted before that I draw. I used to do some drawings. More accurately, I trace illustrations off of a tablet and a piece of paper. So what I do is but I will usually adopt like Catholic art or Christian imagery. So it'll be like Christ healing someone at Bethesda, or the Saint Francis of Assisi or something like that. And so that'll be my justification in that sense. So the sense that, okay, well, I understand I'm breaking a prohibition of sorts, on iconoclastic images, but at least they are devout images. So maybe that can be a something that God will take into consideration.
And Darren Harder said, just curious, but is Anam a Christian, Muslim, or atheist? So for those who missed the start, he defines himself as a Trinitarian Muslim. And if you want to know more about his beliefs, I will repost the link to the long interview I did with him. We go into every question that you're probably like, huh? How does that make sense? Is explained in that stream. So I'll post a link to that if you're curious. You can check it out when we wrap up here in the next 5 or 10 minutes.
Yeah, that should be good. Yeah, basically you said it. Thank you, Thaddeus.
Mm-hmm. So Christo says the beauty of the canopy of trees inspired the Christians to make beautiful cathedrals, churches of old. Trees are made to grow towards one another. So I don't actually know if that's a true statement. I don't know if they drew inspiration from trees or not when making the cathedrals, but I would say that anything that is beautiful is a reflection of God's creation in some aspect.
I visited Italy in 2005 with some college buddies, and we went to the cathedral in Milan, which is called Il Duomo, which is the largest dome in Europe. And so, and I remember, this is me before even I had my journey towards Christianity. The pillars that are throughout the church, like especially through the center also, but holding up the whole thing, they are bigger than you can hug, wrap your hands around. And I was immediately reminded of a redwood forest. They're just so huge. The mason work is so stunning. It makes you feel very small.
I gotta go. There's something
amazing. Okay, very good. A super chat from Jack Ray.
Wasting your time on social media is one of the best deeds a Muslim can do. There's a huge need for it. You know this and I know this. So that makes the reward even greater. So give generously and Allah Azza wa Jal will give you even more.
So thank you very much for all of your support, Jack Ray. You're probably the #1 supporter of this channel and always appreciative of that. I'm so glad that we got hijab at random because it's a perfect segue into this funny comment from the little stripper animation. Mimi Hijab was committing shirt.
Ah, yes, the greatest sins. Right on time. Nice.
And there he comes to commit some more shirt. So Love is Religion did follow up. He said, you chose Jesus. Is that out of love, blind belief, or based on a set of criteria? So it is love. It's certainly not blind belief. That doesn't actually is not congruent with what the Bible says at all. The word pistos, translated as faith, is not about belief. It is about trust based on evidence. So in that aspect, it's about that. And it's also based on the criteria which God has endowed us with, our intrinsic understanding of the world, our natural theology, to use the technical term. Anything you want to add?
Oh, that's just right on. Yeah. I mean, the Bible says that love rejoices in the truth, right? So obviously, our criteria by that manner of us loving God would be the truth, and so that which we can understand and ascertain as truth and truth apt would be our criteria for knowing God. Good question. Good question.
Agreed that novelty is a big aspect of art and beauty, but as Solomon said, there's nothing new under the sun. When a novelty successfully reflects art, the group standardizes the process. So I would say there is innovation, there is change in society, there are technically new things.
I mean,
just
I would
quoting
just
Ecclesiastes there.
yes. So Ecclesiastes is one of the later books of scripture, right? So you could have just stuck to Torah if like there was nothing new needed, right? So the entire aspect of Jewish scripture, it required some like the new prophets and the old prophets, and there was growth of scripture. And what? By the way, so we wouldn't even have the book of Ecclesiastes for you to quote if God just gave the Jews the Torah.
True. That'd be
Yeah. So one, it's Solomon speaking, right? He's giving his thoughts on the world. It's not a God's thought per se. And two, he's speaking as the Bible often does in hyperbolic terms. He's not saying that literally nothing has ever changed, right? There are no new human beings or something, right? But rather that he's saying that people are constantly seeking after that which is new and greater, but in reality, this is not the answer to life, right? This is not a pursuit worthwhile, is what he's saying in context. He's not really making a claim about absolute reality, but rather about humanity's deficient relationship with God. And that's what the whole book of Ecclesiastes is about, that everything that human beings pursue that they think will satisfy them is ultimately meaningless without God.
Yeah, and to David's analogy though, also if so, yes, there's nothing new under the sun because that same beauty is being expressed through every iteration of beauty that you take in.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Same beauty, just different expressions. That's nice.
Non, you're back. When are you going to have that conversation with me? I know that you're not afraid of doing it. You did it while you were a Muslim. Now that you're an atheist, for some reason you won't talk to me. I don't know why. But please do have that conversation. You just showed up now. I'm not going to engage with you. We're wrapping up. But email me and let's set up a time to have a conversation. Humorous comment from Sam and Pat. Allah gave me a Lamborghini, but the ones that don't come up to, I can't understand. Yeah. Some people get their Lamborghinis from Allah, and other people only see their donations filling Mufti Mink's bank account and buying him Lamborghini. I don't think he actually has one, but you get the point. FP says, I have to save myself. I cannot depend on God.
This is weird. They have the same exact profile as a teacher, a person who was called a teacher before.
Mm-hmm.
That's strange, but I would say no, because I don't really know how to deal with that information. I just noticed that it was the same photo as a different person. Anyways,
yeah, it's the same person, a regular on the channel.
Oh, okay. But I cannot depend on God. No, I think God is the one being that you can depend on. I think if the one who literally spoke the universe into existence can speak the universe into existence just by speaking, then I can guarantee you that you can depend on him, that he is able to save you, right? If he literally made all things and keeps all things in being so that they move and thrive and live through him and have their being in him, then you most definitely can depend on him. to save you if you desire to be saved, knowing Christ. So, yes, you can depend on him.
Looks like Katyani came back here. He says Islam doesn't come from Judaism or Christianity, and then he says that what you call Islam is really called Sunniism, which gives me the opportunity to bring up his other comment, which was actually somewhat related to the topic. The teachings of Katyani Islamic faith have elucidated the geological mechanisms responsible for the creation of natural features such as waterfalls, mountains, and other related phenomena. So I said vaguely related because, he's talking about things that would normally be perceived as beautiful. He's suggesting that his particular branch of Islam has done a good job of drawing out how these things come from God and reflect his beauty. I think that's what he's trying to say here. I don't really know anything about his sect. If his prophet, teacher, sheikh, whatever he wants to call him, does contact me and sets up a discussion, I will definitely research it. So I can't call on the specifics of his belief. I have a feeling that this is probably a statement of pride rather than a factual statement here. But I would say that these features of nature do point to the true God.
Amen, amen. I agree. I mean, obviously from the presentation, but I agree.
Mm-hmm. Just a couple more, literally just a couple more. But Bo Rudder says, Isaac Newton called atheism repugnant, ugly. And I would agree.
We had a really good talk about C.S. Lewis, and he writes another great book. I'm just in like a couple of chapters in, and I didn't get a chance to finish, but it's called The Discarded Image. And it talks about how like the medieval worldview, going back to the ancient worldview, basically like the Sky Dome, right? When the modern scientific worldview kind of displaced that, like we don't live on a dome anymore, like a flat Earth with a dome. Then it kind of shook apart people's worldview. But at the same time, what Newton had done, though, he created another holistic worldview, which was like that gravity binds everything. The same force that makes an apple fall to the earth is the same force that makes the earth go around the sun, and explains why Mercury is in retrograde and all that. So, but the thing is, though, C.S. Lewis's point here, though, is that, okay, yes, it's a great thing that we understand what kind of, world and universe we live in. We live in a galaxy with like hundreds of millions of similar galaxies. Great stuff. But at the same time, people's epistemology kind of fell apart. And one thing, David's thing about beauty, one of the functions of beauty is like the unity. And so, the scientific worldview, great, we learn more about the world, but we failed to integrate a holistic understanding of the world when we just smashed the Copernican model, or what was before the Copernican model.
Yeah, that's right. They had like the whole geocentric and then whatever else. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Okay, number one, I have to get that book. That sounds cool. Number two, I think it is important to explain what is maintaining the beauty that's proper to each worldview and presentation of the world. No matter, even if we're like, oh, it turns out we were wrong about the dome or something. There's still a way to maintain the beauty of the wonder and mystery of the world, because now we say, oh, wow, the world's bigger than we thought, and it's in a different way than we thought. And so what a beautiful thing to learn, and what a beautiful thing to see just how great God's creation is and how much more complex and intriguing it is. And so I think if people just had a better perception and perspective on the beauty of these worldviews, then they'd be easier to accept, when new discoveries and new findings happen, because then people wouldn't see it as much as an attack as it is a clarification, right? And so sadly, though, many times post-scientific revolution, and also it's how people are, but in general, people just kind of use discovery as a means to, act as a sledgehammer against people. And it's like, well, no. There's a way to actually do this correctly, logically, in a philosophically consistent and meaningful way without throwing away all the beauty that was proper to the other system. And so I agree that there's got to be a way, and there is. I can imagine them. So there obviously are ways to have new discoveries, which we should have, while maintaining the beauty that we had before, or having a more clear understanding of that beauty, which makes it even clearer to see. So, yeah, I agree. So I'll get that book. That's cool.
Adnan says, nothing more ugly than the history of religion, to which I say, except, of course, for the history of atheism, which in a mere 150 years or so has led to the death of more human beings than all of world history up to that point combined, both secular and religious world history. So there's reality, and then there are emotional arguments. I suggest you take a look into reality. Darren says, well done, video gentlemen. Now take that drink of water. Then two comments here from Love is My Religion. The biggest contributor to today's technology is the lens. Photography could very much be used to enhance beauty. Absolutely. A photo isn't just a point in time at a particular, a good photo anyway, right? You can just click the button on the camera at random and take a random photo, but a good photo involves intent. It involves the photographer planning things out, or perhaps it captures a spontaneous moment.
The framing
captures
of the
a
image.
motion going on. And then there's technical aspects as well. So yeah, it is definitely a form of art. He also wants to know if he can get your email. He has emailed me in the past. So if you want me to, I can pass along your email. That's up to you. All right, I will do that then. Then finally, I'm ending with this question, sort of, from Valreder. He says, what do Muslims say? Is there anything beautiful about Islam? To which I'll say that is a discussion for another day, a very good discussion to have. But, we're at the end of a long 5.5 hour live stream, and we haven't really discussed that at all. So we'll leave that subject for another day. Muslims certainly do say there are things that are beautiful about Islam. In fact, it's perhaps the most common argument or claim that I get from Muslims on the street. Well, actually, I would say it's the second most common. The most common is usually something along the lines of the Bible's corrupted and you can't trust it. But the second most common is that Islam is beautiful. It provides a complete system of life. Outside of Islam, things are ugly, disgusting. Islam is the solution to the world's problems, phrased various different ways. But yeah, Muslims definitely argue for beauty, and I would love to have that discussion another day. So that is all from the audience comments. Closing thoughts from you, Anam?
Oh, just Valreder, you'll have to tune in for next time, but that'll be a great conversation.
And you, David?
That was a wonderful chance to actually go through that argument in its fullness. And I'm so appreciative of Anam being here with me for, number one, being willing to have this discussion. And number two, I'm thankful to God that, you followed along with everything in that discussion. So even though you say you're not too well versed in philosophy, clearly you got some aptitude for it, which is really excellent. Thank God. So that made this a really healthy and fruitful conversation, which I'm so thankful for. Obviously, thank you, Thaddeus, again, for always being willing to host these streams, even these 5.5 hour streams, or your 11-hour streams for those special days. And I thank the audience for listening in. Again, I know it's a long one, and I know it could be tough and technical at parts, but I think it's an important thing to help those of us who have lost the wonder of our faith. We know the truth and we know the goodness of God, but we have forgotten what it is like to be in awe of God's goodness and to wonder about the great works of God's handiwork. And so I hope it helps us when you are there. For those who are not believers, I hope that this would help you to awaken to the truth of objective beauty and the strength of beauty and all of its strangeness. And to all others, that you would be drawn to Christ and a greater understanding of him. So with that being said, thank you so much.
Yeah, and you made a very good point there that I want to make a bit of a meta point about. I pretty much anytime someone comes in and they're trying to disagree, or more often trying to distract and talk about some other topic, I invite them to a conversation. I invite numerous Muslims in the comments to discussions. I probably invited 1,000 Muslims at least by now. Most of the time, if I get a response, and if I don't get a response, the person might not just have seen my comment. I'm not saying that everyone's running from me and everyone's ignoring me or something stupid like that. But when I do get a response, the most often is, I'm not an expert, I'm not a scholar, I don't know how to discuss these matters. And conversations like this demonstrate you don't have to be an expert to have a conversation. Now, if we're doing a formal debate and we're trying to knock each other out, yeah, maybe you have a legitimate complaint there, right? You should really debate an expert, not me. But these are just about conversations. These are just about coming to the truth through friendly interaction. I hope that these conversations help model the way that I think you should interact with people in your life, i.e. people who will actually have a chance of listening to you. People in like the YouTube comment sections probably aren't that likely to answer you. Actually listen. It's likely to be a confrontation and us versus them reality. So I encourage you to try to have these conversations with people who are already in your lives. And if you don't know people who are not Christians, then time to make some new friends, right? Make some friends who are not Christians. It's not that hard to find people who are not Christians in the world today, and just have conversations with people. And not everything has to be confrontational. Most things shouldn't be confrontational. There is a time and place for confrontation, and we do that on this channel from time to time. But there's also a time for calm and rational discussion, and everyone is qualified for that. All you need to bring to the table are your opinions and your willingness to look at evidence and consider that you might be wrong. As long as the other person is willing to do that, you can have a conversation with them. So thank you all for joining us today. I do have something scheduled for tomorrow, but I'm doing a recorded interview as opposed to a live stream. So you won't see me tomorrow here, even though I will be working on that tomorrow. I'll be back as far as live streams go on Tuesday. Maybe. Actually, I need to double check on that. Tuesday is trick or treat here. And so I might move that to another day. I just remembered that as I was talking, that I need to check on moving that to another day this week. But my next stream should be with Mary, continuing our look at early Islam. In particular, we are debunking, we're destroying the argument that Islam began in Petra, or that general area, which, in this case, we're kind of on the side of the Muslims, at least on that particular point. Mary and I do not think that Islam began in the region of Petra, so we've been looking at that argument. We'll particularly be addressing the qiblas, the little notches that point to the direction of prayer, because seems to be the most popular argument for why it would be Petra. And I won't give it away, but obviously, since we've concluded that Petra isn't the origin, we're obviously going to be arguing that they don't really point towards Petra. So thank you all for joining us today. Have a great rest of your day, whether that is just beginning, in the middle of the day, or coming to an end. God bless. Go and serve the Lord.
Thank you, Thaddeus. Thank you, David. Thank you, chat.
Adios. Thank you.